Chapter 98, Chapter 98, Gojo Yoru enters the history books, Omegakure withdraws. Boom! The laser beam piercing through the chest instantly reached the end of the straight line, landing on the mountain wall of a huge mountain. A deafening explosion, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, resounded. Dazzling black-red light blossomed on the mountain wall, like a signal flare accidentally misfired. Miraculously, despite such a huge explosion, no dust or mist scattered. Zooming in, one would find no falling debris. It was as if that thunderous explosion was all bark and no bite, causing no damage to the mountain wall at all. It wasn't until the light disappeared, revealing a huge circular gap with smooth edges and spiral patterns inside on the mountain wall, that one could realize how astonishing the power of that explosion was. No dust flying, no falling debris, because the black-red light possessed extremely terrifying destructive power, annihilating the enveloped mountain body into powder. Hanzo the salamander, whose chest was pierced, had a thumb-sized hole in his right chest. The skin, flesh, internal bones, blood vessels, and lung tissue all turned into nothingness. Blarg! Hanzo the salamander spat blood and landed on the ground. Ignoring checking his injuries, he hurriedly used body flicker to disappear. As soon as he disappeared, another black-red laser beam landed on his original position. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded again, and black-red light blossomed like fireworks. Seeing the second shot miss, Gojo Yoru was about to use body flicker to chase. At this moment, Orochimaru's voice came from afar. "Yoru, don't chase!" Hearing this, Gojo Yoru, who had just appeared on the ground, stopped his leaping motion. Turning to look at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who used body flicker to arrive, Gojo Yoru's gaze held a trace of doubt. Orochimaru explained with a serious expression, "Although I also really want to kill Hanzo, the ninja continent cannot lose this demigod of the ninja world, especially our land of fire." Jiraiya, usually carefree, also echoed at this moment, "Orochimaru is right. If Hanzo dies, the land of rain, the junction of three major powers, will be divided. With the land of wind and land of earth watching covetously, our land of fire cannot fully occupy this place. Even if we successfully occupy the land of rain, we don't have enough troops to resist the land of wind in the south and the land of earth in the north. Once we divide the land of rain with the land of wind and land of earth, they will definitely move their border bases to the land of rain. Whether we move our border base to the land of rain or split some troops to build another border base in the land of rain, we will be at a disadvantage. So Hanzo cannot die. As long as he lives, the land of wind and land of earth won't dare to launch a war of annihilation against the land of rain. When this war ends, if they want to launch a war against our land of fire again, they must pass through the land of rivers and land of waterfalls." Saying this, Jiraiya felt a wave of fear in his heart. They never expected Gojo Yoru to severely injure Hanzo the salamander. If they had known, they would have secretly reminded Gojo Yoru long ago. When Orochimaru and Jiraiya saw Hanzo the salamander spitting blood, their first reaction wasn't shock at Gojo Yoru's new move, but worry that Hanzo the salamander would be killed by Gojo Yoru. Killing the demigod of the ninja world was certainly the greatest achievement in a ninja's career. But Gojo Yoru wouldn't be hailed as the new demigod of the ninja world. Instead, it would make the land of earth and land of wind ecstatic, escalating the war again. All troops of the three major powers might gather in the land of rain, allowing the watching land of lightning and land of water to find opportunities, turning the four-nation melee into a five-nation melee. Located in the center of the four major powers and possessing the best resources, the land of fire would definitely become the target of focused fire. No matter how tricky the Flying Thunder God technique was, it didn't have the astonishing strategic deterrence of the salamander. Hanzo the salamander could release poison on a large scale, move at high speed on the ground and underground, and use the reverse summoning technique to escape. Acting alone every time, even 10,000 ninjas besieging him couldn't do anything to this demigod of the ninja world. But Gojo Yoru's Flying Thunder God technique, once chakra ran out, could only run away. Those major powers would fear Hanzo the Salamander, but not Gojo Yoru, who killed Hanzo the Salamander, just as no one feared Senju Tobirama, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, choosing to initiate the first great ninja war. Without the ability to massacre on a large scale while being untouchable, Senju Tobirama and Gojo Yoru didn't qualify to ascend the altar. Just like last year when they thought injuring the salamander was achieving a feat no one in the 5 great nations could do, Gojo Yoru, who hadn't fully integrated into this world, still didn't understand their brain circuits. If the opponent was so tricky and terrifying, shouldn't they kill him to eliminate future troubles? Such an opportunity to severely injure the opponent using the intelligence advantage of a new move didn't come often. Gojo Yoru didn't show mercy just now. Just like Hanzo the salamander didn't cut off his head but cut him in half at the waist to prevent him from dodging the fatal blow, Gojo Yoru aimed for the chest instead of the head. To prevent Hanzo the salamander from using the summoning technique or creating shadow clones to leverage in the air, Gojo Yoru used a laser beam that wasn't full power but close to instant cast. Even so, Hanzo the salamander still moved his body in the air, causing the laser beam to hit his right chest instead of the solar plexus. Seeing them stop him, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but ask, if we don't pursue an attack, what if he recovers and takes revenge on us? Before the two could speak, a voice suddenly sounded not far away, I lost. Orochimaru and Jiraiya immediately tensed up, while Gojo Yoru looked towards the source of the voice. In the rain curtain, countless water droplets suddenly condensed into a figure, Hanzo the salamander. This demigod of the ninja world no longer appeared in a high-profile manner, nor stood on top of a rock looking down at the three with a condescending posture. Instead, he looked at Gojo Yoru at eye level, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Unwillingness, loneliness, appreciation, and relief. Then he looked at Orochimaru and the others, saying in a deep voice, Konoha and the Land of Fire won this war. As the loser, this old man promises you that as long as I live, Omegakure and the Land of Rain will not declare war on the Land of Fire again, nor ally with the Land of Wind and Land of Earth. If your Konoha is willing to put aside hatred, this old man looks forward to your invitation to the Chunin exams. If you want revenge, this old man is ready anytime. Gaze falling on Gojo Yoru, Hanzo the salamander, having lost his spirit, praised generously, Black Flash, it seems this old man didn't name you wrong. Gojo Yoru, you are the only existence to injure me and my partner in decades, and the most amazing assassin this old man has ever seen. Even the second Hokage who invented the Flying Thunder God technique is far inferior to you. This old man admits defeat wholeheartedly. Your name will be forever carved in my heart, and I look forward to your future performance. As the existence who defeated this old man, I hope you don't lose to others. After speaking, Hanzo the salamander's body turned into a puddle of water. Water release shadow clone. Gojo Yoru discovered it at first glance. Seeing Hanzo the salamander came to deliver a withdrawal speech, his eyes and momentum completely different from before, obviously hit hard by him, Gojo Yoru was relieved. Without a super large-scale killing move or developing space-time teleportation without Flying Thunder God formulas, wanting to kill an existence standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world required using intelligence advantage, otherwise, defeating and repelling was possible, but killing wasn't easy. Space-time release, laser beam was Gojo Yoru's new intelligence advantage. This move was a derivative of the space-time bomb, based on the principle of chakra control and lightning release, raise nan and space-time chakra and shape transformation and chakra burst. Gojo Yoru had been training hard in lightning release during this time not to develop Chidori and Chidori sharp spear, but to develop this laser beam. Chidori, Chidori sharp spear, and Chidori current were just practiced along the way to improve nature transformation and shape transformation. The laser beam failed to take the opportunity to kill Hanzo the salamander. To kill this demigod of the ninja world later, he would need to seize the opportunity again or develop new space-time moves to continue occupying the intelligence advantage. Before his sensing technique reached another dimension to easily find the enemy's main body, and his body flicker speed could crush the opponent, Gojo Yoru's most hated opponent was an assassin of the same type and level as him. Playing basic extension techniques to perfection, 1 second the main body, the next maybe a shadow clone or replacement and body flicker. Every time a killing move was used, it might be wasting space-time chakra. Compared to a sinister schemer like Hanzo the Salamander, Gojo Yoru preferred reckless men like the Third Raikage. Finally over. Orochimaru and Jiraiya breathed a heavy sigh of relief, feeling relieved. There were gaps between ace combatants too. Let alone comparing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't even compare with Hatake Sakumo. They hadn't reached the pinnacle in any field yet, but they had to lead ninja troops to fight against the demigod of the ninja world, who was most skilled in water release and fire release, with the #1 poison skill in the ninja world, and his subordinate rain ninjas, one of the most outstanding assassination legions in the ninja world. No one knew how much pressure Orochimaru and Jiraiya were under. If not for Tsunade developing the antidote formula and Gojo Yoru assisting and relieving sieges, they would have been killed countless times. Now their battle line finally didn't have to face Hanzo the Salamander and his assassination legion. Orochimaru and Jiraiya's moods instantly became incredibly relaxed. Then smiles appeared on their faces. Jiraiya patted Gojo Yoru heavily on the shoulder, sighing sincerely, "Gojo kid, you're going to enter the history books. When this war completely ends, your name and great achievements will be recorded in the history books of various countries and passed down to future generations. In the future, every child entering the Ninja Academy will know your name before becoming a ninja, as well as your record of killing Tsunagakure's king of intelligence and defeating the demigod of the ninja world." Orochimaru also smiled sincerely, "Yoru, you have surpassed me, in both strength and prestige. Combat power doesn't represent experience, Orochimaru-sensei. Kushina and I still have many things to learn from you." Gojo Yoru smiled humbly. "Even if entering the history books, it's the three of us together. Especially you, Orochimaru-sensei, you are the Black Flash's teacher." Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes were full of pride. He couldn't be more satisfied with this disciple. From the moment he discovered Gojo Yoru possessed the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru's dream had actually changed. His goal was no longer to become Hokage but to guide Gojo Yoru to become the new generation god of shinobi. As long as Gojo Yoru became the new god of shinobi, there would be no war in the ninja world in his lifetime. This time was enough for him to reform this world so that situations like their parents and Nawakas wouldn't happen again. Just as he thought, Gojo Yoru, possessing the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, had the potential and combat power to break the rules. At the age of 12, others had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. But Gojo Yoru had already defeated the demigod of the ninja world. When he became an adult, or perhaps even before that, the ninja world would be his era. Looking at Gojo Yoru, who defeated Hanzo the Salamander yet remained so humble and respectful to his teacher, Jiraiya rarely felt jealous. Orochimaru, this guy, really had dog shit luck to accept such a good disciple. At the same time, Jiraiya became more determined to exchange for the independent scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique from Sarutobi-sensei when he returned to Konoha next time. During the swordsmanship duel between Gojo Yoru and Hanzo the Salamander just now, Jiraiya saw a familiar reflection in him. When Team Jiraiya was established, Jiraiya also conducted a bell-snatching test with Namikaze Minato and the other two disciples like Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Namikaze Minato's extraordinary neural reaction speed. If neural reaction speed was the core of cultivating the Flying Thunder God technique, perhaps his disciple could also cultivate this technique. At least the chance of success was greater than his and Orochimaru's. Cough, cough. The scene switched to Hanzo the Salamander's main body. At this moment, Hanzo the Salamander's state was completely opposite to the water-release shadow clone that just delivered the withdrawal speech. His wound and mouth were bleeding, his body flicker speed was getting slower, and his life aura was weakening. Continuing like this, he might die on the road before returning to Omegakure. Don't be fooled by the thumb-sized hole in his right chest. Just like one shouldn't pull out an arrow after being shot before medical personnel arrive. A penetrating wound, even just a small hole, is very fatal. Moreover, the hole in Hanzo the Salamander's right chest went through front and back. And not knowing if Gojo Yoru would chase him, he dared not treat himself on the spot, nor summon his partner, fearing that the laser beam as fast as a flash would shoot again. With his partner's size, it couldn't dodge at all. If that laser beam hit his partner, it wouldn't pass through but explode on the spot. With that terrifying destructive power, his partner would definitely die. And his partner was his strongest confidence in deterring various countries. Hanzo the Salamander, as cautious as Gojo Yoru, was equally suspicious. Using body flicker to escape an unknown distance, until he could no longer hold on, Hanzo the Salamander randomly found a cave to enter for healing. Hanzo-sama. Coincidentally, the cave Hanzo the Salamander chose happened to be inhabited. Looking at the orange-haired boy in front of him, Hanzo the Salamander instinctively felt killing intent. At this moment, he couldn't let any accidents happen. But hearing the address and seeing the excited look after the shock, Hanzo the Salamander raised an eyebrow. Are you a resident of the Land of Rain? Hanzo-sama, my name is Yahiko, born in Omegakure. My parents died in the raid last year. Yahiko replied hurriedly, his eyes shining, unabashedly showing his admiration for Hanzo the Salamander. Seeing Hanzo the Salamander clutching his right chest, his palm covered in green light stained with blood, Yahiko immediately looked worried. Hanzo-sama, are you injured? I need you to do me a favor. Hanzo the Salamander didn't waste any words, directly taking out a signal flare and a scroll, handing them to Yahiko, and instructing, take this signal flare, go to the outskirts of Omegakure to fire it, then hide this scroll somewhere random, and you can leave. After the matter is done, I will reward you well. Yes, Hanzo-sama. Yahiko's eyes lit up immediately. Taking the items, he ran out immediately. The cautious Hanzo the Salamander didn't stay in this cave but hid in a cave on another mountain, creating a shadow clone to hide the entrance and set up a barrier. The main body underwent emergency treatment. Unfortunately, too much time was wasted. Even though he used medical ninjutsu along the way to prevent severe bleeding from the wound, the medical tools stored in the portable storage scroll only managed to stop the bleeding before he fainted without putting on a blood bag. The main body fell, causing the shadow clone to dispel automatically. Hanzo the Salamander's life aura was fading. At this moment, a white figure emerged from the ground, ignoring the barrier. Lucky guy, be glad you still have value. The white Zetsu clone complained slightly, then took over Hanzo the Salamander's unfinished treatment work. Just like when Gojo Yoru and the Sunin fought Hanzo the Salamander back then, it seemed there were only 5 of them on that battlefield, but in reality, unknown spectators were watching from a distance and in the dark. Uchiha Madara, interested in Gojo Yoru, naturally knew the result immediately. Just like Orochimaru and Jiraiya stopped Gojo Yoru. Even if they didn't stop him, Uchiha Madara would have sent Tobi to relieve the siege. If Hanzo the Salamander died, the entire ninja world would be in chaos, possibly escaping his control. This was unfavorable for Nagato's growth. Even if the ninja world was in chaos, it had to wait until Nagato possessed the ability to protect himself. So, Uchiha Madara prepared to save Hanzo the Salamander. The White Zetsu clone's treatment method was simple and crude. Using the spore technique to turn into a swelling mass wrapping Hanzo the Salamander, then transferring chakra into Hanzo the Salamander's body, like heel bite, rapidly healing his fatal injury. However, he didn't give Hanzo the Salamander a blood transfusion but used Mayfly to hide in the dark, continuing to observe the situation. In less than 2 hours, the barrier was cracked from the outside. Sakawa walked in from outside, then left with Hanzo the Salamander. The White Zetsu clone followed all the way. A piece of news quietly spread on the border defense line between Omegakure and the Land of Fire. Then in less than a day, it spread throughout the four-nation battlefield and quickly diffused to the entire ninja world. The Land of Rain, which actively started the campaign, announced its withdrawal. Not because supplies ran out, nor because the city walls were breached by Konoha ninjas, but because Hanzo the Salamander, possessing strategic deterrence superior to Jinchuriki, regarded by all ninjas as the pinnacle of the ninja world, and known as the demigod, was defeated head-on by Konoha's Black Flash. Yes, not defeated by the three commanders of the border defense line joining forces, but defeated one-on-one by Konoha's Black Flash. Before those people could doubt, Omegakure admitted this to the outside world, simultaneously announcing Hanzo the Salamander's loser promise. Just like sacrificing his reputation last year to lift Gojo Yoru onto the grand stage of the ninja world, making him an instant new star. Hanzo the Salamander, who had lost his spirit and no longer had thoughts of expanding territory, sacrificed his reputation again, letting Gojo Yoru step on him to reach the highest peak of the ninja world, becoming the most eye-catching existence. This was the only thing Hanzo the Salamander could do for his ally and also his revenge on Konoha. Defeating the demigod of the ninja world head-on at 12. If you don't want to live in his shadow in the future, then kill him by any means necessary. Hanzo the Salamander spent decades climbing from a ninja of a small village to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now he ignited himself to illuminate Gojo Yoru. Regardless of Hanzo the Salamander's purpose, his admission and Omegakure's withdrawal caused Gojo Yoru's fame, already known to everyone in the ninja world, to skyrocket again. The war had broken out for less than 2 years, and Konoha's three-front war had only lasted less than a year and 2 months. In this year, except for Ebizo, the king of intelligence of Tsunagakure, no famous big shots in the ninja world had died. For example, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law hadn't been killed by Hitaki Sakumo yet, spreading his name as Konoha's White Fang throughout the ninja world, even overshadowing the Sunin, the losers in the original work, and the Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo. Kato Dan, the Yin release assassin mastering the Super S-rank spirit transformation technique, hadn't been beaten by IWA ninjas until his kidneys flew out either. Gojo Yoru, creating amazing records successively, had become the most dazzling existence in this war, bar none. His might quickly affected the other two battle lines, making Sand ninjas and IWA ninjas suddenly quiet. After all, after Omegakure withdrew, although the border defense line couldn't split troops to support two ways, it still had to guard the forest area to prevent foreign enemies from bypassing to invade the Land of Fire. But this didn't include ace combatants like Gojo Yoru who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, with the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, he could even bring other ace combatants to support. Once a problem occurred on the border defense line, he could immediately bring the ace combatants back. What was certain was that the defense and combat power of these two battle lines would skyrocket. The intelligence collected in this year might be disrupted. Unless the Land of Wind and Land of Earth also chose to withdraw, they would have to collect new intelligence before deciding whether to invade on a large scale. This was destined to be a long tug-of-war. Before friendly forces needed support, Gojo Yoru and the other two responsible for guarding the western border entered a vacation state. Jiraiya, who commanded combat and support units to collect the bodies of sacrificed companions and happened to want to go back, personally escorted these bodies back to Konoha. Orochimaru led the remaining ninja army to rebuild the border base using ninjutsu. As for Gojo Yoru, push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Reactions from all sides, a new Super S-rank ninjutsu, the core of teleportation. Yoru, you really gave this old man a huge shock. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined Gojo Yoru, who had returned earlier than Jiraiya, with a look of amazement and disbelief in his eyes. As the second existence in Konoha to master the Flying Thunder God technique, who also developed the Raise Nan which matched perfectly with the Flying Thunder God technique, and being Orochimaru's disciple, his own grand disciple, and the adamantine sealing chains binding the nine tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen valued Gojo Yoru very highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him so many green lights, 2 consecutive special promotions, and the privilege to ignore certain idiots. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Orochimaru was the best candidate to inherit his mantle and the best candidate for the 4th Hokage. And Gojo Yoru would be the best candidate for the 5th Hokage. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest expectation for Gojo Yoru was for him to follow Orochimaru, learn the experience of a jonin and commander from his 3 disciples, improve his overall qualities, and prepare to become a backbone jonin in the future. Unexpectedly, Gojo Yoru was so outstanding. On the first day he went to the border base, he assisted Tsunade in looting Hanzo the Salamander's pharmaceutical workshop, allowing their side to quickly develop the formula to neutralize the Salamander's poison. He also joined forces with the 3 disciples to repel Hanzo the Salamander and became the first existence in decades to injure the Salamander. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel incredible and proud of his judgment. Taking this opportunity, he specially promoted Gojo Yoru, a pure-blooded member of the Hokage's lineage, to Takubutsu Jonin. However, the gap between a Takubutsu Jonin and a Jonin was like a chasm. The former only needed to possess special talents and certain special skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, passing the assessment to be promoted. The latter, as the backbone of various ninja villages, not only needed to be proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, mastering at least 2 nature transformations, but also possess mission command capabilities. They needed to undergo a comprehensive assessment by the Cage regarding combat qualities, intelligence analysis, analytical skills, and loyalty before being appointed. The best example was Kurane Ui, who was a year older than Hotaki Kakashi. Relying on the Ui family's outstanding genjutsu talent and inheritance, she easily became a Takubutsu Jonin. But it wasn't until the plot was about to start that she was promoted from Takubutsu Jonin to a true Jonin. Meanwhile, Hotaki Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi, and Might Guy, who were younger than her, were already among Konoha's ace combatants. So a true Jonin, also known as an all-rounder Jonin, was a true all-around player. After specially promoting Gojo Yoru, Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped he would temper himself on the battlefield, experience life and death battles to increase his chakra amount, combat experience, and adaptability. When the war ended, he would be rightfully appointed as an all-rounder Jonin, officially becoming a member of Konoha's higher UPS circle. After coming of age at 18, he would become one of Konoha's ace combatants, becoming the benchmark for the new generation alongside Uzumaki Kushina. By then, his strength would still be at its peak, his 3 proud disciples would enter their peak, the new generation would rise, and the Jinchuriki could also be used. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not imagine how powerful Konoha would be. What was certain was that Konoha's comprehensive strength would definitely surpass Konoha during the First Great Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already overestimated Gojo Yoru. Unexpectedly, he still vastly underestimated this super genius, who was as rare as Tobirama Sensei, seen once in decades. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, he developed the hand-seal-less ninjutsu Raise Nan with A-rank cultivation difficulty, and combined the clone technique and body flicker technique to develop the phantom body flicker technique, which could switch between intangible and tangible and perfectly hide chakra aura. After graduation, he quickly learned the Flying Thunder God technique, cultivated lightning release nature transformation from scratch, and later developed the Black Lightning secret technique. Such ninjutsu talent made Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, feel ashamed and inferior. In terms of wisdom, he used intelligence advantage to instantly kill 55 sand ninjas, including Tsunagakure's King of Intelligence. Specially promoted again to all-rounder Jonin, setting the fastest promotion record, becoming the youngest commander on the battlefield. After just 1 year of tempering, Gojo Yoru displayed terrifying dominance, becoming a recognized ace combatant in the ninja world, and now even the demigod of the ninja world was defeated by him. Although there was an intelligence advantage involved, a win was a win. Even Hanzo the salamander admitted his defeat. Inadvertently, Gojo Yoru achieved a feat that even the 5 Kage couldn't do. In less than 2 years, he went from a teenage genius to the sharpest blade in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen was so dazed. Gojo Yoru smiled humbly, "Hokage-sama, you flatter me. I was able to defeat the demigod of the ninja world because of my age and intelligence advantage. I am still in my growth period, while his strength has reached its limit. After a year of fighting Orochimaru-sensei, and I knew all his intelligence like the back of our hands. I could severely injure him because I happened to find his main body and created an opportunity in the air. The new move also happened to be a lightning release secret technique. Fortunately, the demigod of the ninja world had thoughts of withdrawing long ago. Otherwise, exposing this new move, it wouldn't be easy to defeat and injure him again." Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this too but still praised generously, "Even so, you are the only existence in decades to injure the salamander and Hanzo the salamander. You are now just one step away from the pinnacle of the ninja world. When your chakra amount increases, maybe even this old man won't be your opponent." "No, actually, I still have many shortcomings. Speed and the Flying Thunder God technique just helped me cover up these weaknesses." Gojo Yoru shook his head and stated the purpose of his return, "Hokage-sama, I want to exchange for the cultivation method of a technique." "What technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was very curious. Last year, when allowed to choose any forbidden jutsu, Gojo Yoru didn't choose those S-rank and Super S-rank secret techniques but chose an A-rank mutually multiplying explosive tags. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought Gojo Yoru was preparing to walk the path of inventing ninjutsu like Tobirama-sensei. After all, the Raise Nan, Phantom Body Flicker technique, Black Lightning secret technique, and the new laser beam were all extremely powerful ninjutsu and hidden techniques with super high cultivation difficulty. Now he wanted to exchange for a ninjutsu. Could it be that he wanted to use those techniques for inspiration to continue developing new ninjutsu? Gojo Yoru's next words confirmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's thought. "Hokage-sama, I want to exchange for the spirit transformation technique." Gojo Yoru stated his reason, "My current speed has almost reached the cognitive limit, hard to improve further. I don't lack ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing jutsu, or medical ninjutsu. My biggest weakness now is sensing ability. The spirit transformation technique is a super S-rank yin release secret technique. It is said that Kato Senpai can not only separate spiritual energy from physical energy, turning into a spirit form for super long-range attacks, but also possess others, control their bodies, read their memories, and sense the battlefield. So I want to exchange for the spirit transformation technique to study the essence of this super S-rank secret technique and see if it can improve my sensing ability." Gojo Yoru's words were half true and half false. True, he indeed had such an idea. The reason he didn't exchange for the spirit transformation technique last year was that Gojo Yoru's talent didn't qualify him to cultivate such a super S-rank secret technique. Also, once the spirit transformation technique was cast, the soul would leave the body, leaving the body in the most dangerous state. The biggest weakness of Gojo Yoru's space-time ability was the fear of assassination. Even though his chakra control had reached another realm now, Gojo Yoru still needed some time to let space-time chakra flood his whole body to enter full body intangibility. It couldn't be instant. If he unsealed the space-time yin seal, using the characteristics of the yin seal, he could almost instantly enter the intangible state. Already afraid of being assassinated, how could he use such a soul-leaving ability, putting his body in danger? In Gojo Yoru's eyes, the spirit transformation technique had become the most useless super S-rank ninjutsu. But now, Gojo Yoru, whose talent had turned from a math idiot to a math genius, was full of interest in the spirit transformation technique. Just as he said, the spirit transformation technique was a super S-rank yin release secret technique. Being able to perfectly separate spiritual energy from physical energy, turning the former into a spirit form to leave the body, this yin release attainment was stronger than any genjutsu, even stronger than the Mangekyo Sharingan's yin release. In the original work, Kato Dan's rescue was something even Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan couldn't sense. The spirit transformation technique also possessed top-tier stealth characteristics. If he could master the essence of this technique, not only would Gojo Yoru's yin release attainment improve significantly, but his control over spiritual energy would also reach a new realm, which was the biggest key. As long as he could perfectly control spiritual energy, Gojo Yoru's sensing would improve. The talent improvement brought by the second evolution made Gojo Yoru very certain of his original guess. To develop space-time teleportation without formulas, he must master two core elements. First, sensing reaching the top tier, second, space-time chakra completely leaving the body. Then combining the two, allowing Gojo Yoru to sense the existence of space-time. These two cores could be summarized in one word: control. Only the former controlled spiritual energy, and the latter controlled the space-time energy in the body, which could also be called physical energy. At that moment, Gojo Yoru finally understood how powerful Kekkei Mora was. No wonder only Otsutsuki clan members could master it. Controlling the fusion of 7 nature transformations into a Kekkei Genkai required not only cultivating nature transformations to an extremely high realm but also possessing control ability of another dimension. Gojo Yoru's chakra control had reached a new realm. Looking at the entire ninja world, besides Nagato, Gojo Yoru couldn't think of a second person who could compare. Those who could surpass him, not counting as Heike Otsutsuki belonging to another dimension, were only Uchiha Madara, who could activate Susanoo without eyes and perfectly control spiritual energy and yin release chakra, and Black Zetsu, Kaguya Otsutsuki's third son, the protagonist of Black Zetsu's Saving Mother, a product of Yin Yang release himself. Similarly, Gojo Yoru finally knew why even individual Kekkei Mora could only barely mobilize space-time power, with fixed moves and single usage. And why every pure-blooded Otsutsuki seemed to have space-time talent, able to master various space-time abilities. Synthesizing Kekkei Mora chakra control could only be considered barely touching the threshold of space-time. Powerful Kekkei Mora might be able to step half a foot into the space-time world, but usage was still single. To enter the space-time world and interfere with real space and different dimensions at will, one had to raise their chakra control to a level surpassing synthesized Kekkei Mora. Gojo Yoru didn't know if the Otsutsuki god, suspected of transcending this dimension, had reached this realm. But what was certain was that as long as he continued to evolve, with each evolution bringing all-around improvement, he would definitely reach such a realm. The talent improvement brought by the second evolution allowed Gojo Yoru's physical energy control to meet the standard. As long as he improved his spiritual energy control, with the inspiration provided by the Flying Thunder God technique, the probability of Gojo Yoru developing space-time teleportation without formulas at this stage was very high. Besides improving spiritual energy control and helping develop teleportation, once the main body problem was solved, the spirit transformation technique was indeed a killing move not inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to communicate with Konan under the noses of Black and White Zetsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally didn't know Gojo Yoru's thoughts, which actually involved space-time, more complex than yin release and yang release. Seeing Gojo Yoru exchange for the spirit transformation technique to improve his sensing ability, confirming his guess, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, good idea. If you can learn the spirit transformation technique, not only will your sensing ability improve significantly, but you will also become a yin release assassin. As if thinking of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked serious. With the merits you accumulated this year, exchanging for the spirit transformation technique is no problem. But before exchanging this technique for you, this old man must remind you of one thing. Your current weakness is sensing, which means your spiritual energy and yin release are also weaknesses. Logically speaking, with your conditions, it's difficult to learn the spirit transformation technique. But the world of geniuses is unreasonable, especially for a super genius like you, seen once in decades. No matter how incredible things happen to you, this old man won't be surprised. So if you learn the spirit transformation technique, before your spiritual energy and yin release become strong, never enter the spiritual world of a yin release expert casually. Every technique has weaknesses and flaws. Super S-rank ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique and spirit transformation technique are no exception. Your spirit entering someone else's spiritual world is a confrontation of spiritual energy and yin release. Once you are heavily injured inside, it means your spirit, or even your soul, is heavily injured. Such injuries are difficult to heal and may even be permanent, causing your strength to stagnate. Gojo Yoru nodded heavily. I understand, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very reassured about the mature Gojo Yoru. And to become an excellent assassin, one must not only have speed but also a cautious personality. They were the ninjas best at saving their lives. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to exchange the spirit transformation technique for Gojo Yoru. Such a fast technique! If not for the startup time of condensing, it would be unsolvable. If condensed in advance and paired with Flying Thunder God teleportation, probably no one could escape the first encounter kill of this technique. In the dimly lit underground space, Uchiha Madara used Yin Yang release to read the scene seen by White Zetsu, as if witnessing Gojo Yoru using the laser beam with his own eyes. Regarding Gojo Yoru's laser beam, Uchiha Madara gave a very high evaluation, then analyzed with a deep gaze: black-red beam, speed as fast as lightning, and loud noise like thunder. Is it black lightning secret technique or storm release laser? But whether black lightning or storm release, they are related to lightning release. Then, why are there no traces of lightning? Is that destructive power annihilating everything really a characteristic of black lightning? The suspicious Uchiha Madara didn't believe the outside rumors. Most critically, black lightning and storm release weren't non-existent in the ninja world. Gojo Yoru wasn't the first case. Was there a need to hide such secret techniques in Kekkei Genkai? And Uchiha Madara hadn't seen black lightning and storm release possess such level of destructive power. Even the terrifying explosion of a tailed beast bomb would kick up endless dust and debris. Mere lightning release and storm release, how could they do what even a tailed beast bomb couldn't? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara despised Hanzo the Salamander even more. This poison-playing junior couldn't even force out a brat's secret, yet he has the nerve to accept the title of demigod of the ninja world. Truly shameless. Madara-sama, could it be that you guessed wrong, and it's actually that simple? White Zetsu didn't give Uchiha Madara any face. Get lost. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, too lazy to argue with White Zetsu. Even that old guy with a snorkel lost. At the temporary command post on the sand battle line, Cho looked at the intelligence transmitted, her expression fluctuating, her eyes full of disbelief. Just like hearing the word White Fang or seeing Hitaki Kakashi in the original work would cause a stress reaction. Hearing about Gojo Yoru now, Cho was the same. In the four-nation melee battlefield, the person who hated Gojo Yoru most and wanted him dead most wasn't the rain ninjas scared by Gojo Yoru, nor Hanzo the Salamander who saw him as the biggest obstacle to invading the Land of Fire, but Cho. Consequently, she also hated Hitaki Sakumo, who also had white hair and excelled in lightning release and assassination techniques, to the bone. But now, Cho felt like a basin of cold water had been poured over her, her heart went cold. Even Hanzo the Salamander was defeated. To what extent had that brat's strength progressed? Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, who could kill him? Did she still have hope for revenge? Mother-sama, Kazekage-sama wants to speak with you. At this moment, a man with short red hair walked in from outside, speaking respectfully. This old woman knows. Cho walked out of the tent in a trance. Dad, even that demigod of the ninja world lost. Are we still going to fight Konoha? Iwagakur, Tsuchikage's office. Kitsuka looked at Onaki sitting at the desk, feeling a sense of powerlessness for the first time, and an inexplicable fear. In the past 2 years, he didn't know how many times he heard the name Gojo Yoru, and he had been paying attention to him. He also witnessed Gojo Yoru turning from an unknown guy into a big shot known to everyone in the ninja world. And he was only a few years older than Gojo Yoru. Precisely because of this, Kitsuke felt the powerlessness and despair common among peers, as well as fear of the name Gojo Yoru. The Flying Thunder God user who injured the salamander, the number 1 speed in the ninja world who instantly killed 55 sand ninjas, the top assassin who scared rain ninjas witless. Every event gave Gojo Yoru a new title, illustrating the value of these achievements. Any jonin achieving any one of these would become a big shot famous in the ninja world, or even directly become an ace combatant in the ninja village. But these achievements were accomplished by Gojo Yoru alone, and he even defeated the pinnacle of the ninja world recognized by all ninjas. Such might made young ninjas from enemy countries with insufficiently strong psychological qualities tremble inwardly just thinking of the name Gojo Yoru. If they faced Gojo Yoru directly, they would probably tremble all over, losing before even fighting. Kitsuke was no exception. Seeming to see Kitsuke's mood, Onaki couldn't help but scold, "Brat, you don't need to go to the front line. What are you afraid of? With your psychological quality, let alone becoming a true jonin, this old man even wants to demote you to genin. Without the courage to face the enemy, what qualification do you have to command a squad in battle?" "Dad, I'm sorry." Kitsuke lowered his head in shame. Defeating Hanzo the salamander one-on-one, what's so great about it? Onaki continued grumpily, without summoning that salamander, Hanzo only has water release and body flicker worth praising. One-on-one with this old man, he can't even touch the corner of my clothes, also only able to run away. That brat defeating him was nothing more than having an intelligence advantage. Hanzo was severely injured before he could destroy his gas mask. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Onaki instantly understood Hanzo the salamander's meaning, and said meaningfully, "And in this battle, whether that brat won or Hanzo won, no one would die. They didn't dare to kill each other. Hanzo, or rather the Land of Rain, couldn't withstand this intensity of attrition warfare anymore, he wanted to withdraw long ago. Before withdrawing, going to fight that brat might have been to find a way out, but unexpectedly achieved both the opponent and us." "Us?" Kitsuke was slightly stunned, his gaze full of doubt. "Correct, this is good news for us." Onaki's eyes showed a trace of dread. "That technique is too fast and too powerful. Once paired with the Flying Thunder God technique, even this old man might fall to a first encounter kill. But now, the intelligence of this technique has been exposed. We can think and prepare for the worse. This technique is highly likely no longer a Black Lightning secret technique, but a storm release laser. This brat has become a troublesome existence like the third Raikage. The difference is, the third Raikage has the strongest shield and strongest spear but no super long-range teleportation Flying Thunder God technique, so human wave tactics can be used against him. But this brat, without the strongest shield, has attack methods not inferior to the strongest spear, and the Flying Thunder God technique to escape at any time. Human wave tactics can't be used against him, only traps can be created to kill him by surprise." After speaking, Onaki crossed his arms and closed his eyes, seeming to be thinking about something. Kitsuke didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing his father. After an unknown amount of time, Onaki slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep. Flying Thunder God technique, Lightning Release Style Nintaijutsu, Black Lightning Secret Technique and Storm Release Laser, as well as special skills to perfectly hide chakra. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu. This brat's ninjutsu and taijutsu have reached an extremely high realm, only genjutsu has not been used. He might not be good at yin release and sensing. This can be seen from the fact that he and Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 disciples were beaten into fleeing in embarrassment by Hanzo this year, unable to find Hanzo's main body at all. At this point, Onaki's eyes suddenly became wary again, but his growth speed is simply too amazing. Letting him continue to grow, this weakness might also be compensated. We cannot retreat. We must increase the offensive, forcing that brat into this battle line, to have a chance to create an opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, when he becomes an adult, he might become a second Hanzo the Salamander, and no one can do anything to him. Onaki made a decision immediately. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Mind's Eye of the Kagura, the demigod's successor, the trendsetters of the next era. Yoru, you're back. As soon as Gojo Yoru came out of the Hokage building, he saw a beautiful figure pouncing towards him. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who jumped on him and hugged him, ignoring the gazes of people around, Gojo Yoru looked a bit surprised. Kushina, how did you know I was back? Hehe, guess. With her arms around Gojo Yoru's neck and her legs clamped around his waist, Uzumaki Kushina revealed a mysterious smile, her expression full of smugness. Gojo Yoru knew very well that Uzumaki Kushina wasn't someone who could keep a secret. And he went directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen to exchange for the spirit transformation technique as soon as he returned, not seeing Uzumaki Kushina along the way. However, it couldn't be ruled out that he was accidentally seen by Uzumaki Kushina while walking on the street. But this situation wouldn't make the girl show a smug expression. Ruling out this possibility, the only way Uzumaki Kushina could discover his return immediately was by sensing his chakra. Sensing. Gojo Yoru's eyes lit up immediately. With his arms around Uzumaki Kushina's slender waist, he asked, "Did you awaken the mind's eye of the Kagura?" "You guessed right. Isn't it amazing?" Uzumaki Kushina held her head high, showing off, "Our Uzumaki clan has a total of 3 unique abilities. Awakening any one of them makes you a genius, and hehe." At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina looked exactly like a child who got good grades and suddenly became incredibly proud. She indeed had the capital to be proud. Gojo Yoru praised generously, "Impressive, as expected of you." Hehe. Finally getting the reward she wanted, Uzumaki Kushina revealed a happy smile. It was a pity her round face had shed its childishness and gradually turned into an exquisite oval face, otherwise, this slightly silly smile would definitely be very cute. Looking at the two who were on extremely good terms, the people around showed smiles full of goodwill. Gojo Yoru didn't like being stared at, so he hugged Uzumaki Kushina and teleported back home. "Yoru, you ungrateful guy." As soon as they got home, Uzumaki Kushina changed her attitude. Getting off Gojo Yoru, she reached out to pinch his waist. Relying on his powerful neural reaction speed, Gojo Yoru easily restrained Uzumaki Kushina's action like picking up a fly with chopsticks, slapped the back of her head, and said grumpily, "Where did you get this bad habit? Trying to murder me?" Uzumaki Kushina covered her head with both hands, puffing her cheeks, "You bit me so many times a while ago, and I didn't complain about the pain. Now I can't even pinch you once without getting hit. Biting back is fine, pinching is not." Gojo Yoru pinched Uzumaki Kushina's small face with both hands, pulling gently, and smiled, "Only I can pinch you, you can't pinch me." This direct hit instantly made the girl's cheeks flush red. To cover up the shyness in her heart, Uzumaki Kushina smiled mischievously, "Fine, then let me bite back." "No problem." Gojo Yoru immediately made a gesture to undo his belt. Uzumaki Kushina stammered instantly, "WH, what are you doing?" "Letting you bite my butt," Gojo Yoru said matter-of-factly. "You bare your teeth all day, no place is more suitable for you to bite. Go to hell." Uzumaki Kushina was so angry her hair rose against gravity, and she punched at Gojo Yoru. Prepared, Gojo Yoru easily dodged Uzumaki Kushina's fist, and the two started roughhousing at home as usual. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to see that Gojo Yoru often came back to bite Uzumaki Kushina to recover chakra some time ago. Training hard for over a month to develop the A-rank Chidori series, with rapid progress in shape transformation and developing derivative techniques for the space-time bomb, besides the talent improvement from the second evolution, Uzumaki Kushina deserved the most credit. Every time his ordinary chakra ran out, Gojo Yoru would use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha, use Uzumaki Kushina's heel bite to recover chakra, and then continue training. Otherwise, with Gojo Yoru's chakra amount, even with amazing talent, he couldn't have improved lightning release nature transformation and shape transformation to this level in just over a month, and successfully developed new space-time moves. From the bedroom to the living room, and from the living room to the kitchen, Gojo Yoru wore a punchable smile, using his neural reaction speed to tease Uzumaki Kushina like walking a dog, but his heart trembled slightly. With every missed punch accumulating rage, Uzumaki Kushina's hair rose like a super saiyan, and her dark blue eyes had turned into red vertical pupils at some point. These eyes, combined with the baring teeth expression and long red hair, made her look exactly like a fox in human form. Although seeing such eyes for the first time, Gojo Yoru was no stranger to them. This was the precursor to Nine Tails chakra starting to leak. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto, possessing a powerful seal, went through several stages of tailed beast transformation. First, eyes turning into red vertical pupils with uncontrollable Nine Tails chakra leakage, then borrowing Nine Tails chakra, then entering semi-tailed beast transformation due to emotions, finally suppressing the Nine Tails to snatch chakra for Nine Tails chakra mode, and Kurama mode after gaining the Nine Tails approval. Uzumaki Kushina didn't have the 8 trigram seal composed of 2 4-symbol seals in her body, and the Nine Tails was complete. She certainly wouldn't go through stages one by one like Uzumaki Naruto. Previously protected by Uzumaki Mito's chakra, Uzumaki Kushina was a talented Uzumaki clan member, just possessing the recovery power of a Nine Tails Jinchuriki and having an astonishing amount of chakra due to the Nine Tails influence. But now, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes turning into the Nine Tails eyes meant the seal left by Uzumaki Mito's chakra had begun to weaken. Once the Nine Tails broke through this layer of seal, if Uzumaki Kushina didn't have the means to suppress it, she would enter semi-tailed beast transformation at any time, directly into a state with several tails capable of using the tailed beast bomb. Without the suppression of the Sharingan and sealing jutsu, Uzumaki Kushina alone could destroy Konoha. It seems during this vacation, besides researching the spirit transformation technique, I also need to make time to cultivate sealing jutsu. Gojo Yoru thought to himself. Time flowed like sand in an hourglass, each grain of sand was a picture of the past, be it the lives of commoners, the extravagance of nobles, the fighting of ninjas, a major event, or someone's experience. Unknowingly, Konoha Year 36 also came to an end, about to turn to a new chapter. During this period, the sand battle line between the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, and the stone battle line between the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, still hadn't withdrawn, still fighting fiercely with Konoha's White Fang battle line and Pot King battle line. However, the situation now was much better than before. Amegakure's withdrawal and the protection of the demigod of the ninja world allowed residents who fled the Land of Rain to return to this country. Surrounding small countries also dared to enter the Land of Rain for trade or pass through the Land of Rain to do business in the Land of Fire and other countries. This was the importance of the Land of Rain. As the junction of 3 major powers, once war broke out, this place would definitely become the main battlefield. Then surrounding small countries could only trade within certain areas, otherwise, they had to pass through the Land of Wind and Land of Rivers, or pass through the Land of Grass/Land of Waterfalls and Land of Earth, or take the sea route around half the ninja continent to reach another area with great effort. The time and money required for this journey were astronomical, with risks of encountering bandits and rogue ninjas. They might need to hire ninjas for the round trip, and ninja villages would raise prices based on distance and time. The 2 years of four-nation melee not only affected their economy but also the economy of the entire ninja continent. Only now did the situation begin to improve. Southern area of the Land of Rain. A small river flowed gently. At this moment, a small figure stood on the river surface, hands dancing, forming different seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a shout, Countless tons of water formed a huge water dragon soaring from the river surface, flying an unknown distance before falling back into the river, splashing a huge water column. Seeing this scene, the small figure didn't smile with satisfaction immediately but turned to look at the shore. Seeing the person on the shore applauding him, a happy smile appeared on his face. He ran back and asked, "Konan-sama, how was my performance just now?" "Very impressive, extremely impressive." Konan gave Nagato a thumbs up and praised sincerely, "Becoming a ninja for less than 3 months, your chakra amount far surpasses mine. Cultivating water release nature transformation from scratch, learning the B-rank water dragon bullet in less than a week, and simplifying 44 hand seals to 7. Nagato, you are absolutely a super genius." Receiving Konan's praise, Nagato smiled somewhat shyly, "Konan-sama, you flatter me. My little ninjutsu talent is nothing compared to you, who are already developing hidden techniques." The smile on Konan's face froze slightly, then relying on her absolute height advantage, she gently punched Nagato's head. Looking at Nagato covering his head with a confused face, Konan lectured, "That's not how you praise people. You don't know how long I spent developing hidden techniques and how long I haven't made progress. Saying this easily offends people, understand? So, sorry." Nagato apologized hurriedly. Forgiven." Looking at Nagato, who was as weak as a girl, Konan finally experienced the feeling of being a big sister. So raising a younger brother was just like raising a pet, so fun. But this younger brother seemed ridiculously strong. Although Gojo Yoru had warned Konan, witnessing Nagato surpass her nearly 2 years of effort in less than 3 months still made Konan feel dazed and pressured. She must develop paper release as soon as possible, then obtain a Megakure's explosive tag barrier, using paper release and explosive tag barrier to cover the mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, paired with the sealing jutsu Yoru-sama taught. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the dignity of Konan-sama and a big sister in front of Nagato. "Let's go, continue looting corpses to find ways to become stronger." Slapping Nagato's head again, Konan imitated Gojo Yoru, leaving with her hands in her pockets. Nagato hurriedly followed, looking at Konan's back with eyes full of admiration. Nagato, who hadn't turned dark yet, was a male version of Konan. Accurately speaking, he, Konan, Haku, and Kagaya Kimimaro were all the same kind of people. Clearly, their parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas, yet they didn't hate Konoha or have thoughts of revenge, instead, they fell into confusion. After being saved by Konan and becoming a ninja, he completely became Konan's appendage. His motivation to become stronger was to repay Konan and help her achieve that important thing. Konan, Haku, Kagaya Kimimaro, and even Uzumaki Kushina were all like this. This seemed to be a common problem among war orphans. In contrast, Yahiko, also a war orphan, didn't initially aim to achieve peace in the ninja world through non-violent means but to become the god of this world. His death also led to Nagato, who was attached to him, turning dark, then turning his corpse into the Deva path of pain to realize the initial concept. Speaking of Yahiko, the scene switched to the tower in Omegakure. With the secret help of the White Zetsu clone, Hanzo the Salamander, whose injuries had healed, looked at the orange-haired boy kneeling on one knee below, shirtless, with eyes full of appreciation, living towards death. "I didn't expect you, not even a ninja, to possess such strong will, surviving that crisis where unknown numbers of people died. Perhaps, this is heaven's will." After speaking, Hanzo the Salamander suddenly looked serious. "Yahiko, are you willing to become this old man's disciple?" "I am willing." Yahiko looked up with joy in his eyes, responding loudly. Looking closely, one would find a stitched scar on Yahiko's lower left back, as if he had undergone some surgery. And indeed, it was so. Hanzo the Salamander didn't know someone was helping him in secret. He thought his survival was due to Yahiko's timely report, allowing Sakawa to find him and bring him back to Omegakure for treatment. There were so many caves in the Rocky Mountain area, yet he coincidentally chose the place where Yahiko lived. The other party was also a war orphan of Omegakure and his savior. Such fate and kindness made Hanzo the salamander decide to repay this junior. When he asked what Yahiko wanted, the latter's answer was the same as asking Jiraiya to take him as a disciple in the original work. He hoped Hanzo the salamander would take him as a disciple. Hanzo the salamander hesitated. Not because he was unwilling to take disciples, on the contrary, Hanzo the salamander always longed to find someone who could inherit his mantle. But to become his disciple, one must pass a test. That was, implanting a poison sac into one's body and surviving. Over the years, many rain ninjas with outstanding assassination talent favored by Hanzo the salamander fell at this hurdle. Over time, Hanzo the salamander felt he was a special case and no longer had the idea of taking disciples. But now, a child who wasn't even a ninja actually passed the test that stumped a large number of geniuses. Plus fate and the grace of saving his life, as well as Omegakure's withdrawal, suddenly finding an heir when giving up unrealistic dreams, made Hanzo the salamander feel this was heaven's will. It was heaven not wanting to see the land of rain, the junction of three countries, divided by the three major powers after his death, the name disappearing from the map of the ninja world, so it specially sent an heir to his side. Thus, the Deva Path of Pain, who also ruled Omegakure in the original work, embarked on a different path of rule. Raise Nan. Konoha, a training ground in the forest. With a shout, a golden-haired boy, holding a blue-white energy sphere in his hand, pressed it against a large tree. With a loud boom, the tough trunk was instantly blasted with a gap covered in spiral patterns, then emitted the sound of breaking, unable to support itself, crashing to the ground and kicking up a large cloud of dust. Leaping back in advance to escape the dust cloud, Namikaze Minato smiled and murmured, "Finally mastered it." Clap clap clap. Applause rang out. Jiraiya walked over, giving Namikaze Minato a thumbs up, learning the Raise Nan in less than 5 days, this great one guessed right. You are not a body flicker and sealing jutsu genius, but possess chakra control talent on the same level as your neural reaction speed. I now believe more and more that you, Minato, will definitely become the third Flying Thunder God user in Konoha. At this point, Jiraiya looked excited. When you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato, this great one must show off in front of Orochimaru. My judgment was indeed correct. Seeing Jiraiya already treating him as a Flying Thunder God user, Namikaze Minato smiled somewhat awkwardly. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm still far from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he said this, the blue eyes of Namikaze Minato burned with the flame of fighting spirit. Even if still lagging behind, just like in the Ninja Academy, he seemed to still have the qualification to catch up. Speaking of who suffered the greatest psychological impact from Gojo Yoru turning from an unknown genin into a big shot known to everyone in the ninja world in these 2 years? It wasn't Kitsuki, who was a few years older than Gojo Yoru and had been paying attention to him for 2 years, witnessing his rise with his own eyes. But those classmates who were in the same class and grade as Gojo Yoru, who after graduation didn't need to go to the front line, just joined the support unit, mostly staying in the village, occasionally rotating to escort supplies to the 3 major defense lines. While everyone was still joining the support unit due to insufficient strength, occasionally going to the battle line. One of them actually went to the front line and, in less than 2 years, turned from a genin into an ace combatant, becoming one of the commanders of the border battle line, creating incredible records one after another, defeating even the demigod of the ninja world. Every time they went to the 3 major defense lines and heard about Gojo Yoru, those classmates would feel dazed. Classmates, juniors, and seniors who were once bullied by Gojo Yoru even developed a sense of honor from admiring the strong. Even Namikaze Minato, whose strength didn't match his ninja rank at all, with extremely fast body flicker speed capable of easily defeating and killing high-level ninjas by assassination, couldn't see hope of catching up. His talent and growth speed were recognized and marveled at by Jiraiya-sensei many times. But compared to Gojo Yoru, it seemed they were not in the same dimension. Just what he heard included the Super S-rank Flying Thunder God technique and S-rank secret technique Yin Seal, the hand seal-less ninjutsu Raise Nan developed by Gojo Yoru before graduation, which matched perfectly with the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the powerful Black Lightning secret technique and the suspected synthesized Kekkei Genkai storm release. In everyone's eyes, Gojo Yoru was a super genius seen once in decades, highly likely to become the pinnacle of the 5-Kage like the second Hokage, second Tsuchikage, second Mizukage, third Raikage, and third Tsuchikage in the future. Such terrifying records and talent made the name Gojo Yoru carry a powerful prestige. Just hearing it would cause feelings of powerlessness and fear, let alone catching up and comparing. But the independent scroll Jiraiya gave him not long ago ignited Namikaze Minato's hope of catching up again. The core of the Flying Thunder God technique turned out to be extraordinary neural reaction speed, followed by sealing jutsu talent, accurately speaking, chakra control talent, which also had to be extraordinary like neural reaction speed. And Namikaze Minato had both these cores. Besides Gojo Yoru, who had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he was the person in Konoha with the most hope of learning this technique. Once successfully mastered, he would be the third Flying Thunder God user in Konoha. Although Gojo Yoru mastered many ninjutsu, his two titles Black Flash and number 1 speed in the ninja world were achieved by the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique was his biggest reliance. As long as Namikaze Minato mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and enriched his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu arsenal, he might not be unable to catch up. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato was full of motivation to become stronger. 2 years passed, and Namikaze Minato had long let go of unrealistic fantasies. The crush on that red-haired girl back then had also faded away. He wanted to catch up with Gojo Yoru purely out of a genius's pride, wanting to defeat Gojo Yoru once, not wanting to be the eternal second place. Jiraiya didn't know his disciple actually regarded that monster Gojo Yoru as a goal to catch up with. Otherwise, he would definitely persuade Namikaze Minato to give up this hopeless goal. Even Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world, only forced out Gojo Yoru's incredibly fast laser beam. Jiraiya still didn't know what the secret was that made Orochimaru certain he would become the new generation god of shinobi, and made the slug sage call him a new miracle of the ninja world. To make his good friend so confident, and even the slug sage, one of the 3 great sages, give such a high evaluation, Jiraiya absolutely didn't believe Gojo Yoru's hidden secret was just a Kekkei Genkai fusing Black Lightning and Storm release, or a Kekkei Tota similar to Dust release. Even less likely was the earliest exposed Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the second Hokage who invented the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't even a demigod of the ninja world. Gojo Yoru didn't know the butterfly effect he caused changed the fates of some important characters, leading them down paths different from the original work, possibly resulting in more trendsetters in the next era. Even if he knew, Gojo Yoru wouldn't care. This was inevitable. From the moment he intercepted Uzumaki Kushina, he had already caused the biggest butterfly effect. This butterfly effect made it highly likely that the protagonist of Naruto wouldn't appear, or even if he appeared, he wouldn't be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, nor would he be surnamed Uzumaki anymore. Gojo Yoru could even say a classic quote decades in advance, "I didn't kill Boruto, but Boruto died because of me." Compared to this butterfly effect, the changes in Orochimaru and Konan's fates, Nagato no longer being Yahiko's appendage, Yahiko becoming Hanzo the Salamander's disciple, and Namikaze Minato mastering the Raise Nan in advance were nothing. As the butterfly flapping its wings, Gojo Yoru would cause more butterfly effects, gradually losing the advantage of knowing the plot. Because, the plot would become unrecognizable. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, the first major event of Konoha Year 37, the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Konoha Year 37, January 1st. Unknowingly, it was already the 13th year since Gojo Yoru transmigrated into this world from the womb. Although there was still more than half a year before he turned 13, the current Gojo Yoru had already passed the early childhood stage of 10 to 12 years old and officially entered the early adolescence stage of 13 to 15 years old. In this world where the human body has 130 trillion cells, this stage, along with the mid to late adolescence stage of 16 to 19 years old, were the two major growth spurts. Passing these two stages, the originally tender-faced, short, and weak child would be reborn, completely changed into a different person. The best example was Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. At 12, just graduated, his height was only 1.47 meters, but he grew directly to 1.66 meters, and then at 19, his height shot up to 1.80 meters. Needless to say about strength, at 16 or 17, he was already the hero of Konoha and the savior of the ninja world, and at 19, he even fought to the moon. Regardless of which country one was born in or what environment one grew up in this world where chakra existed, everyone had to go through these two major stages. Even Jiraiya, whose height shot up to 1.91 meters after adulthood, was no exception. Even if someone developed early physically, their strength couldn't advance by leaps and bounds. These two major stages could be called the two genetic locks of the Naruto world. Even Nagato, who transplanted the Rinnegan, mastered 6 nature transformations in 1 year, and learned all mainstream 5 elements ninjutsu in the ninja world, couldn't break this lock. Only 2 people were exceptions. One was the number 1 filial son in the ninja world, Uchiha Itachi, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at 11, was almost as tall as Anbuera Hitaki Kakashi at 13, and wiped out the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Obito in the same year. The other was Gojo Yoru, who evolved once every 6 years and had stepped onto the ladder to godhood since he was 6. Breaking the genetic lock seemed to require a huge price. Uchiha Itachi, a cage-level powerhouse at a young age, was riddled with serious illness before even reaching adulthood. In contrast, Gojo Yoru evolved once every 6 years. After each evolution ended, there was an invisible bottleneck, which might be both a restriction and a protection. Otherwise, the sudden death feeling experienced in every evolution, if persisted until the body completed a full evolution, might drain Gojo Yoru instantly due to backlash the moment the evolution ended, sending him directly to the Pure Land or transmigrating again. Having completed 2 evolutions, Gojo Yoru, whether in strength or appearance, didn't look like he was in the early adolescence stage, but more like an adult about to pass the 2 major stages. The only thing consistent with these 2 major stages might be his ordinary chakra, which was only at the level of an all-rounder jonin without unsealing the yin seal. Gojo Yoru, 13 years old this year, had grown to 1.78 meters. With just 3 centimeters left, he would surpass Orochimaru and be as tall as Hitaki Kakashi at the beginning of the plot. The psychological age of a transmigrator also gave Gojo Yoru a temperament perfectly matching this height. When communicating with Tsunade last year, there was no gap between junior and senior. The very forward-thinking ideas he provided even deeply impressed Tsunade. More than a year of battlefield fighting and commanding made his eyes and aura fit his current status. Except for acquaintances, others would subconsciously ignore Gojo Yoru's age. Ninjas below the level of Konoha's ace combatants had long changed their address for Gojo Yoru to Gojo-sama or Yoru-sama. If the war hadn't ended yet, it wouldn't be strange at all for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make Gojo Yoru a jonin instructor. Konoha started fighting on 3 fronts the day Gojo Yoru went to the border base. Also on that day, Gojo Yoru was taught a lesson by the ninjas of this era, realizing the difference between anime and reality. Anime has limited screen time, so many ninjas and anbu wearing flak jackets were like extras, easily killed by a kunao or used to highlight the power of a technique. But in the real world, a chunin was already a captain with leadership ability, and many jonin instructors were only at the Takubutsu jonin level. Jonin and elite jonin were all-around players. And a cage-level powerhouse like Hanzo the Salamander, as long as the opponent had intelligence on him, even Gojo Yoru with space-time ability needed to create opportunities or occupy an intelligence advantage to kill him. Just by fighting Hanzo the Salamander, Gojo Yoru could feel the power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, why the two of them could make the ninja world dare not start a war. He also understood better why the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan called people in the ninja world lower life forms. That was indeed a creature of another dimension. The war between Omegakure and the border battle line had ended for 2 months. The passage to the Land of Rain, closed for 2 years, had reopened. Sand Battle Line vs White Fang Battle Line, Stone Battle Line vs Pot King Battle Line. Neither of these two battlefields would affect the operation of the ninja world. In the eyes of various forces, the war on these two battle lines should also end soon. Even if the war didn't end, it would at most be prolonged small frictions. After all, the melee broke out because Hanzo the Salamander tied down the Land of Fire's border battle line, giving the Land of Earth and Land of Wind an opportunity to invade the Land of Fire, dividing troops and high-level combatants into 3 groups. Now that Omegakure had withdrawn, once the Land of Fire rebuilt the border base and restored this signal tower, the strength of the other 2 battle lines would increase significantly. The Land of Wind and Land of Earth, which hadn't been able to break through the battle lines in 2 years, had even less hope. Unexpectedly, the Sand Battle Line and Stone Battle Line didn't withdraw, and the latter even increased its offensive. The pressure on the Pot King Battle Line suddenly multiplied, causing the Border Battle Line, which had caught its breath, to immediately send support there. This intelligence reached the Sand Battle Line, giving Cho an opportunity. Whether wanting to coordinate with the Stone Battle Line to help share the firepower, taking the opportunity to break through the Land of Fire's White Fang Battle Line, or trying to force Konoha to send Gojo Yoru over by increasing the offensive so Cho could find a chance for revenge. Tsunagakure also increased its offensive at the end of Konoha Year 36. Several large-scale team battles broke out on both battlefields. It was only because their location wouldn't affect the situation of the ninja world, otherwise, the atmosphere in the ninja world would definitely be extremely oppressive. Unfortunately, Cho seemed to overestimate her side's combat power, or perhaps because her opponent for more than a year had always been Tsunade, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. She could become Hanzo the Salamander's rival and beat Hitaki Sakumo into submission because she possessed one of Tsunagakure's foundations, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, modified her arm into a puppet hand, installed defense and poison release mechanisms, and compensated for the puppeteer's biggest weakness. Her comprehensive qualities were fully capable of becoming a cage. If not for Tsunade's cherry blossom impact and medical ability being her nemesis, she wouldn't even qualify to fight her. Even so, in the multiple engagements between Cho and Tsunade, she had the upper hand. This made Cho subconsciously forget that while she could suppress the Taijutsu ninja Tsunade with her countered puppetry, her son and daughter-in-law might not be able to do so. Nintaijutsu ninjas were like taijutsu ninjas, every move didn't require forming seals. The difference was that fire release style nintaijutsu ninjas were mostly like taijutsu ninjas, preferring straightforward combat with heavy force. While lightning release style nintaijutsu, excluding some reckless men from Kumagakure, were almost all assassins who liked to use speed to suppress opponents or look for one-hit kill opportunities. Gojo Yoru and Hitaki Sakumo were the best examples. The former relied on speed to create an opportunity for Hanzo the Salamander to be in the air, then used a new intelligence advantage to nearly kill this demigod of the ninja world. From beginning to end, Hanzo the Salamander didn't have time to destroy Gojo Yoru's gas mask and summon his partner to release poison smoke. Just as Gojo Yoru and the others had fought Hanzo the Salamander many times and mastered each other's intelligence. In the multiple engagements over more than a year, Tsunade had long cracked Chiyo's poison and mastered the intelligence of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets and the puppet hand. It was just because of the strength gap that she still couldn't do anything to Cho. Hitaki Sakumo was different from Tsunade. As a top assassin, he had always been hiding himself. In multiple engagements with Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, he never exposed his trump cards but constantly collected intelligence on the couple. To prevent the opponent from still hiding some trump card or a combination technique like Chiyo's, Hitaki Sakumo gave up many one-hit kill opportunities. Until the several team battles at the end of Konoha Year 36, the couple's opponent was no longer Hitaki Sakumo alone. They also had to face sudden attacks from other ninjas. Even when injured and puppets damaged, they still didn't expose new moves, and their fighting style remained the same. This made Hitaki Sakumo completely certain that they had no more trump cards. Thus, Konoha's White Fang finally bared his fangs. On the night of January 1, Konoha Year 37, a piece of news spread throughout the battlefields of the two major battle lines, quickly reaching the 5 great ninja villages through reconnaissance teams and Anbu, and rapidly spreading to the entire ninja world. Following the King of Intelligence Ebizo, Tsunagakura lost 2 more generals, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Although Chiyo's son was only an all-rounder jonin and her daughter-in-law a Takebutsu jonin with special talents. This couple were both excellent puppeteers. With years of tacit understanding and Tsunagakura's technical support, their puppets possessed various abilities and could complement each other, mastering multiple combination techniques as powerful as composite ninjutsu. Their combination was equivalent to Konoha's Ino Shikacho, capable of exerting power far beyond their rank. They were Tsunagakura's most special ace combatants. Before mastering intelligence, even Hitaki Sakumo suffered considerable losses at the hands of this couple. But now, this couple died at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, and like Ebizo, they were instantly killed by Hitaki Sakumo. The surrounding sand ninjas, and even Cho fighting Tsunade, didn't even react. Hitaki Sakumo's speed was incredibly fast. The short sword covered with lightning release nature transformation suddenly displayed shape transformation, the slash arc looking like a white crescent moon. Since the war started, the 4 countries had suffered many casualties. But the only ace combatant killed so far was Ebizo. Now there was another pair of special ace combatants. Konoha's White Fang became famous throughout the ninja world. The most miserable person in the Second Great Ninja War also appeared. That was Cho, who lost her brother and witnessed her son and daughter-in-law being killed with her own eyes. It was said that Cho went crazy on the spot, displaying deterrence once not inferior to a Jinchuriki. Hitaki Sakumo didn't even have a chance to behead them and bring the heads back to red memories before quickly leading the ninja army to retreat. If not for sand ninjas stopping her, and the last shred of reason and her grandson in the village, Cho might have rushed to the White Fang battle line's base camp. The night the news reached Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had also returned to the village for vacation, were sent to the White Fang battle line by Sarutobi Hiruzen. To avoid delay, Gojo Yoru even used the Flying Thunder God technique to send them there personally. After more than a year, Gojo Yoru and the other 2 finally saw Tsunade and Hitaki Sakumo again. Gulp. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Jiraiya couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes seemed to turn into pink hearts, and he flattered with a lecherous smile, "Tsunade, you've become beautiful again." Tsunade's eyes were cold as knives. "Jiraiya, if you want to lie in the emergency room for a while, I don't mind helping you." Hee. Jiraiya hurriedly retracted his scanning gaze, scratching his head awkwardly and standing aside. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru shook his head helplessly in his heart. After so many years, still no change at all. With this image and courage, chasing Tsunade was almost impossible. The subsequent scene fully proved this point. "Sakumo-senpai, long time no see." Gojo Yoru first greeted Hitaki Sakumo, then looked at Tsunade and smiled, "Tsunade-senpai, long time no see. You've become beautiful again." The same words, but Tsunade smiled brightly, then walked over and patted Gojo Yoru's chest, sighing, "Haven't seen you for over a year, you kid really grew a lot taller again. Now you're almost a head taller than me. With such physical development, logically speaking, your chakra amount should be amazing." Being able to cultivate the yin seal at this age shows it's not a problem with yin release talent. It seems spiritual energy dragged you down. Seeing Tsunade so affectionate with Gojo Yoru, Jiraiya's eyes were full of envy, but on the surface, he couldn't help but complain, how is that dragging down? The Gojo kid isn't a descendant of Senju and Uzumaki. Having such chakra amount at this age is already very impressive. Of course, still can't compare to this great one. When saying the last sentence, Jiraiya's expression was full of pride. However, no one mocked him, Tsunade just rolled her eyes at him. Because this was a fact. Jiraiya, like Hitaki Kakashi, possessed a massive amount of chakra since childhood. Back then, because he used the summoning technique without signing a blood contract with a summoning beast, he actually triggered space-time power and accidentally entered Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage regions. After signing a contract with Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya immediately began cultivating senjutsu. At that time, he might not have passed the early adolescence stage, or just entered the early adolescence stage. What was certain was that his age absolutely hadn't exceeded 15. And Gojo Yoru and Orochimaru's current chakra amounts didn't qualify them to cultivate senjutsu yet. This showed how amazing Jiraiya's chakra amount was. He was also one of the few existences in the original work capable of using sage art, Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan. Gojo Yoru was also examining Tsunade at this moment, a flash of amazement in his eyes. No wonder Jiraiya showed that pig-like expression, Tsunade had indeed become more beautiful. The butterfly effect caused by Gojo Yoru, besides Nawaka still being blown up, affected many people. Tsunade was one of them. One of the characteristics of the yin seal was maintaining a youthful appearance. But this characteristic could only maintain the stage at which it was cultivated, it couldn't make a person return to the previous stage. In the original work, when Tsunade cultivated the yin seal, it was already the period of the Third Great Ninja War. By then, she had long passed the golden blooming period, and her appearance could never return to the Second War period. In Gojo Yoru's eyes, Tsunade's peak appearance was during the Second Great Ninja War. Looking 25 or 26, possessing both the lingering charm of youth and the first bloom of maturity, the most beautiful stage for girls. So when discussing how to reform the Ninja Academy with Tsunade, Gojo Yoru had a flash of inspiration and suggested she cultivate the yin seal, also providing his own experience in cultivating it. Just as he said before participating in the war, Gojo Yoru wasn't interested in protecting the country and defending the village in this world. He only had good feelings for a few important characters who were paper people in his previous life. If he happened to meet them, got close to them, and it was just a small effort, Gojo Yoru wouldn't mind rewriting their original destinies. For nothing else but physical and mental pleasure, he was happy to do it. With Gojo Yoru's suggestion, Tsunade cultivated the yin seal many years in advance. Awakening the Senju clan's bloodline and possessing massive chakra, Tsunade's appearance would be fixed like this for decades to come. And another characteristic of the yin seal was improving body functions through micro-adjustments of chakra, keeping body skills at their peak at all times. Under the influence of this characteristic, in this year or so, besides her appearance remaining unchanged, Tsunade's skin and figure underwent slight changes. Her skin became fairer, and her figure became more curvaceous. Especially when not fighting, she would take off her combat armor, wearing only a white shirt and a dark blue cardigan, making that pair of human weapons, which had grown quite a bit, even more terrifying. Jiraiya showed a pig-like look because he discovered this change. Light blonde long straight hair, exquisite and beautiful face, curvaceous figure, valiant bearing, powerful strength, noble background. The current Tsunade absolutely deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in the ninja world. Not seeing each other for over a year, the 5 chatted for a long time. Their topic revolved entirely around Gojo Yoru. In Konoha year 35, Gojo Yoru still addressed them with the suffix sama. Now, not seeing each other for over a year, it had become senpai. The records created made them all dumbfounded and ashamed of their inferiority. If not for being of the same type as Gojo Yoru and not wanting to lose fatherly dignity in front of his son, Hatake Sakumo wanted to ask Gojo Yoru to take his son as a disciple after he came of age. After the chat ended, Orochimaru suddenly said seriously, "Yoru won't stay here for long. Changes have occurred, and Danzo-sama's battle line might need his support. Moreover, Yoru's Flying Thunder God technique is no longer a secret in the ninja world. If Tsunagakure uses the Jinchuriki, they will definitely make ample preparations, not giving Yoru a chance to use Flying Thunder God transfer. And with Yoru's chakra amount, he can transfer at most one Tailed Beast Bomb. They might use Tailed Beast Bombs to test and take the opportunity to exhaust Yoru's chakra. We must prepare in advance for Tsunagakure activating the Jinchuriki, dispersing combat and support units. Every squad must have a barrier squad. Before the war ends, Jiraiya and I will stay here to ensure we can cast the 4 Red Yang formation." Hatake Sakumo and Tsunade nodded in unison, their expressions solemn. "Ush the story forward with your power stones." Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Strongest Duo of the Future, Shimura Danzo's Powerlessness. Just as Orochimaru said. A few days after Gojo Yoru returned to Konoha, he received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen, ending his vacation early. "Yoru, I'll have to trouble you to make another trip." Unlike the relaxed casualness of previous times, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was full of seriousness. This old man originally thought this war would end tacitly with a Megakure's withdrawal. Unexpectedly, it has entered the stage of activating strategic weapons. Hearing this, Gojo Yoru raised an eyebrow. Did Tsunagakure's one-tail Jinchuriki join the war? Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer exceeded Gojo Yoru's expectations. "No, it's Iwagakure's 5 tails Jinchuriki who joined the war." Gojo Yoru looked speechless and couldn't help but ask, "Hokage-sama, do you and Iwagakure's 3rd Tsuchikage have a rivalry similar to Cho of Tsunagakure and Hanzo the Salamander of Omegakure? Although there is only a few years difference between me and Onaki, when he became famous in the ninja world, I wasn't even a genin yet." Sarutobi Hiruzen educated Gojo Yoru with information. Onaki is the grandson of the 1st Tsuchikage Ishikawa. He has shown outstanding ability since childhood. His teacher was the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu. He learned the Kekkei Toda dust release from the 2nd Tsuchikage at a very young age and experienced many wars. After the 2nd Mizukage and 2nd Tsuchikage perished together, he became the 3rd Tsuchikage. By the time this old man succeeded as Hokage, the first great ninja war had ended, and deep hatred had formed between countries. There hasn't been a 5-Kage summit in these years, and this old man has never met this 3rd Tsuchikage. How could there be a rivalry? Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked helpless. To this day, this old man can't understand why he keeps targeting the Land of Fire. If it were the previous situation, it would be understandable, even this old man wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. But now, Omegakure has withdrawn, and Tsunagakure has lost 2 generals. Before they even decided whether to activate the Jinchuriki, Iwagakure took the lead in activating the Jinchuriki. I don't know what that guy Onaki is thinking. Very simple, that little old man is petty. Gojo Yoru recalled the scene of Onaki being humiliated by Uchiha Madara. Coming with the goodwill of an alliance, but being humiliated by the host except for a saint like Senju Hashirama, anyone would hold a grudge for a lifetime. Previously daring to be angry but not daring to speak was because Uchiha Madara's strength, like Senju Hashirama's, could sweep across the ninja world. Now that these 2 monsters, and those pinnacles of the 5-Kage, were dead, and he mastered the Kekkei Toda dust release surpassing Kekkei Genkai, possessing the strongest single target and area of effect attacks, with more than 10,000 IWA ninjas under his command, and a Kage-level ally actively starting a war, how could Onaki, whose side had an imbalanced economy, let go of this opportunity to take revenge and bite off a piece of meat? Gojo Yoru couldn't help but speculate that the reason Uegakure took the lead in activating the Jinchuriki was probably worrying that the third Kazekage, seeing no hope of victory and unwilling to continue sacrificing in vain, would decide to withdraw troops like Omegakure. Uegakure activating the Jinchuriki, a strategic weapon, was a signal representing that they would fight side by side with Tsunagakure, sharing Konoha's firepower for them. If the fighting continued, Uegakure might activate a second Jinchuriki, or even Onaki, standing at the pinnacle of the 5 cage, might personally enter the field. This would give the third Kazekage the illusion that they could win, also choosing to activate the Jinchuriki or even entering the field personally. With him, Cho, and Bunpyaku joining forces, Tsunagakure could definitely pierce through the defense line formed by the Sunin and Konoha's White Fang. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to summon him precisely because he was worried about this? Thus, Gojo Yoru asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you want me to do? Assist Danzo-sama against the Uegakure battle line?" "No, Danzo doesn't need your help there." Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed with a serious face. Fighting on 3 fronts for more than a year, every command team knows the enemy's intelligence like the back of their hands. The biggest taboo at this stage is parachuting in a new commander. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya can only offer suggestions on Sakumo and Tsunade's side, they cannot interfere with their command work. Similarly, Yoru, you cannot interfere with Danzo's command work. Otherwise, if any accident happens, the consequences will be borne by you alone, even this old man can't help you. When you get to Danzo, give him this scroll. Taking a scroll from the drawer, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Gojo Yoru, "Yoru, your mission is very simple, assassinate or stall Uegakure's 5 tails Jinchuriki. As long as he doesn't use the tailed beast bomb, the mission is considered complete. Besides the 5 tails Jinchuriki, you don't need to pay attention to anything else. Even Danzo's orders can be ignored, this old man grants you this privilege." Hearing the last sentence, Gojo Yoru confirmed one thing. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knew Shimura Danzo's personality and conduct very well. It was just because they were good friends who grew up together, and he needed Shimura Danzo and the Council of Elders to help him suppress the Uchiha clan, that he had always tacitly allowed this little partner to make small moves. But when it came to truly important matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't vague at all. Gojo Yoru was now the sharpest blade in his hand. To prevent Shimura Danzo from making small moves, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even give him usage rights. This fit Gojo Yoru's intentions perfectly, he didn't want to engage in a battle of wits with Danzo-sama. If not for the fact that Danzo-sama's wings were not yet fully fledged and he didn't have the ability to trouble Gojo Yoru yet. Fearful of being targeted by Danzo-sama, Gojo Yoru would kill Danzo-sama first. "I understand, Hokage-sama." Gojo Yoru took the scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen and teleported away. The Sunin, Konoha's White Fang, and Shimura Danzo all had a flying thunder god kunao. With continuous teleportation, Gojo Yoru soon appeared in a tent. Shimura Danzo seemed to have received the news of Gojo Yoru's arrival long ago and wasn't surprised by his appearance out of thin air. Looking at Gojo Yoru, who hadn't been seen for nearly 2 years and was now taller than him, Shimura Danzo's eyes were very complicated. Although he knew early on that it was only a matter of time before Gojo Yoru became an ace combatant with the Flying Thunder God technique. Shimura Danzo never expected that Gojo Yoru would go from a genin to an ace combatant in less than 2 years. The records created made him, the Hokage's assistant, pale in comparison. If not for the gap in age and resume, destining that Gojo Yoru couldn't become a Hokage candidate before 20, in Shimura Danzo's eyes, his threat level was even greater than Orochimaru and Hotaki Sakumo, who killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Even now, Gojo Yoru was very much an eyesore. The more outstanding Gojo Yoru was, the more consolidated Sarutobi Hiruzen's position became, and the smaller his hope of overthrowing him. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mistake and had to choose to abdicate, Orochimaru's hope of becoming the 4th Hokage was greater than his. because they both had the support of Tsunade and Gojo Yoru. The former represented the recognition of the Senju of the forest and could influence the daimyo's attitude, the latter provided combat power deterrence support. Gojo Yoru was not only a Flying Thunder God user but also the bond of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Thinking of such a combination, Shimura Danzo felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Before the Nine Tails Jinchuriki grew up, the Flying Thunder God user had already achieved incredible accomplishments one after another. When the Nine Tails Jinchuriki grew up, Shimura Danzo dared not imagine how powerful this pair would be. What was certain was that besides the first Hokage and the Ashura of the ninja world, no duo in the ninja world could compare with them. With Sarutobi Hiruzen pressing on top, Orochimaru competing with him in the next generation, and Gojo Yoru and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the strongest duo of the future, in the generation after that. Shimura Danzo felt the position of Hokage seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Naturally, Gojo Yoru didn't know Shimura Danzo's thoughts. Teleporting to Shimura Danzo's side, he silently dispelled the intangibility used alongside the Flying Thunder God technique, then took out the scroll given by Sarutobi Hiruzen and handed it to Shimura Danzo. Danzo-sama, this is what Hokage-sama asked me to give you. Thanks for the trouble. Shimura Danzo took the scroll with a somewhat cold tone and used the unsealing technique to open it. When he finished reading the contents of the scroll, his brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But he quickly calmed his emotions, closed the scroll and put it aside, then took out another scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Gojo Yoru. This is the current exposed intelligence on the Five Tails Jinchuriki. I will have the reconnaissance team and Anbyo cooperate with you to help you find his location. Sorry to trouble you. Gojo Yoru nodded, took it, and opened it to read. The current Five Tails Jinchuriki was the one Gojo Yoru knew well, Han, who made countless contributions to Iwagakure in the original work and was known as the Steam Ninja. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was currently recognized as the strongest. But the ninja village with the most active ninjas wasn't Konoha. This could be seen from the fact that Gojo Yoru's ninja registration number wasn't 5 digits yet. Uzumaki Kushina, who graduated 2 years later than him, had the ninja registration number 007310. Currently, the ninja village with the most active ninjas was Iwagakure. In the original work's Third Great Ninja War, to kill the Third Raikage, Oniki sent 10,000 IWA ninjas to besiege him. At that time, Iwagakure was still fighting on 2 fronts, not only against Kumigakure but also against Konoha. The reason Iwagakure had so many active ninjas was not only because the terrain of the Land of Earth was easy to defend and hard to attack, nor just because Earth release allowed burrowing to escape, providing first-class survival ability. It was more because of Oniki's caution and cherishing of talents. Just like using the Akatsuki in the original work to help him achieve unknown goals, Oniki wouldn't do things he wasn't confident about, nor would he let his subordinates die in vain. One of Namikaze Minato's famous battles was killing dozens of Iwagakure ninjas. Oniki immediately issued an order that upon encountering Konoha's yellow flash, one could choose to abandon the mission without punishment upon returning to the village. Unlike Konoha ninjas, where the mission was paramount, and the rescued would even scold the rescuer for saving them instead of prioritizing the mission. It was this different brainwashing method that gave Iwagakure ninjas the #1 survival rate. Even after experiencing the First Great Ninja War, the number of active ninjas was still over 10,000. Rashi and Han were similar in age, both had tailed beasts implanted in them when they were young. The latter earned the title Steam Ninja during the Third Great Ninja War. And the interval between the Third Great Ninja War and the Second Great Ninja War was only a few years. Now, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was already an adult of 23 or 24, an ace combatant of Iwagakure. According to intelligence collected by reconnaissance teams and Anbu, the Five Tails Jinchuriki displayed overwhelming power as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. His taijutsu was ridiculously strong, able to use steam to burst out powerful strength and speed. The power of a punch or kick could not only shatter the earth but also cover it with boil-release nature transformation, possessing extremely high temperature and corrosiveness. Anyone hit head-on, even wearing heavy combat armor, would die instantly. Those lucky enough to dodge the attack would suffer large areas of burns just by being grazed by the steam. Moreover, the Five Tails Jinchuriki could borrow tailed beast chakra, his whole body wrapped in transparent red chakra, possessing defense that ignored kunao, shuriken, and traps like explosive tags, making Konoha ninjas on the Pot King battle line feel powerless and despairing. Because of the Jinchuriki characteristic, even Kato Dan, who mastered the spirit transformation technique, dared not possess his body. With just these means, the Five Tails Jinchuriki displayed terrifying dominance. Gojo Yoru quickly finished reading this intelligence and asked Shimura Danzo knowingly, "Can the Five Tails Jinchuriki transform completely into a tailed beast?" "Don't know." Shimura Danzo shook his head. Since entering the field, he hasn't even used semi-tailed beast transformation. Just borrowing tailed beast chakra makes him an ace combatant. To force out more of his trump cards, we must use human wave tactics against him, but Uegakuer doesn't give us this chance at all. However, Kumigakuer possesses the method to cultivate perfect Jinchuriki. It's not ruled out that Uegakuer also has similar means. To prevent this situation, this old man has already separated combat units and support units. This was the strategic deterrence of a Jinchuriki, second only to Hanzo the Salamander's poison. After all, after the deaths of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the tailed beast bomb was the S-rank secret technique with the largest range and strongest power in the ninja world. In the original work's Jinchuriki battle, tailed beast bomb explosions destroyed several small mountains. One tailed beast bomb could destroy a ninja village. Even more terrifying was that a perfect Jinchuriki could fire such a technique continuously. So, it was no wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen treated this so seriously. If Uzumaki Kushina hadn't grown up yet, Konoha would also activate the Nine Tails Jinchuriki now. Gojo Yoru wasn't surprised by Shimura Danzo's answer. A confident smile appeared on his face, but he calmly didn't make a military pledge. "In that case, leave the intelligence gathering to me. Let me meet this Five Tails Jinchuriki. Then it's up to you." Shimura Danzo said expressionlessly. "Ush the story forward with your power stones." Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Space-Time Release Exposed, the strongest secret technique. The location of the Five Tails Jinchuriki was not hard to find. There was only one characteristic of a Jinchuriki, a massive amount of chakra like an ocean. As long as they entered the range of the Byakugan's long-range vision and X-ray vision, these Chakra-ton ninjas were like searchlights suddenly appearing in a cluster of candles, dazzling and conspicuous. Perhaps having received intelligence collected by Uegakuer, or discovering through the slaughter of the past few days that no one in the Pot King battle line was his match, the Five Tails Jinchuriki didn't hide from beginning to end. Instead, he actively sought out the ninja squads split up by Shimura Danzo on the battlefield and attacked like a cannonball, simple and crude. This was the consistent style of taijutsu ninjas. But it was precisely this straightforward fighting style that rendered no one able to do anything to this Five Tails Jinchuriki. Ninjutsu was either dodged by extremely fast speed or shattered by the body wrapped in transparent red chakra. Kunao thrown with explosive tags or ninja swords covered with nature transformation couldn't break through the Jinchuriki's red coat protection. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, emitting steam all over and making a whistling sound, looked exactly like a walking locomotive. Anyone hit by this locomotive would be crushed to pieces before their body even landed. Some died even more miserably, their internal organs squeezed out of their bodies, flying to unknown places. Even those lucky enough to dodge the locomotive's impact would suffer large areas of burns just by being grazed by the steam. If not treated in time, they could easily get infected, reducing combat power for a long time. This was the power of a Jinchuriki, and why people in various ninja villages feared Jinchuriki. Because borrowing tailed beast chakra was only the second stage. Unlike the first stage of tailed beast chakra leakage, the Jinchuriki couldn't control it independently, and it would affect their reason. Above the second stage, there was the third stage of semi-tailed beast transformation. If reason couldn't be maintained, it would be a terrifying humanoid monster indistinguishable between friend and foe. The fourth stage, complete tailed beast transformation, was one of the largest beasts in the ninja world, possessing terrifying defense and attack capabilities, and could unleash tailed beast bombs that destroyed several small mountains in one hit, a nightmare-like existence. In the ninja army, possessing such monster power and potentially losing reason at any time to hurt fellow ninjas was an alien existence. Especially during the stage of tailed beast chakra leakage, most Jinchuriki had lost their reason in the ninja village. Being seen by one villager was equivalent to being seen by the whole village. Then not only ninjas rejected them, but villagers also detested them. This led to the very awkward status of Jinchuriki in ninja villages. Various ninja villages needed to rely on them but instinctively rejected them. Jinchuriki growing up in this environment, except for a few special ones, were mostly sensitive and withdrawn weirdos. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was one of them. Although already one of Iwagakure's ace combatants, he wasn't the commander of the stone battle line. He entered the field as a surprise troop this time and had been acting alone. Except for reconnaissance teams and Anbu hiding in the dark, no IWA ninjas followed him into battle. On this day, the Five Tails Jinchuriki was also hunting alone. "I'll buy you time, scatter and run quickly." "Captain! Hurry up, that's an order." "Yes." In a forest area extremely rare in the land of rain. A Konoha ninja squad looked very wretched in the rainforest, their faces full of panic and determination. Under the scolding of a ninja wearing a flak jacket and appearing older, the other three gritted their teeth with tears in their eyes and disappeared using body flicker. Woo! A sound like a train whistle came from far to near. Just hearing this sound made the Konoha ninja staying behind to cover tremble inwardly. But he still clenched his teeth, took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and held it in his hand, ready for battle. The next second, a terrifying scene entered his vision. A red meteor emitting white smoke was shooting towards him with a harsh sound of breaking air. Looking closely, this wasn't a meteor at all, but a figure wrapped in transparent red chakra, emitting white steam all over, rushing with the sound of a whistle and sonic boom. Wherever he passed, the large trees blocking his way were ruthlessly snapped. This scene made his momentum even more terrifying. Although knowing it was ineffective, the Konoha ninja still took out kunai with explosive tags attached to the ends and threw them at the figure. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands and spat out a linear high-temperature flame from his mouth, accurately hitting the figure. Unfortunately, neither the explosion of the explosive tags nor the flame attack could hurt the figure in the slightest. Not only did the transparent red-tailed beast coat possess powerful defense, but the whistling steam was also a layer of steam armor, a double defense. Looking at the figure rushing towards him ignoring all attacks, the Konoha ninja's eyes were filled with despair. Zzzzz. At this moment, the sound of electric currents converging like 1,000 birds chirping suddenly resounded in the rainforest. Before the Konoha ninja could find the direction of the sound, a blue-white light spear shot down from the top of a large tree. The light spear, like an arrow hitting a target, instantly hit the moving target, the Five Tails Jinchuriki. A splat-piercing sound rang out, but it wasn't Han's body being pierced, instead, the branch under his feet was pierced and cut off. A cloud of white smoke formed by steam still lingered in the air, looking exactly like the scene of a shadow clone being burst. In reality, Han suddenly burst out with even more astonishing speed, instantly escaping the range of the light spear attack. Looking at the shrinking and disappearing light spear, the Konoha ninja remembered the intelligence spread throughout the ninja world, and intense joy burst from his eyes. A title blurted out, "Yoru-sama." As soon as the words fell, a voice came to his ear, startling him. "Go quickly, or I might not be able to look after you in the battle later." "Yes." Looking at Gojo Yoru appearing beside him at some point, the Konoha ninja responded with a trembling voice, then disappeared using body flicker. While scanning the quiet forest where only the sound of rain could be heard, Gojo Yoru entered black lightning mode, his body and chakra surrounded by black and white electric arcs, ready to cover with the nature transformation defined by the ninja world as storm release, black lightning. Seeing Han still not appearing, Gojo Yoru held a blade in one hand and raised the other hand in a ram seal, one of the 12 hand seals. With the second improvement of talent and chakra control reaching a new realm, whether forming seals with one hand or simplifying seals, it was a piece of cake for Gojo Yoru. The most typical example was that Gojo Yoru's Chidori and Chidori sharp spear didn't require seals at all. And his Chidori was different from Hotaki Kakashi's. He condensed a ball of chakra in his hand, then injected nature transformation and shape transformation, like holding a bolt of lightning that could change shape at will. Uchiha Sasuke and Hotaki Kakashi in the later stages were also at this realm. Unfortunately, Gojo Yoru couldn't cast the sensing technique without seals yet. Otherwise, he would become even more unsolvable. Forming a ram seal with one hand, Gojo Yoru released his sensing ability, which had improved significantly after 2 months of research and training but was still not outstanding. The sensing technique, like Genjutsu, released yin release chakra formed by the fusion of spiritual energy and chakra. Yin release chakra was invisible. Genjutsu infiltrated invisible energy into the enemy's brain through the 5 senses, controlling the chakra in the opponent's cranial nerves. The basic sensing technique turned yin release chakra into an invisible large net, covering the limit range the yin release chakra could extend. Any chakra and life fluctuation within this range was like a big fish caught in a net, the caster could discover its position instantly. Any basic ninjutsu could develop various extension techniques, and the sensing technique was no exception. Gojo Yoru's current weakness was that he couldn't develop an extension technique for the sensing technique yet, still using this basic sensing technique. However, he already had inspiration. The reason he exchanged for the spirit transformation technique was to compensate for this weakness. It was just extremely difficult. Even with his talent improved for the second time, he might need a long time to develop an exclusive extension technique for the sensing technique. Swish! As soon as the sensing was released, a white signal line flashed through Gojo Yoru's mind like a flash of inspiration. Then his gaze looked down. With a crack, cracks coincidentally appeared on the ground. Then a figure suddenly burst out of the ground, covered in transparent red chakra and white steam, enlarging to the maximum in Gojo Yoru's vision instantly like a cannonball. Anyone else wouldn't be able to react at all. Even a year ago, Gojo Yoru, whose talent had only been improved once, could only use the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. But now, Gojo Yoru could not only react but also accurately capture Han's flaw. Then, covering the chakra blade with black and white electric currents, he swung the blade with an understated motion, yet fast as a flash of lightning. Capable of ignoring all cold weapons and explosive tag traps, and even withstanding and shattering the dragon fire technique cast by a ninja wearing a flak jacket with the tailed beast coat and steam armor, in front of Gojo Yoru's blade, it didn't even emit the sound of tearing fabric. Only a black and white blade flash passed by, and Han, wearing heavy combat armor and wrapped in a tailed beast coat and steam armor, was split in half from the middle by Gojo Yoru. The cut surfaces of the two halves of the body were so smooth and straight, fully demonstrating the sharpness of that slash. This was the result of a taijutsu ninja facing Gojo Yoru. Unless the speed could match or surpass Gojo Yoru's, a taijutsu ninja who needed to get close to exert full power, no matter how unrivaled their attack or indestructible their defense, was like a piece of thin paper in front of Gojo Yoru's dimensional slash. Being hit meant death or disability. Even a Jinchuriki was no exception. However, the intelligence of storm release, black lightning had long spread throughout the ninja world. The characteristics of the destructive black and white laser and the lightning release nintaijutsu had also become one of Gojo Yoru's labels. Would Han be foolish enough to come and die? Gojo Yoru didn't believe an all-rounder ace combatant would do such a thing. Sure enough. With a poof, Han's two halves simultaneously turned into a cloud of white smoke. Then sunlight-like brilliance suddenly covered the left half of Gojo Yoru's body. Turning his head, a huge light beam, 100 times the volume of the laser beam, shot towards Gojo Yoru. With amazing dynamic vision, one would find this wasn't a light beam at all, but a high-density chakra energy body approaching at an incredible speed from afar, causing the trajectory of this energy sphere to look like a light beam. Just like Han's shadow clone bursting out of the ground, with speed enhanced by the tailed beast coat and steam, ordinary people couldn't dodge at all. The speed of this light beam similarly enlarged to the maximum in Gojo Yoru's vision in an instant. Relying on his amazing neural reaction speed, Gojo Yoru reacted in time, accurately capturing the light beam's trajectory and predicting its hit location. Thus, Gojo Yoru raised the chakra blade flashing with black and white light in his hand, holding the blade vertically against the incoming light beam. The light beam hit the blade. The terrifying energy not only failed to shake the blade in the slightest but was split in half at a speed visible to the naked eye like a piece of tofu, flying past Gojo Yoru's left and right sides. Boom! As the dazzling light shone from behind to the front, two overlapping earth-shattering explosions resounded. Looking at this rainforest from a god's perspective, one would see two massive light cannons forming a golden V-shape in the forest. The two light cannons even penetrated the not-so-large forest. Wherever they passed, flowers, trees, and animals were all annihilated. If any ninjas happened to be within the range of the light cannons, the same would happen to them. When the light cannons disappeared, two huge gullies appeared in the forest. Gojo Yoru glanced at them, his pupils constricting slightly. Although he knew the power of the tailed beast bomb, seeing it with his own eyes was a different feeling. The tailed beast bomb could also be called a small tailed beast ball. A true tailed beast ball was as huge as a tailed beast's head, with equally amazing flight speed. Once exploded, it was an S-rank secret technique capable of instantly destroying several small mountains. Unless Super Cage and Six Paths level powerhouses appeared, the tailed beast ball was recognized as the most powerful and largest range ninjutsu. To use a true tailed beast ball, a Jinchuriki must enter a complete tailed beast transformation state. However, a Jinchuriki in a semi-tailed beast transformation state could also use a tailed beast bomb, but its power would be greatly weakened, also called a tailed beast bomb by some forum netizens. The tailed beast bomb just now, if not cut in half by Gojo Yoru, would definitely have penetrated the entire forest and created an even bigger gully. If a small mountain stood in the center, it might also have been penetrated or even shattered by the light cannon. A weakened version of the tailed beast bomb was already this strong, showing how terrifying a true tailed beast ball was. This super large-scale secret technique was not only the means Gojo Yoru lacked the most currently but also represented a realm. Whether ordinary chakra or space-time chakra, when the energy in Gojo Yoru's body could condense an energy sphere of the level of parting gift, it meant his evolution had surpassed the demigod. Both combat power and strategic deterrence would reach a new realm. Crack! The sound of ground shattering suddenly reached Gojo Yoru's ears. Two huge red chakra arms broke out of the ground, just like Han's shadow clone before. Two huge fists smashed towards Gojo Yoru. Gojo Yoru's figure disappeared silently, and the tree branches and trunk under his feet were smashed by a punch. His figure flickering silently in the forest, Gojo Yoru's gaze passed through trees, landing on Han standing under a tree, hands buried in the ground, having entered a semi-tailed beast transformation state. Roar! Seeming to notice Gojo Yoru's gaze, Han looked up and met his eyes from a distance, then opened his bloody mouth to let out a deafening beast roar. The roar triggered airflow, forming a cyclone spreading out. Where the cyclone passed, trees were uprooted one by one. The invisible wind wall was more powerful than many mainstream wind release ninjutsu. And this was just a roar from a Jinchuriki in semi-tailed beast transformation. In the original work, Kabuto Yakushi was instantly defeated by a roar from Naruto in semi-tailed beast transformation. Gojo Yoru couldn't see the invisible wind wall, nor did he need to. Holding the blade in one hand, he extended the index finger of the other, condensing a marble-sized black-red light cluster. The light cluster turned into a laser beam, shooting towards Han at a speed surpassing the tailed beast bomb. The invisible wind wall seemed non-existent in front of this laser beam, not even the sound of a popping balloon was heard. Boom! A loud noise like a thunderbolt from a clear sky exploded. Dazzling black-red light blossomed at Han's original position, without raising any smoke or splashing debris. Because the black-red light happened to be exactly the same color as the semi-tailed beast transformation, it was unknown if Han was hit. Gojo Yoru didn't even glance at the location of the light but looked up at the sky covered by the rain curtain, appearing white and hazy. In the sky above the forest, a black-red figure was suspended at some point, maintaining a jumping posture, with 5 huge tails swaying behind him. It was Han in semi-tailed beast transformation. Woo! Seeming worried about being discovered by Gojo Yoru jumping into the sky and then being shot by another laser beam. As soon as Han's figure appeared in the air, his body rotated at high speed, emitting amazing mist, bringing the sound of a train whistle, falling into the forest like a meteor. For some reason, he didn't aim at Gojo Yoru's location to fall but opened up a distance from Gojo Yoru, possibly knowing he couldn't hurt Gojo Yoru at all. With a boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The airwave generated by the meteor fall overturned everything on the ground. Logically speaking, such impact force would create a huge mushroom cloud. But for some reason, the astonishingly large dust mist didn't rise as a mushroom cloud but spread in all directions. The storm and dust mist engulfed Gojo Yoru in the distance. Gojo Yoru had no way to disperse this area of dust mist either. But he didn't panic at all. Normally, he needed some time to enter full body intangibility, so he had to be cautious regardless of the opponent. Now in Black Lightning mode, with space-time chakra and lightning release chakra merging and surging everywhere in his body, entering full body intangibility was just a thought away for Gojo Yoru. In this mode, Gojo Yoru's mentality was as relaxed as Uchiha Obito facing the 5 cage, he was just playing. As long as the opponent wasn't a space-time type, he could toy with them casually. If he couldn't beat or kill them, he could leave with style. If he found a one-hit kill opportunity, Gojo Yoru wouldn't show mercy either. Nagato hadn't grown up yet, so the tailed beast plan couldn't be started. Jinchuriki could be killed freely, tailed beasts would revive anyway. Such power is really exaggerated. Feet attached to the treetop, body shaking violently with the tree, Gojo Yoru could imagine even without seeing clearly in the dust mist that the area where Han landed must have turned into a crater. A Jinchuriki in semi-tailed beast transformation, a casual roar was high-level wind release. The destruction range of every move was far inferior to the cherry blossom impact. If he could maintain reason and mobility in this state, he would be a top taijutsu powerhouse in the ninja world. 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee was such an existence. Gojo Yoru dared not imagine how terrifying the power would be when Uzumaki Kushina could use tailed beast chakra to turn into a giant arm and unleash the cherry blossom impact. What was certain was that a fragile person like Gojo Yoru would definitely die if hit by a punch. Probably few people in the ninja world could withstand her punch, except for Jinchuriki. With restricted vision, Gojo Yoru could only use the sensing technique. Worried about the opponent using the tailed beast bomb again, Gojo Yoru was ready to use intangibility at any time. Releasing his sensing, a trace of surprise flashed in Gojo Yoru's eyes. In his sensing, that terrifying and violent chakra had disappeared. Replaced by streaks of chakra at the same level as the one that burst out of the ground earlier. Clearly, Han had dispelled the semi-tailed beast transformation state, or he first returned to normal, used the shadow clone technique to create some shadow clones with tailed beast chakra, and then entered the semi-tailed beast transformation state, hiding beyond Gojo Yoru's sensing range. But whichever it was, Gojo Yoru didn't care. Han's approach fit Gojo Yoru's intention perfectly, allowing him to train his sensing ability. Thus, Gojo Yoru's whole body emitted the sound of current converging like 1,000 birds chirping, then turned into a black and white lightning bolt, shooting out. Holding the blade in one hand, Gojo Yoru maintained the ram seal with the other, sensing the movement and changes of those chakras. Approaching a chakra, in Gojo Yoru's sensing, a trace of this chakra suddenly extended out. Then in the grey dust mist, Gojo Yoru vaguely saw a huge transparent red palm slapping towards him. His figure disappeared silently like a ghost facing him, and then that huge palm turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated before slapping down. Disappearing along with it was Han, confirmed to be a shadow clone. Sensing was indeed Gojo Yoru's weakness. Creating dust mist of such area and density could indeed limit Gojo Yoru's strength. But if sensing improved, such dust mist would also be Gojo Yoru's home field. Instantly killing Han's shadow clone, Gojo Yoru continued to rush towards the next chakra. Suddenly, Gojo Yoru seemed to sense something, and his expression changed abruptly. Then a dazzling white light suddenly blossomed in the dust mist. The grey dust mist suddenly disappeared into thin air. Causing this phenomenon was a rapidly enlarging transparent white barrier. The barrier enlarged extremely fast. Even Gojo Yoru didn't react before being inside it. The dissipation of the dust mist also allowed Gojo Yoru to see where the barrier came from. Looking at the little old man floating in the air, his eyes wide with horror, Gojo Yoru fell into silence. Falling into silence like him was Han, who also walked out of the dust mist. Looking at Gojo Yoru trapped in the square cage of dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique but unharmed, unlike the dust mist, ground, and trees that turned into atomic states, Han's gaze was filled with disbelief. The transparent white square barrier enlarged extremely fast and disappeared equally fast. Until the barrier completely disappeared, neither Oniki nor Han recovered their senses, their expressions becoming increasingly incredulous. Because they discovered that the Gojo Yoru in front of them wasn't an intangible phantom, nor a shadow clone with a limit to endurance. But the main body possessing chakra, releasing lightning release nature transformation all over his body. This meant that their instant kill tactic specifically targeting Gojo Yoru's sensing weakness didn't fail. Oniki's shadow clone, sealed in a special scroll and having enough chakra to use one dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, didn't make a mistake either. The transparent white barrier engulfed Gojo Yoru instantly at a speed too fast for the Flying Thunder God technique to be used. Dust release, a Kekkei Tota formed by the fusion of three nature transformations, surpassing Kekkei Genkai, capable of annihilating all objects. Even wood release that could absorb chakra, Susanoo with extremely strong defense, or the strongest shield that could withstand a tailed beast bomb unscathed, would be turned to dust and decomposed into invisible atoms if hit. If not for the immense consumption required, limiting even the pinnacle of the 5 cage to a few uses, dust release would be the most terrifying technique in the ninja world. Eliminating all Kekkei Genkai, worthy of the name. Such a powerful technique hit Gojo Yoru head-on, yet, he was unharmed. Undoubtedly, this certainly wasn't a defense problem. In front of dust release's power to decompose all objects, even the strongest defense was like thin paper falling into a fire, burning out instantly. Unrelated to defense, it was a special ability that could make objects become not objects. Combining with the intelligence Gojo Yoru exposed before, Oniki, with amazing experience, already had a bold guess in his heart, just dared not confirm it. Because it was too terrifying. Once the guess was confirmed, it meant this ninja world would give birth to an existence even more terrifying than the first Hokage. What would release pacifying chaotic times, what Mangekyo Sharingan, what dust release decomposing all objects into atoms, in front of Gojo Yoru, they were not worth mentioning. Gojo Yoru, who was almost killed just now, was also organizing information, his face a bit ugly. He actually fell into a cognitive trap. Looking at Oniki floating in the air, who should have been overseeing Iwagakure, Gojo Yoru said with certainty, "So, your target was me. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo, Orochimaru and others on the White Fang battle line, or even Gojo Yoru himself, all thought Iwagakure took the lead in activating the Jinchuriki to send a signal to Tsunagakure, telling the third Kazekage in this way that Iwagakure would fight side by side with them, sharing Konoha's firepower. Unexpectedly, Oniki had calculated they would think so, specially sending the 5 tails Jinchuriki with boil release instead of the 4 tails Jinchuriki with lava release to create this dust mist of amazing density, restricting Gojo Yoru's vision, forcing him to use only his not-so-powerful sensing technique. Then Oniki appeared out of nowhere, mixed among Han's shadow clones, seizing the opportunity to cast dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique on Gojo Yoru. If not for intangibility and being in black lightning mode, able to enter intangibility with a thought, Gojo Yoru would have died just now. Following Hanzo the Salamander, Gojo Yoru was taught a very profound lesson by one of the strongest in this era. So there was actually such a tactic. While Oniki was dazed, Gojo Yoru raised his hand and extended a finger, quickly condensing a marble-sized black-red light cluster. Staring at the forming light cluster, Oniki, who had a guess in his heart, felt something was wrong the more he looked. If he wasn't mistaken, the prototype of that light cluster was a blue-white energy sphere, very similar to the Rays Nan in intelligence. Black lightning did exist, but it wasn't injected directly into the energy cluster. Instead, the blue-white current inside the energy sphere quickly turned into black lightning, as if injected with some special nature transformation. It was this nature transformation that caused the energy sphere to turn black-red. What was certain was that the special nature transformation wasn't storm release. Combining with this brat mastering the Flying Thunder God technique at a young age, the photo of instantly killing 55 sand ninjas being covered with very conspicuous Flying Thunder God formulas, the black meteor that appeared only once in intelligence breaking the salamander's tail, the ability to perfectly hide chakra, and being unharmed by dust release just now. Oniki, who also mastered power as strong as rules, capable of decomposing all objects into atoms, completely confirmed the guess in his heart. Thus, before the light cluster turned into a laser beam and shot out, Oniki shouted loudly to Han, "This brat mastered not storm release, black lightning, but space-time release. Han, run!" Before the last word run could be spoken, Oniki's chest was pierced by the laser beam. Looking down at the hole in his chest with no electrical scorch marks, Oniki murmured, "Indeed a Space-Time Kekkei Genkai." Then with a poof, Oniki turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Gojo Yoru suddenly remembered Irika Umino's shadow clone appearing from the Heaven and Earth scroll in the original work's Chunin exams, and seemed to know why Oniki appeared here. Glancing at Han, who had rushed into the dust mist and whose chakra quickly distanced from him, Gojo Yoru put away the chakra blade expressionlessly, then formed seals to create 2 shadow clones. One rushed into the dust mist surrounded by blue-white electric currents, carrying the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. The other used earth body flicker to dive underground. Gojo Yoru formed another hand seal. Powerful chakra fluctuations caused his bangs to rise against gravity, revealing the rhombus mark hidden under the bangs. The rhombus mark flashed with light, extending several black lines forming a tattoo on Gojo Yoru's face, adding a trace of evil charm to Gojo Yoru's already cool expression due to his icy blue eyes. If someone had X-ray vision of Gojo Yoru's body, they would find a similar tattoo on his chest under his clothes. If Black Zetsu were here, he would sense that Gojo Yoru's ordinary chakra and black chakra capacities suddenly skyrocketed. Simultaneously unsealing the double yin seals, Gojo Yoru didn't use body flicker or teleport to disappear but raised his right hand and extended an index finger just like before. A black-red light cluster condensed again. Unlike the previous marble size, this black-red light cluster was several times larger. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan member watching Gojo Yoru with Byakugan from kilometers away couldn't discover the space-time chakra with built-in high-dimensional shielding at all. Otherwise, he would definitely see blue and black chakra flowing along the meridians to the right hand, pouring into the light cluster through the fingertip, density increasing constantly. Meanwhile, Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. Onaki, having just received the feedback from the shadow clone, immediately shouted loudly, "Prepare the reverse summoning technique quickly, let the reconnaissance team and Anbu assist Han in evacuating." "Why, yes." Kitsuke was startled by his father's reaction and responded with a trembling voice. But a few minutes later, Kitsuke brought back unfortunate news. Dad. Kitsuke's face was pale, his voice trembling. Han. Senior Han, died. Onaki's face instantly turned livid, gritting his teeth, still a step too late. Scene rewinding to a few minutes ago in the forest area. Using the boiling point explosive power generated by steam, Han's speed was like a fired cannonball, rushing out of the astonishingly large dust mist area in less than 10 seconds, quickly using body flicker towards his own camp. His body flicker speed was definitely first class in the ninja world, crushing treetops and the ground every time he landed, full of violent aesthetic visual impact. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the combination of lightning and space-time. Swish! Just as Han rushed out of the dust mist area, a kunao covered with lightning release nature transformation also flew out with the sound of breaking air. Then Gojo Yoru's shadow clone appeared out of thin air. Relying on amazing neural reaction speed, he grabbed the flying kunao and threw it towards the sky. The second shadow clone using earth body flicker to dive underground and release sensing instantly appeared in the air without warning, also catching that flying thunder god kunao and throwing it fiercely towards the forest below. With a flash of electric light, the flying thunder god kunao landed on a tree in front of Han, about to pierce the tree. The shadow clone's figure appeared out of thin air again, catching the kunao and placing it gently on the treetop. The next second, Gojo Yoru's main body teleported beside the shadow clone. The high-density black-red light cluster on his fingertip turned into a beam shooting out violently. Unlike the thin laser beam, this beam expanded into a black-red light cannon of amazing volume as soon as it was shot, roaring silently towards Han. Even more terrifying was that the speed of this beam was far above the tailed beast bomb. In an instant, annihilating everything it touched, it enlarged to the maximum in Han's vision. Those tough and thick trees couldn't even block it for 0.01 seconds. Even so, relying on the boiling point explosive power created by steam, Han's legs burst out with terrifying power, dodging sideways, extremely narrowly avoiding the black-red light cannon attack. Then an incredible scene appeared. Just as Han dodged the light cannon attack sideways, this huge black-red light cannon, half the size of a person, suddenly shifted sideways towards him. At this moment, Han was still in the air. He never expected this huge light cannon could actually move, and the speed wasn't slow. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the light cannon engulfed his upper body from left to right. Without any pain, Han only saw black-red light filling his vision before losing consciousness. In the eyes of those reconnaissance teams and Anbu peeking here by various means, they saw Han's upper body turn into nothingness upon touching the black-red light cannon. This scene was very similar to being hit by dust release. Gojo Yoru, as if controlling the Chidori sharp spear, controlled the black-red light cannon to move downward, turning Han's lower body into nothingness as well, causing the light cannon to land on the ground. No thunderous explosion, no flying dust and debris. When the light cannon disappeared, a huge downward slope leading to nowhere appeared in the forest. This move was the full power state of the laser beam. Unlike the compression explosion of the laser beam, this light cannon was shape transformation diffusion. Although there was no explosion, and the consumption of ordinary chakra and space-time chakra was extremely astonishing, the effect and power of this light cannon were even more terrifying than dust release. Because its principle was similar to the Chidori sharp spear, it could be controlled by Gojo Yoru to move. Just being grazed by the light cannon would turn one into nothingness. Dust release could also decompose objects into atomic states but would emit a loud explosion, while the light cannon wouldn't at all. Even without collision, the result of the light cannon colliding with dust release could be seen. There wouldn't be a scene of wrestling beams, it would only be a one-sided victory for the light cannon. No matter how strong dust release was, it couldn't decompose space-time. Colliding with the truth-seeking balls of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it would also be annihilated by the truth-seeking balls. But Gojo Yoru's light cannon, even a shield formed by truth-seeking balls, would be ruthlessly penetrated. This was the dominance of space-time, the power of supreme-level rules. The only drawback was that this move consumed too much. Like Hollow Purple before the second evolution, Gojo Yoru needed to unseal the double yin seals, almost draining both types of chakra, to fire one shot. And the volume of the light cannon was only half the size of a person. The complete form of the light cannon should be as big as a person, a secret technique developed by Gojo Yoru specifically for Ten Tails Jinchuriki and Six Paths level powerhouses. Even a Ten Tails Jinchuriki with an immortal body would instantly turn into nothingness if hit. This move was also Gojo Yoru's strongest secret technique currently. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Incarnation of Miracle, the Birth of the Strongest. Still the same sentence, major events on the battlefield cannot be hidden for long. They will soon spread throughout the 5 great ninja villages and then quickly diffuse to the entire ninja world. Unless it was a one-on-one battle between genin, no one would pay attention to such a battle. Of course, except for 2 certain Konoha genin. Once a battle involved Jonin level, there would definitely be reconnaissance teams and Anbu members in the dark corners of the battlefield because this was a game between all-around players. The battle between Gojo Yoru and Han was such a game, and the latter even successfully tricked the former. If not for intangibility, Gojo Yoru would have died. To take revenge, Gojo Yoru decisively unsealed the double yin seals and used his strongest secret technique, not wanting to give Iwagakure a chance to support or use the reverse summoning technique. Every ace combatant was one of the foundations of each ninja village. Losing one was a huge loss, like Ebizo of Tsunagakure, and Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. And a Jinchuriki was a foundation on the same level as the 5 kage for each ninja village. In terms of strategic deterrence, even the 5 kage couldn't compare to a Jinchuriki. The death of a Jinchuriki was big news at the ninja world level. After Han entered the field, not only were Konoha and Iwagakure's surveillance watching him, but even the ninja villages of other observing countries had installed surveillance on him. These surveillance methods could be Byakugan long-range vision and X-ray vision, Yamanaka clan's spirit possession on animals, sharing vision with birds, or some summoning beasts possessing human intelligence and language, able to verbally describe or read minds to see information, etc. In short, in this ninja world, there were all kinds of strange methods. Most importantly, these surveillance methods completely recorded the process of Gojo Yoru killing Han. The special chakra of a Jinchuriki, and Han's 2 halves turning into nothingness one after another, couldn't be faked. Even if Iwagakure wanted to hide this news, they couldn't. Similarly, the scene of Gojo Yoru being unharmed by Onaki's dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique was also seen by many eyes in the dark. Knowing well that Han's death couldn't be hidden, and losing a Jinchuriki might attract the coveting of the Land of Lightning, Onaki could only endure the grief and directly use Han's death and his own reputation to build momentum for Gojo Yoru, focusing the entire ninja world's attention on Konoha and Gojo Yoru. Thus, the news that Gojo Yoru possessed a Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, could convert chakra into space-time nature transformation, and that the black and white laser wasn't storm release, black lightning with destructive characteristics but space-time release, immediately swept through the entire ninja world like a storm. Later history books would call this moment the birth of the strongest Kekkei Genkai. It turned out that while other peers were still in the Ninja Academy, Gojo Yoru mastered the Super S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique at 11, which no one in Konoha had been able to learn since the second Hokage, not because he had space-time talent, but because he himself could convert chakra into space-time nature transformation. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique was as simple as eating and drinking for him. It turned out that in Gojo Yoru's first battle that shook the ninja world, the black meteor that broke the salamander's tail and prevented this number one poisonous creature in the ninja world from returning to the summoning world wasn't because of its incredible speed, but because this meteor was a space-time release ninjutsu, possessing the ability to interfere with space. If not for the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the salamander, whose body flicker technique was unrivaled in the ninja world, able to use water body flicker with his summoning beast, the salamander might not have just lost a tail but died on the spot. It turned out that Gojo Yoru could bury so many flying thunder god formulas in the ground under the eyes of 55 sand ninjas, and his skill to perfectly hide chakra aura wasn't a hidden technique at all, but because he could merge into space, making his existence disappear. Soundless body flicker, being unharmed by dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, were also due to this reason. It turned out that his storm release, black lightning had no traces of lightning, nor any smoke or debris, not because the laser combining storm release and black lightning had the characteristic of destroying everything, but because his space-time release, like the Kekkei Tota dust release, possessed the power to annihilate everything. The difference was that dust release decomposed everything into atomic states, while Gojo Yoru's space-time release was spatial annihilation. If this battle were Gojo Yoru's first battle and his first fame, even if many people saw it with their own eyes, various forces in the ninja world would think Oniki was driven crazy by the death of the Jinchuriki and started talking nonsense, smearing Konoha by any means necessary. With so many ninjutsu extension techniques, hidden techniques, and Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world, who knew if the reason for Gojo Yoru being unharmed was some other ability? Why label him with space-time? Who in the entire ninja world didn't know space-time, and who hadn't come into contact with space-time power? Storage scrolls involved space-time, the summoning technique involved space-time, the heavenly transfer technique also involved space-time, and even the flying thunder god technique and impure world reincarnation invented by the second Hokage involved space-time. But these space-time abilities were all support types. How could offensive space-time abilities exist in this world? And how could a Kekkei Genkai capable of converting chakra into space-time nature transformation exist? If such a Kekkei Genkai really existed, it would simply be a miracle of the ninja world turning the impossible into reality. Wouldn't the person possessing such miracle power be invincible? In front of such a Kekkei Genkai, what did the Uchiha clan's legendary Mangekyo Sharingan and the first Hokages would release that pacified chaotic times amount to? Probably only the Rinnegan, the head of the three great dojutsu used by the Sage of Six Paths to create the moon in myths and legends, which supposedly didn't exist, could compare to it, right? What absurd nonsense and rumors! If the person spreading this intelligence weren't Oniki, who mastered the Kekkei Tota dust release surpassing Kekkei Genkai, and was one of the strongest in the current ninja world standing at the pinnacle of the 5 kage in both age and strength, he would definitely be mocked by everyone. However, this wasn't Gojo Yoru's battle to fame. Before this, he had already become famous in the ninja world multiple times. In this campaign destined to be called the Second Great Ninja War, Gojo Yoru was also the most dazzling existence. In his first battle, he achieved a feat no one had been able to do in decades, becoming the first super new star to injure the salamander. He was also the first top assassin to kill an enemy commander and instantly kill 54 high-level combatants. He was also the number 1 speed in the ninja world, whose body flicker was not weaker than the demigod of the ninja world and who even defeated the demigod. In just 2 years, he set the fastest promotion record in the ninja world, becoming the youngest ace combatant in the 5 great ninja villages, unanimously considered destined to become another pinnacle of the ninja world upon adulthood. In these 2 years, the means displayed by Gojo Yoru were countless. Besides the flying thunder god technique and yin seal, most other means were ninjutsu he invented or extension techniques with his own characteristics. Ghostly soundless body flicker technique, with not only no sound but also undetectable chakra aura. Earth body flicker technique and lightning release chakra mode combined with chakra hiding skills. The black meteor that appeared only once in 2 years, breaking the salamander's tail. The hand seal-less ninjutsu Raise Nan used by Jiraiya to defeat and kill many enemies. Black lightning with characteristics completely different from the third Raikage. The Chidori series that made rain ninjas tremble with fear, and the laser beam suspected of combining storm release and black lightning that defeated the demigod of the ninja world. While others were still in the ninja academy at 12, or just graduated knowing only basic ninjutsu, unable to use even a C-rank 5 elements ninjutsu due to chakra. Gojo Yoru had already mastered S-rank and Super S-rank secret techniques, developed a series of A-rank ninjutsu and various extension techniques, and even developed hidden techniques and synthesized Kekkei Genkai. His ninjutsu talent had spread to every corner of the ninja world, recognized as a super genius not inferior to the second Hokage. The intelligence of his ninjutsu was also memorized by all Chunin and Jonin. Therefore, when Oniki, the pinnacle of the 5 Kage, shamelessly set a trap for Gojo Yoru with a Jinchuriki and spread the new intelligence obtained at the cost of a Jinchuriki's life to the entire ninja world, many people instantly realized the truth. Many people originally suspected that Gojo Yoru had developed transparent release similar to the second Tsuchikage's dustless bewildering cover before black lightning, which was why he could perfectly hide his chakra. Now replacing it with converting chakra into space-time nature transformation, allowing the body to merge into space, they suddenly saw the light. Those who knew the abilities of black lightning, had seen the third Raikage use it, and had also experienced storm release, finally had their doubts resolved. Storm release combined with black lightning couldn't form that laser destroying everything. Whether storm release or black lightning, they were related to lightning release, so it was impossible to have no traces of lightning at all. The reason Gojo Yoru's attack could do it was that his ninjutsu wasn't storm release and black lightning at all, but a power of rules like dust release, spatial annihilation turning everything into nothingness. Except for Genin and Chunin who knew little about space-time, Jonin with special talents and all-around skills, as well as the higher UPS of various forces, fell silent collectively. Including, the Konoha camp. Orochimaru, is this the secret you refused to tell, certain that the Gojo kid could become the new generation god of shinobi? White Fang battle line. Jiraiya stared fixedly at Orochimaru, his eyes wide as bells, full of shock. Tsunade and Hitaki Sakumo also looked at Orochimaru in disbelief, eager for an answer. Taking in their expressions, Orochimaru couldn't help but curl his lips, his mood extremely pleasant. Nice, just these expressions. Orochimaru had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. So much so that he regretted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the Konoha Council of Elders weren't here. If the current scene were the Jonin meeting, what a beautiful picture that would be. Although he didn't know how Sarutobi-sensei felt when he became Hokage, Orochimaru was very certain that even if he succeeded as the fourth Hokage, his mood would be far inferior to this moment. But on the surface, Orochimaru just smiled, so you should understand why I was unwilling to reveal it, right? With Orochimaru's confirmation, Jiraiya and the other two could no longer hide their shock, all dumbfounded. After a long time, Tsunade recovered her senses and murmured, "No wonder Katsuyu-sama called him a new miracle of the ninja world. Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. Does such a Kekkei Genkai actually exist in the ninja world?" Among the 7 nature transformations of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, which nature transformations can synthesize such a Kekkei Genkai? Or was the special attribute of space-time born directly with Yoru as an 8th new nature transformation, hence called a miracle of the ninja world? At this point, Tsunade's tone was rarely unconfident. If Yoru's chakra can really be converted into space-time nature transformation, doesn't that mean he can turn various ninjutsu into space-time release like developing ninjutsu? No, he's already doing it. No wonder his secret techniques are so powerful. Compared to the space-time Kekkei Genkai, can grandfather's wood release really be called a miracle of the ninja world? Hitaki Sakumo sighed slightly, perhaps we have witnessed the birth of the strongest Kekkei Genkai. Jiraiya suspected even more that the Great Toad Sage must have made a wrong prophecy, or they pulled the wrong person back then, mistaking Orochimaru for himself. Space-time power had always been considered an external object and external force. The only way they ninjas could utilize space-time power was the reverse summoning technique. Only a heavenly genius like the second Hokage could grasp a trace of invisible space-time power, inventing the Flying Thunder God technique famous in the ninja world. Just applying the principle of the summoning technique to himself made the second Hokage the fastest ninja in the ninja world, and also made Gojo Yoru the #1 speed in the ninja world. For these ace combatants and the 5 Kage, space-time was power from another dimension. And now, an existence capable of converting chakra into this higher dimensional nature transformation appeared in the ninja world. Orochimaru didn't lie, and the slug sage wasn't wrong. Gojo Yoru was the future god of shinobi, a miracle of the ninja world. If not for his extremely small chakra amount, lacking the strategic deterrence of tailed beast bombs and the salamander, Gojo Yoru might be the new generation god of shinobi right now. Even so, he was already one of the strongest in the ninja world. If his merging into space was a passive skill, perhaps one of could be removed. Even dust release, which eliminated all Kekkei Genkai, couldn't hurt Gojo Yoru in the slightest. Jiraiya couldn't imagine what ability could hurt Gojo Yoru merged into space. Regardless of who the opponent was, he already stood in an invincible position. Moreover, after merging into space, his chakra would also disappear. Except for the naked eye, no amount of strong sensing and barriers could discover him. Thinking of being targeted by such a guy, Jiraiya shuddered. What was the difference between this and being targeted by the Grim Reaper? That little old man Oniki would probably suffer from insomnia for a long time. Even if he fell asleep, he might wake up from a nightmare. Is this the means that killed my brother? Sand battle line. Cho looked ashen. She finally knew why the scene in those countless copied photos was so weird. Her brother and those 54 high-level combatants indeed died strangely. But the truth of their death was even more despairing. So much so that Cho saw no hope of revenge. Just like Hanzo the salamander, at this moment, Cho lost all her spirit. Cho-sama, Kazekage-sama wants to speak with you. Outside the tent, a voice sounded. Then not long after, the dispersed combat and support units all gathered back at the temporary command post, evacuating back to the border base and the Land of Wind. Tsunagakuer, stopped fighting. Still the same sentence, a ninja battle is a battle of intelligence. If Oniki hadn't used a cognitive trap and shamelessly entered the field personally, Gojo Yoru's means of merging into space wouldn't have been exposed until now. Regardless of whether the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai was real or fake, before determining what exactly this means of Gojo Yoru was and whether there was a way to crack it, they couldn't continue fighting. Gojo Yoru chose to hide before because he hadn't grown up yet, worried about encountering traps targeting him like Oniki uniting with the Five Tails Jinchuriki. This hiding indeed successfully saved his life. But it also meant everyone on the battlefield had to face a terrifying enemy capable of ignoring all attacks. Even more terrifying was that this enemy's attacks were equally terrifying. Even the Five Tails Jinchuriki was instantly killed by spatial annihilation before he could enter complete tailed beast transformation. Gojo Yoru, having exposed his biggest secret and strongest means, definitely wouldn't show mercy anymore. Continuing to fight would only increase casualties in vain. Unless the 4 countries united and attacked Konoha with blitzkrieg tactics, making this space-time ninja suspected of possessing a space-time Kekkei Genkai overwhelmed, it would be impossible to breach the Land of Fire's defense line. Leaving aside whether the 4 countries could put aside hatred, even if they breached the Land of Fire's defense line and destroyed Konoha, it would be difficult to kill this space-time ninja capable of super long-range teleportation and merging into space. When the war ended, these high-level officials of the 4 countries might become Gojo Yoru's assassination targets. Just like Jiraiya, for a long time in the future, the high-level officials of various countries would be unable to sleep, waking up from nightmares even in their dreams. From now on, how to deal with Gojo Yoru would be the biggest problem in the ninja world. In the black market, the bounty on Gojo Yoru had exceeded 100 million ryo, ranking first on the bounty list. Not only because currently only assassination had hope of killing this space-time ninja who merged into space and definitely needed some time, but also because Gojo Yoru displayed the potential to break the rules like the first Hokage, no longer just a simple ninja. He had caused panic in a certain circle. Had I guessed right? This brat has been hiding an unknown secret all along. I just didn't expect the secret he hid was actually space-time, which all ninjas come into contact with but remains high above and mysterious. In the dimly lit underground space, Uchiha Madara also received this intelligence. Instead of showing dread, he chuckled. Even with a wrinkled face, grey hair, skinny as a stick, struggling even to stand up, relying entirely on the Gedo statue to hang on to his last breath, one could see intense fighting spirit in Uchiha Madara's transplanted Sharingan, whose original owner was unknown. Except for Senju Hashirama, who always suppressed him, defeating him again no matter how his eyes upgraded or even if he found the strongest tailed beast to assist, using new ninjutsu and trump cards, and finally killing him. Uchiha Madara had never looked at anyone else directly, including Senju Tobirama, let alone revealing eyes full of fighting spirit. Now, Gojo Yoru was the second. If his body allowed, Uchiha Madara really wanted to retrieve his Rinnegan and fight Gojo Yoru, to see if the Rinnegan in myths was stronger or the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, comparable to a miracle, was more powerful. Madara-sama, I saw with my own eyes that brat ignoring Onaki's dust release attack. White Zetsu said with dread. At that time, his chakra aura indeed disappeared. I thought he was killed by Onaki. Unexpectedly, he was unharmed, and after the dust release disappeared, his chakra appeared in my sensing again. That was definitely his main body. Just like the intelligence released by Onaki, that brat's body merged into space. I seriously suspect his black lightning isn't lightning release at all, but space-time nature transformation. Those moves with destructive characteristics are all mainly black. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but curl his lips. Why are you so good at analyzing today? Who told me before that things might be simple and I was overthinking? Madara-sama, you're about to die, why are you still as petty as a child? Get lost. Watching the bickering master and servant, Black Zetsu hiding in the Gedo statue was filled with dread and killing intent, and also, fear. He didn't expect that he would also have a day of misjudgment. Accurately speaking, Black Zetsu never expected that a mere lower life form could master space-time power. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he simply didn't believe White Zetsu's words or the intelligence released by Onaki. Because only Black Zetsu knew how high-dimensional and powerful space-time power was. According to the intelligence left by his mother on him, this was a realm only the Otsutsuki clan could touch. Even Kekkei Mora and Ultimate Dojutsu could only barely master it, with single usage and inability to develop freely a high-dimensional power. And now, a lower life form who wasn't a descendant of Asura and Indra, not even an Otsutsuki hybrid, could convert chakra into space-time nature transformation, develop various space-time ninjutsu at will, and do things even his mother couldn't? How was this possible? A bug that could only obtain superpowers by nibbling on some wood chips after the divine tree fell, how could he surpass the progenitor of chakra? Black Zetsu didn't believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. So, Black Zetsu was full of killing intent towards Gojo Yoru. Regardless of whether this brat mastered such miracle power, it was a fact that he had a hidden technique merging with space or an extension technique of the Flying Thunder God technique. This brat had become the biggest obstacle in the plan. Coincidentally, this brat's current weakness was sensing, most afraid of assassination. And Black Zetsu was the strongest assassin in the ninja world. He was a product of yin-yang release, with built-in high-dimensional sensing shielding. Without needing to use Mayfly, no one could discover his existence, including the unfilial sons Hago Romo and Hamura. As long as possessed by him, the will of the progenitor of chakra in his body could control anyone's body, making them commit suicide or killing them with wood release. Black Zetsu really wanted to kill Gojo Yoru. But he dared not do so. Even Onaki's flawless plan couldn't instantly kill him. This brat's speed of merging into space must be extremely fast. And Black Zetsu didn't know if his intangibility was an active skill or a passive skill. If the assassination failed, he would definitely be exposed, and in the future, he would be on Gojo Yoru's list. Unless he continued to hide in the dark, once he appeared as the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will, he would definitely be hunted by Gojo Yoru. Keeping a low profile for 1,000 years, finally creating the second pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world in this generation, Black Zetsu absolutely couldn't turn from dark to light unless he successfully used the infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as he wasn't exposed, as long as the destined battle between Asura and Indra didn't end, even if the second pair of Rinnegan was destroyed, Black Zetsu had hope of creating a third pair, just taking a longer time. Failing in this generation, he could wait for the next, or even 10, 100 generations. Even if Gojo Yoru was a miracle of the ninja world possessing the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, it couldn't change a fact. That is, he wasn't a long-lived species. If this generation failed, at worst, he would reclaim Nagato's Rinnegan, hide in the abyss, and come out when Gojo Yoru died of old age. Thus, Black Zetsu quickly calmed the killing intent in his heart, dismissed that risky idea, and continued to lie dormant waiting for an opportunity. Little did he know, his caution made him miss the best opportunity. Not Black Lightning and Storm Release, but Space-Time. Kumagakuer, the third Raikage looked at the intelligence sent back, his focus completely different from others. In other words, his indestructible slash isn't covered with lightning release or storm release nature transformation, but space-time nature transformation. Then, is his space-time slash stronger, or the heavenly transfer technique's side effects stronger? And can it break my strongest shield? Also that Nihilite merging into space is even more powerful than my strongest shield. This is simply an alternative strongest shield and strongest spear. Konoha, truly the cradle of geniuses. At this moment, Gojo Yoru's name was finally remembered by the third Raikage. Before this, even though Gojo Yoru became famous in the ninja world multiple times, he wasn't put in the third Raikage size. Accurately speaking, the third Raikage looked down on all lightning release ninjas, whether Gojo Yoru or Konoha's White Fang. As the pinnacle of the 5 Kage, the third Raikage arrogantly believed he was the strongest lightning release ninja in the ninja world. Lightning release reaching his level was already the limit. If a lightning release attack wasn't as strong as his strongest spear, it couldn't break his strongest shield. Currently, only 3 abilities in the ninja world could hurt him. One was the dust release of Onaki, also at the pinnacle of the 5 Kage, the second was Hanzo the Salamander's poison, the third was the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu, which was why he chose to destroy the land of whirlpools. Even the third Hokage of Konoha wasn't put in the third Raikage size. And now, Gojo Yoru was the third existence he regarded as an opponent after Onaki and Hanzo the Salamander, even ranking first. Just like Uchiha Madara, the third Raikage size were also full of fighting spirit at this moment. He really wanted to know, was his strongest shield and strongest spear stronger, or were Gojo Yoru's strongest shield and strongest spear superior? Was Gojo Yoru's ghostly silent step and flying thunder god technique faster, or was his lightning release chakra mode faster? Danzo-sama, since the stone battle line has withdrawn troops, I'll take my leave. Pot King battle line, Gojo Yoru bid farewell to Shimura Danzo. Just like Tsunagakuer, Onaki lost a Jinchuriki but didn't gather a large army to take revenge on Gojo Yoru, choosing to withdraw troops decisively instead. Continuing to fight would only increase casualties in vain. Gojo Yoru, who was almost killed by a scheme, would definitely go on a killing spree on the battlefield. No longer needing to hide the dimensional slash and intangibility ability, he was as unsolvable as the third Raikage. Moreover, Gojo Yoru, possessing the flying thunder god technique and able to disengage at any time, was harder to deal with than the third Raikage and couldn't be worn down to death by human wave tactics. Without absolute certainty, Oniki wouldn't let his subordinates die in vain. Shimura Danzo looked at Gojo Yoru with complicated eyes, asking the question the entire ninja world wanted to know: is your storm release, Black Lightning, a Space-Time Kekkei Genkai? Correct, just as you think. Gojo Yoru glanced at Shimura Danzo with a faint smile, then admitted it openly. The Second Great Ninja War ended early because of his Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. Unless Sasori still killed the third Kazekage, and then Kumagakure remained as reckless as ever, fighting the Land of Wind first, then the Land of Fire and Land of Earth, the Third Great Ninja War might not appear before finding a means to deal with Gojo Yoru. Even if the Third Great Ninja War broke out, it would be Uchiha Madara controlling Kirigakure in the dark to declare war on the Land of Fire to guide Uchiha Obito's darkening. Hitaki Kakashi would only turn 3 in September. If no butterfly effect occurred, Uchiha Obito still had 9 years before turning dark. During this time, Gojo Yoru would have long completed the third evolution, and his space-time chakra capacity and talent would be improved again. Even at the current stage, Gojo Yoru only had slightly poor endurance and sensing as a weakness. Now that the war was about to end, Gojo Yoru would fully compensate for this weakness. When he realized the ideas in his inspiration and developed an exclusive sensing extension technique, he would only have the weakness of needing some time to enter intangibility in his normal state. And this weakness was compensated by neural reaction speed and the Flying Thunder God technique. When he developed space-time teleportation without formulas, this weakness would completely disappear. By then, the ninja world would become the Jujutsu Kaisen version of the ninja world. Gojo Yoru would be the strongest boss, giving everyone a headache, only dealable by reviving the ancient strongest. Admiring Shimura Danzo's gloomy expression, Gojo Yoru teleported and disappeared. In terms of reaction, Shimura Danzo was better than the Sunin and Hitaki Sakumo, possibly due to facial paralysis, looking calm. In reality, waves crashed in his heart. The dream of becoming Hokage shattered with a crack like glass hitting the ground. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and personal disciple Orochimaru and Senju of the Forest Tsunade and Black Flash Gojo Yoru and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Such a combination already made Shimura Danzo feel powerless, with slim hope of becoming Hokage. Now that Gojo Yoru exposed the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, mastering a miracle power unprecedented and unseen in the ninja world, his becoming Hokage was a certainty. From now on, his voice in Konoha would be ridiculously high, just like Tsunade's. As Gojo Yoru's teacher and a companion who grew up with Tsunade, Orochimaru becoming the fourth Hokage was also a certainty. The candidates for the fourth and fifth Hokage were basically finalized. He, Shimura Danzo, had no possibility of becoming Hokage anymore. Shimura Danzo's eyes at this moment were rarely filled with confusion. Unfortunately, Gojo Yoru didn't see this expression, otherwise, he would definitely regret leaving too early. Returning to the village, Gojo Yoru inevitably had to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Just like facing Shimura Danzo, Gojo Yoru openly admitted this matter, shocking Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly, who didn't recover for a long time. Then someone spread it out. Gojo Yoru indeed possessed a space-time Kekkei Genkai, he was the incarnation of a miracle. Whether various forces in the ninja world believed it or doubted it, and how they would deal with Gojo Yoru, no one knew. But in Konoha, Gojo Yoru's status, already a top member of the higher UPS circle, skyrocketed instantly. In the eyes of various ninja clans, he had become a hot cake. Space-time Kekkei Genkai equals inheritable ability. If not for Uzumaki Kushina's identity being no secret to the higher UPS, and knowing the relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and Gojo Yoru, the Gojo family's gate would probably be crowded with people. Just as Konoha couldn't refuse the temptation of reappearing wood release, secretly conducting wood release experiments, no one could refuse the temptation of space-time. The Gojo family might have been glorious or wealthy once, but by this generation, it was indeed just a civilian family with a surname. Gojo Yoru didn't even have cousins. But now, Gojo Yoru alone was a ninja clan, alone a prestigious family. If he wanted, he could totally marry many women from ninja clans and have many children. None of the ninja clans would object, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't refuse. This was the value of adding Kekkei Genkai after space-time. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Post-War Propaganda, International Superstar, the strongest ninja in history. With the withdrawal of Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, the war that was actively initiated by the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo the Salamander, at the beginning of Konoha year 35, and eventually evolved into a four-nation melee, came to an end at the beginning of Konoha year 37 due to the Black Flash Gojo Yoru exposing his Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. This war lasted exactly 2 years. In these 2 years, many people died. There were genin who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and were unknown in the ninja world, chunin, and Takubutsu jonin who had accumulated a lot of mission experience and whose abilities were recognized and passed assessments, ace combatants who were the backbone of the 5 great ninja villages, and even big shots and jinchuriki who had been famous for a long time and belonged to the top of the pyramid not only in the 5 great ninja villages but also in the ninja world. The death of every ace combatant and big shot was a major event in the war. However, this news spread quickly through various means to all ninja villages in the ninja world, circulating only within the ninja circle. Even few villagers in the ninja villages knew about it. As for the citizens not living in military bases, even fewer knew. For these citizens, they only knew that a war had occurred in the land of rain. The ninja villages of the participating countries had sent troops to the battlefield or to guard other borders, causing commission fees to be much higher than before, and ninja squads might not even accept them. Business people couldn't pass through the land of rain and had to take detours, spending more time and money. As for what happened on the battlefield, densely populated places or people with some power might know a little. People living in remote areas didn't know what happened on the battlefield at all. Until the war ended, newspapers in various countries began to exert their power. Those ordinary people without chakra and the villagers in the ninja villages gradually learned what major events happened in this 2-year war, which big shots died and sacrificed themselves, and finally which country won. 4 days afterward, newspapers large and small in various countries made a lot of money. This war, involving 3 major powers and initiated by the Land of Rain, was officially called by the world, the Second Great Ninja War. Although this war was actively initiated by Hanzo the Salamander, the Land of Rain was the first country to withdraw, declaring the failure of the small country's resistance. The ninja continent remained a 4-legged tripod, and these small countries were just blood bags, never having a day of emergence. Although the Land of Fire was the winner, it was only a defensive victory, there was no real winner in this war. The Land of Rain, which withdrew first, gave the demigods promise never to offend again. As for the withdrawn Land of Wind and Land of Earth, there was no compensation at all. The Second Great Ninja War was purely the 3 major powers consuming each other's national strength, benefiting the distant Land of Lightning and Land of Water. It was also for this reason that the original Third Great Ninja War was only a few years apart from the Second Great Ninja War. In this campaign, some people became famous in the ninja world due to death, and at the same time, the people who killed them became famous. For example, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law might be a universally known combination in Tsunagakure, but they were not well-known big shots on the ninja continent and overseas countries. When newspapers published the investigated and collected intelligence about this couple, the world learned about their strength, records, and background. Thus, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, who instantly killed this couple, became the second winner of this war. In the original work, those who should have become famous with him were the Sunin, who were defeated but honored, and the enemy ninja who killed Kato Dan. But now, although Team Hiruzen also became famous in the ninja world, they didn't have the title of Sunin. Kato Dan, who should have been found by the enemy at the end of the war and beaten until his kidneys flew out, also rewrote his original destiny due to the butterfly effect caused by Gojo Yoru, surviving the Second Great Ninja War. Relying on the Super S-rank ninjutsu spirit transformation technique, killing many IWA Yin release assassins on the battlefield, Kato Dan's name also appeared in the newspapers, known to the world. Not being a commander, his prestige was not as high as Konoha's White Fang and Team Hiruzen, or even the Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo. He only made a name for himself as one of Konoha's ace combatants. The biggest winner of this war was naturally Gojo Yoru, who ended the Second Great Ninja War ahead of schedule just by exposing his Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. His records were so formidable that newspapers from other countries couldn't smear them. Truthful reporting was like excessive boasting. This made Gojo Yoru's name thoroughly spread to every corner of the ninja world. Whether ninjas with superpowers or ordinary people living in remote places, from old people who lived from the Warring States period to now, to children who liked playing ninja games, everyone knew his title, name, and great achievements. Going to the battlefield at 11, his first opponent was the pinnacle of the ninja world, and he became the only existence in decades to injure the #1 poisonous creature in the ninja world. Then instantly killing Tsunagakure's king of intelligence and 54 high-level combatants, becoming Konoha's youngest jonin and commander. At 12, he displayed terrifying dominance, using assassination against assassination, making one of the strongest assassination legions in the ninja world, the Rain Ninjas, tremble with fear, regarded as one of Konoha's trump cards. In the same year, he defeated Hanzo the Salamander one-on-one, announcing the end of the era of the demigod of the ninja world. Before reaching adulthood, he had already become the absolute benchmark for the next generation. Achieving such records at such an age, even novels and newspapers dared not write like this. It was thought that this was the limit, and no one would be able to surpass Gojo Yoru's achievements for decades to come. Even approaching would be very difficult. Unexpectedly, this was still not Gojo Yoru's limit. Not long after the start of Konoha Year 37, he killed the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, one of the 9 great demonic beasts in the ninja world, exposing the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai known as the Miracle of the Ninja World, which was the biggest reason for the withdrawal of Tsunagakure and Uegakure. Although they didn't know what space-time was, people could feel its awesomeness through newspaper descriptions. Being able to convert chakra into space-time nature transformation, merging the body into space, ignoring any attacks, including dust release which eliminated all Kekkei Genkai and mastered the power of decomposition rules, unable to hurt a hair, an invincible technique, standing in an undefeated position innately. Covering weapons with space-time nature transformation and using ninjutsu resulted in a mass-ignoring spatial slash. Ninjutsu could turn everything into nothingness through spatial annihilation, an instant death ability more powerful than dust release, preventing even summoning beasts from escaping back to the summoning world. This was an unprecedented, unseen miracle power. Precisely as the incarnation of a miracle, Gojo Yoru could achieve such great feats at such an age, leaving Tsunagakure and Uegakure temporarily unable to find a countermeasure, only choosing to withdraw, ending this ninja world war that should have caused countless casualties ahead of schedule. Thus, terms like Black Flash, #1 speed in the ninja world, top assassin, Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, incarnation of miracle, Space-Time ninja, etc. resounded in every inhabited place on the ninja continent and overseas, becoming the hottest topic in the ninja world. This Second Great Ninja War, a 4-nation melee, turned into a stage for Gojo Yoru alone. Countless tourists and commissions began to rush to the land of fire and Konoha. Just like Uzumaki Naruto, who became the savior of the ninja world after the war, causing Konoha to be overcrowded for a long time, people with conditions to travel and commission missions wanted to see the incarnation of miracle. Nobles and rich people wanted to see Gojo Yoru by hiring him. Those without money somehow found out the location of the Gojo house, surrounding the wall of the Gojo house, shouting Gojo Yoru's name and title. The Gojo house also became one of Konoha's tourist attractions. Helpless, Gojo Yoru could only temporarily move to the Senju mansion to live with Uzumaki Kushina. As for the commissions from the powerful and wealthy, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected them all without Gojo Yoru needing to speak. Gojo Yoru wasn't a monkey. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he had become a strategic deterrent and Konoha Foundation even more important than Uzumaki Kushina. If Gojo Yoru hadn't reached adulthood yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have wanted to urge him to marry early and reproduce as soon as possible. Even if his children and grandchildren were like the Senju clan, where even the granddaughter and grandson of the first Hokage couldn't awaken would release that pacified chaotic times, hope could be placed on atavism. After all, Konoha wasn't without such Kekkei Genkai families that appeared every few generations. As long as Gojo Yoru gave birth to bloodlines, a second space-time ninja would definitely appear in the future, which was Konoha's future. And now Gojo Yoru's weakness was sensing, which was known to the ninja world. Assassination and poisoning were currently the most hopeful means to kill Gojo Yoru. Before he compensated for the weakness of sensing, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't arrange any missions for Gojo Yoru. Besides sensing, Gojo Yoru also wanted to make medical ninjutsu his strength. When Gojo Yoru compensated for these two major weaknesses, he would be invincible in the ninja world, the new generation god of shinobi. This was the benefit of being in the Hokage's direct line. If Gojo Yoru weren't Orochimaru's disciple, and Orochimaru weren't his most proud disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely be full of dread towards Gojo Yoru, regarding him as a ticking time bomb that could lose control at any time. This was a psychological disease every ruler with insufficient strength would have. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen would even hint to Shimura Danzo, tacitly allowing him to make small moves against Gojo Yoru, then dump all the blame on his good friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather erase this incarnation of miracle than hope for a ticking time bomb more uncontrollable than the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to appear in Konoha. But Gojo Yoru was in the Hokage's direct line, which was completely different. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a grandmaster-ground-disciple relationship. This seniority and age gap only had benefits and no harm for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Gojo Yoru, he no longer needed to fear the Uchiha clan, nor share power with Shimura Danzo. With 3 proud disciples under his command, plus 2 trump cards, the Space-Time Ninja and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's regime would be unshakable. When he got old and died, the position of Hokage would be taken over by disciples and grand disciples. His descendants and the Sarutobi clan would be looked after by them, with no problems for decades to come. In the vast ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely the existence who hoped for Gojo Yoru to grow up the most after Orochimaru. "Yoru, you bastard, I'll strangle you." Inside the Senju mansion, Uzumaki Kushina strangled Gojo Yoru's neck with both hands, shaking his head vigorously. Looking at Gojo Yoru cooperating by rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, Uzumaki Kushina was so angry her hair rose against gravity. Her tone was full of grievance. "I even told you about becoming a Jinchuriki, yet you hid such an important thing from me. What incarnation of miracle, what space-time ninja, you are a big liar, a big bad guy. I really wanted to tell you, but walls have ears." Gojo Yoru said helplessly, "The Space-Time Kekkei Genkai is my biggest secret. Before I grow up, even if my parents were still alive, I wouldn't reveal a bit to them. Orochimaru-sensei was purely an accident. Thanks to my good hiding, I could be safe and sound this time, otherwise, you might not see me." After speaking, Gojo Yoru imitated the action of the number 1 filial son in the ninja world, poking Uzumaki Kushina's forehead with 2 fingers, his eyes and voice full of gentleness. "Forgive me, Kushina. This is the first time, and also the last time." "Humph, you said it. Seeing that what you said makes some sense, I'll reluctantly forgive you." Uzumaki Kushina wasn't an unreasonable girl. She felt angry and aggrieved because she learned that Orochimaru knew Gojo Yoru's secret while she was kept in the dark, and both of them hid it from her. Facing Gojo Yoru's direct offensive, her anger was instantly extinguished. Just not wanting Gojo Yoru to think she was easy to coax, she deliberately crossed her arms, putting on a tsundere look. Actually, What Gojo Yoru feared most was Uzumaki Kushina knowing. Her knowing meant the nine tails knew. If Kurama revealed it to other tailed beasts, and other tailed beasts told their Jinchuriki, and then Jinchuriki reported to the higher UPS, what was the difference from announcing it to the whole ninja world? Of course, Gojo Yoru wouldn't tell Uzumaki Kushina these things. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's tsundere look, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but rub her face, teasing with a smile, "Tomato na, tsundere is out of fashion. You should pretend to be magnanimous, then pat my shoulder and say, then I'll show mercy and forgive you." Uzumaki Kushina, whose face was rubbed out of shape, instantly lit up her eyes, then mumbled, "Then do it again. Keep dreaming." Gojo Yoru pinched Uzumaki Kushina's cheek, pulling gently, and smiled, "But as an apology, when the limelight passes, I can take you out on missions." "Really?" Uzumaki Kushina's eyes brightened even more, then as if thinking of something, she shook her head worriedly, "Forget it. The newspaper says your bounty has exceeded 100 million ryo. Hokage-sama also said that now the entire ninja world is full of people who want your life. Let's wait until your sensing and medical ninjutsu are all improved." Gojo Yoru rubbed Uzumaki Kushina's head and smiled, "Precisely because you are here, I feel full of security, otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in Konoha." Uzumaki Kushina instantly understood Gojo Yoru's meaning. Her face immediately showed a smug expression, humming, "Rely on me as much as you want. As long as I'm here, whether assassination or poisoning, those guys won't succeed." Gojo Yoru wasn't joking. If not for Uzumaki Kushina, he wouldn't even sleep peacefully. He would only leave a shadow clone in Konoha, while his main body teleported elsewhere to sleep. Everyone is in an undefended state when asleep. Even if Gojo Yoru's neural reaction speed was like spider sense, waking him up instantly when encountering danger, he might not have time to dodge the enemy's attack. Especially since he knew Black and White Zetsu were the Naruto world version of Toji Fushiguro, able to enter and exit barriers freely without being sensed, merge with the earth and vegetation, and use wood release power. Not to mention anything else, a wood release spike could kill Gojo Yoru. For the 100 million ryo bounty, there might be many idiots, like those in the One Piece world who wanted to assassinate marine admirals, trying to poison or assassinate Gojo Yoru. Although Uzumaki Kushina's mind's eye of the Kagura couldn't discover White Zetsu before combining with Nine Tails chakra to produce the characteristic of sensing negative emotions, she could discover some guys who thought their invisibility was amazing, temporarily becoming Gojo Yoru's third eye. Heel bite could recover even a body cut in two, and detoxification was a piece of cake. As long as Uzumaki Kushina was there, he didn't fear assassination and poisoning. For this reason, Gojo Yoru finally left a Flying Thunder God formula using ordinary chakra on Uzumaki Kushina. On Uzumaki Kushina's wrist, there was an infinity symbol formed by an Ouroboros, like a special bracelet. When marking her with this symbol, Uzumaki Kushina looked regretful. Compared to this infinity symbol, she preferred the tomato pattern with the character knight inside, which was the symbol representing her and Gojo Yoru. "So, is the gap between us this big?" On the Hokage Rock, Namikaze Minato, who was executing the mission of cleaning the Hokage Rock, looked at the crowded central street, murmuring with complicated eyes. Reading the newspaper and learning that Gojo Yoru possessed a Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, Namikaze Minato suffered a greater impact than anyone else. As the existence most hopeful of becoming the third Flying Thunder God user, no one could understand the high dimension and power of space-time better than Namikaze Minato. Seemingly a power everyone could touch, it was actually in a completely different dimension from them. The Flying Thunder God technique was just an alternative summoning technique. Offensive and defensive space-time abilities were something Namikaze Minato and people in the ninja world dared not even imagine, let alone see. And now, someone capable of converting chakra into space-time nature transformation turned all these abilities they dared not imagine into reality one by one. No wonder the world called Gojo Yoru the incarnation of miracle. Because, this could indeed only be described as a miracle. If there was still a thought of catching up before, Namikaze Minato completely lost that heart now. They were no longer in the same dimension. At this moment, Namikaze Minato finally realized that the various praises for the first Hokage in history books might not be excessive flattery. In this world, there really existed an existence who could single-handedly make all contemporaries become foils, leaving the entire ninja world unsure how to deal with him, thus daring not to offend in the slightest. In the first Hokage's generation, there was Uchiha Madara who could contend with him. Then in this generation, what ability could contend with space-time? Konan-sama, is this space-time the space-time you mentioned before? In a small town in the Land of Birds. As one of the neighbors of the Land of Rain, the Second Great Ninja War was also being discussed enthusiastically here. The topic also revolved around Gojo Yoru and the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. Nagato, who had been wandering and grave robbing with Konan since the war ended, hearing the words space-time, couldn't help but ask curiously. Should be. Isn't space-time power related to sealing jutsu, only available in storage scrolls and the summoning technique? Can such an ability also appear as a Kekkei Genkai? Nagato, who had been taught by Konan during this period and was also a super genius, became even more confused. There are only 7 nature transformations of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements in the ninja world. According to what you said, Konan-sama, hidden techniques are mostly special extension techniques of Yang release and Yin release, and Black Lightning is a special extension technique of Lightning release, meaning all 7 nature transformations can develop hidden techniques. And a Kekkei Genkai is formed by the fusion of 2 nature transformations, related to Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements but a new attribute not belonging to them. A Kekkei Tota is formed by the fusion of 3 nature transformations. Then space-time is related to what attribute, and what attributes can fuse to form it. Looking at the very eager to learn Nagato, Konan looked helpless. Don't know. My self-taught knowledge is only this much. If you want to know, work hard to become stronger and explore it yourself. Yes. Nagato nodded vigorously, remembering the name Gojo Yoru. But he didn't notice the corner of his Konan-sama's mouth rising slightly. In the eyes of White Zetsu and Tobi monitoring them, Konan revealed a gratified smile because of Nagato's eagerness to learn. In reality, Konan was just unable to hide the joy in her heart, revealing a happy smile. So Yoru-sama is this powerful incarnation of miracle, this title is truly apt. Wonder when Yoru-sama will learn that ninjutsu called spirit transformation technique and sneak over to meet her. She really wanted to report the results of this period to Yoru-sama, not only about Nagato's cultivation but also her own growth. Teacher, is this guy in the newspaper the one who defeated you? Omegakure, Tower. Yahiko, who had already embarked on the path of a ninja, was also reading the newspaper at this moment, then looked at Hanzo the salamander doubtfully. Is his ability really as powerful as the newspaper says? Correct, and his ability is even more terrifying than what the newspaper says. Looking at Gojo Yoru on the front page of the newspaper, Hanzo the salamander's eyes were full of complexity, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. This old man originally thought his skill to hide chakra aura was a special extension technique of earth release, a hidden technique. Unexpectedly, this is actually a means of merging into space. In other words, he mastered this invincible defensive ability at 11, or even earlier. Fighting him so many times, yet failing to force out this means of his. It seems this old man still has a considerable gap with Onaki. Hearing this, Yahiko immediately said seriously, in the eyes of me and everyone in the Land of Rain, teacher is more powerful and greater than the 3rd Tsuchikage. You are just different types. Hat, brat, this old man doesn't need your comfort. Hanzo the salamander scolded with a smile, then looked at Yahiko with a trace of pity in his eyes. The ones who really need comfort are actually you brats. If not for that brat, you might have been able to inherit this old man's mantle and become one of the pinnacles of the new era ninja world. But now, in your generation, a ninja destined to become the strongest in history has been born. I hope you won't be hit so hard that you lose the will to move forward." Yahiko widened his eyes, looking incredulous. "The strongest ninja in history? Is it that exaggerated?" "Whether it's exaggerated or not, you'll know when you grow up." Hanzo the salamander didn't explain much. But Yahiko continued to press. "Then is his Kekkei Genkai more powerful, or the god of shinobis would release that pacified chaotic times more powerful?" "Kid, don't underestimate the value of the word miracle," Hanzo the salamander said very certainly. "Looking throughout history, his ability is also the most special and strongest existence. Even the god of shinobis would release is far inferior to him. Don't be deceived by the contents of history books. What was strong wasn't would release, but the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Without the first Hokage's level of chakra, would release is just a Kekkei Genkai formed by the fusion of water and earth nature transformations. Such a Kekkei Genkai not only poses no threat to this old man but would also fuel this old man's fire release power. The reason would release is called the Kekkei Genkai that pacified chaotic times is simply that it is the god of shinobi's Kekkei Genkai. With that level of chakra, any ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai in his hands would be at the level of pacifying chaotic times. If the first Hokage mastered dust release, then the Kekkei Toda eliminating all Kekkei Genkai would be worthy of the name. Just like attribute countering, any Kekkei Genkai will have attributes that counter it. This is the rule of the ninja world. But now, this rule has been broken. Hanzo the salamander said solemnly, even the Kekkei Toda formed by the fusion of three nature transformations couldn't hurt a hair. To deal with that brat, only before he merges into space. Otherwise, unless you can also merge into space, or distort space, shatter space, his space-time Kekkei Genkai is unsolvable. We ninjas can all use space-time power to make storage scrolls and summon summoning beasts, and some techniques can mobilize space-time power through chakra and formulas. So we know very well that space-time power doesn't belong to Yin, Yang, and the five elements at all, nor can it be synthesized through Yin, Yang, and the five elements. This is a special attribute independent of Yin, Yang, and the five elements. When someone can convert chakra into nature transformation of this special attribute, he is the incarnation of miracle. Attribute countering doesn't work on him, only space-time can deal with space-time. At this point, Hanzo the salamander showed a pitying look again. Besides that brat's ability, the only known external objects containing space-time power in the ninja world are space-time scrolls. Techniques involving space-time are only the summoning technique and heavenly transfer technique, as well as Konoha's flying thunder god technique and impure world reincarnation. These four techniques involving space-time are all support types. Unless a heavenly talent appears in the future, able to mobilize space-time power through chakra and formulas to develop offensive and defensive ninjutsu, and must be able to cause a certain range of impact on space, otherwise they still can't hurt that brat, nor block his attacks. So, even if his chakra amount is far inferior to the first Hokage, he will become the strongest ninja in history in the future. Yahiko, who had just embarked on the path of a ninja, understood but didn't fully understand, feeling it was amazing but severe. His current appearance interpreted what a frog in a well meant, only feeling that the gap between him and Gojo Yoru was just one at the bottom of the well and one outside the well. When he grew up and his horizons broadened, he would discover that he was just a big rock, certainly larger than the surrounding pebbles and sand grains. But Gojo Yoru was the sky above him. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Famous scene. Gojo's glance back, the new Sunin. The sensation caused by Gojo Yoru lasted for more than half a month. It wasn't until the passion of the tourists dissipated that Konoha returned to its original state. During this period, the combat and support units of the White Fang battle line and the Stone battle line had completed the handover with the border base. Except for the troops guarding the border, everyone else returned one after another. Then a grand and solemn burial ceremony, which all ninjas and villagers in Konoha had to attend, began. Everyone wore long black clothes and pants, came to the cemetery to offer flowers for the sacrificed ninjas, and then observed a collective silence. Corpses sealed in storage scrolls began to be buried. Names were engraved on the huge memorial stone. Looking at familiar names, some wept bitterly, while others remained expressionless, their thoughts unknown. Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina also attended, but they didn't stand together. Uzumaki Kushina, who hadn't been to the front line yet, stood very far back. As one of the commanders and the greatest contributor to the Second Great Ninja War, Gojo Yoru stood in a row with the Sunin and Konoha's White Fang. In front of them were the Konoha Council of Elders headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Nawaka's name, Tsunade didn't cry. Her tears had dried up last year. Inheriting Nawaka's will, she was also trying hard to change the status quo so that the future generation wouldn't become a second Nawaka. After the burial ceremony ended, it also announced that the Second Great Ninja War had completely turned a page. Everyone needed to walk out of grief and continue their lives. At night, the izakaya frequented by the Sunin. The Sunin and Gojo Yoru were having a small gathering. Orochimaru and Jiraiya sat in a row, while Gojo Yoru and Tsunade sat opposite them. Gojo Yoru, who was much taller than Tsunade and might be a head taller in a year or two, didn't look out of place sitting with the Sunin at all. "Yoru, have a drink with me to celebrate your promotion to Jonin." Tsunade put her arm around Gojo Yoru's neck, her face flushed from drinking. Although the Sunin all drank, scenes of getting drunk rarely appeared. For Tsunade, who mastered the Yin seal, just a micro-adjustment of chakra could sober her up instantly. But she didn't do so, showing that she wasn't as strong as she appeared. Neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya stopped Tsunade from drinking like a cow from the start. This was the last vent before turning the page. However, seeing Tsunade wanting Gojo Yoru to drink with her, Jiraiya hurriedly stopped her. "Tsunade, have you forgotten the 3 prohibitions for ninjas? The Gojo kid isn't 20 yet." "Jiraiya, I'm not drunk yet." Tsunade complained speechlessly, "It's really rare to hear the 3 prohibitions for ninjas from you, a peeping Tom." "Cough, cough, there's a junior here, what are you saying? This great one doesn't understand at all." Jiraiya blushed, obviously not as thick-skinned as in the original work yet. "It's okay, a few cups won't hurt." Gojo Yoru poured himself a cup of sake and clinked glasses with Tsunade. The sake in this world was similar to that in his previous life, only about 12 degrees, not enough to get people drunk easily. Even if his alcohol tolerance was poor, Gojo Yoru could dispel the drunkenness by micro-adjusting his chakra. The Yin seal was simply the Naruto version of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword, a divine tool for drinking. However, while drinking, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but complain in his heart. Geniuses graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 or 6, and even ninjas with poor aptitude would pass the Jonin instructor's test at 12 and start killing people on missions. Seeing blood in early adolescence, yet having to wait until 20 to drink. The interdimensional prohibition on alcohol was truly terrifying. As expected of someone I appreciate, straightforward enough. Cheers. Seeing Gojo Yoru so cooperative, Tsunade couldn't help but reveal a big smile. Drinking the sake in one gulp, she continued to put her arm around Gojo Yoru's neck. Because of the height difference, Gojo Yoru's side face enjoyed the benefit of a chest pillow, making Jiraiya stare dumbfounded, regretting sitting with Orochimaru. Tsunade said blaming words, "By the way, you kid hid really deep. Such an incredible ability like the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, you could hide it for so many years. If I were your age, I would have exposed it in the Ninja Academy long ago. Your physical development and mental growth simply leave your peers several streets behind." Gojo Yoru endured the evil power of the number 1 asset in the ninja world for a few seconds, then pried open Tsunade's arm, sat up straight, stared at the sake in his hand, and smiled. "The first time I met Orochimaru-sensei was when I was training the Raise Nan outside the village. At that time, Orochimaru-sensei also asked me why I didn't train in the village but ran outside specially. Hearing this, Orochimaru also recalled memories from a few years ago and revealed a smile. I remember your answer was that a ninja battle is a battle of intelligence, and you didn't want anyone to know your trump cards. It seems you had already awakened the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai back then. When the news of my parents' death came back, I remember that ninja told me they sacrificed themselves because they encountered an enemy outside of intelligence. Gojo Yoru's gaze was deep. From that moment on, I knew the importance of intelligence. If not for being accidentally discovered by Orochimaru-sensei and falling into the trap of the third Tsuchikage and the Five Tails Jinchuriki, I wouldn't have used the trump card of the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai until I died of old age. You would only know that I developed Storm Release, Black Lightning with destructive characteristics. You are right. Such miracle power should either never be exposed or exposed only when wings are fully fledged. The son and all agreed very much. Tsunade even said regretfully, if the Land of Rain didn't have Hanzo, a pinnacle of the ninja world, the fuse of the Second Great Ninja War would only be the other major powers, and the war might have broken out a few years later. By then, Yoru would have grown up long ago, and our Land of Fire wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. None of us know which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. Orochimaru said faintly, his parents also died in an accident. Stop talking about these things, let's drink. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Jiraiya raised his glass to change the topic. Gojo Yoru and the three clinked glasses. Drinking it all in one gulp again, Tsunade took advantage of the last bit of clarity in her consciousness, turned her head to look at Gojo Yoru with drunken eyes. By the way, Yoru, don't move back. Continue living in my house. Sarutobi-sensei asked me to teach you medical ninjutsu to avoid poisoning by enemy countries. Gojo Yoru looked a bit troubled. Learning is fine anytime, but living there isn't necessary, right? Then don't you need to pay tuition? Perhaps due to drunkenness, Tsunade put her arm around Gojo Yoru's neck again, shouting dissatisfiedly, don't think I don't know you often cook for Kushina. Now that I'm the only one left at home, you either cook for me as tuition or address me as Tsunade-sensei in the future like you do with Orochimaru. Fine, I'll stay. Gojo Yoru chose the former. Not bad, quite sensible. Tsunade let go satisfactorily, patting Gojo Yoru's shoulder and promising, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Jiraiya suddenly said shamelessly, Tsunade, how about I move into your house too, specifically to cook for you? Get lost. Even drunk, Tsunade's reply was still concise and powerful. Until late at night, with only the few of them left in the izakaya, this small gathering finally ended. Yoru, I leave Tsunade to you. How about letting this great one send her back, hehe. Stop messing around, let's go. Orochimaru-sensei, Jiraiya-senpai, good night. The four bid farewell at the entrance of the izakaya. Orochimaru said goodbye to Gojo Yoru, who was supporting the unconscious Tsunade, and then dragged Jiraiya away. Gojo Yoru supported Tsunade leaning on him with one hand and raised the other in response. Watching the two disappear, Gojo Yoru didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Tsunade back to the Senju mansion but supported her while walking and asking, Tsunade-senpai, do you want to vomit for a while? No need, I'm not drunk yet, just a little sleepy. Tsunade responded groggily. Then let's walk back. Still worried she might vomit, Gojo Yoru didn't teleport her back but supported her to walk back, planning to observe on the way. At the same time, Gojo Yoru frowned and said, Tsunade-senpai, I don't hate people who drink, but I don't like getting along with drunkards, nor do I want to take care of people who deliberately use alcohol to numb their grief. A little drink or tipsiness is fine in the future, but if you drink like today again, forgive me, but I can only move back. No, not allowed to be fierce to me. Tsunade still responded groggily, her tone carrying a trace of coquettishness, almost hanging on Gojo Yoru, unsure if she listened. Just like Hancock acting coquettishly in the One Piece world next door, Tsunade acting coquettishly at her most beautiful stage also made it impossible to get angry. Gojo Yoru smiled helplessly, said no more, and supported Tsunade walking on the empty street. Entering an alley without streetlights, Gojo Yoru suddenly glanced back at the darkness behind him, as if watching something. Those icy blue eyes, like the Sharingan in the dark night, flashed with bone-chilling cold light. Just a glance, and Gojo Yoru withdrew his gaze, continuing to support Tsunade home. The scene switched to the wall on the right side of the alley. A figure was currently slumped there, face covered in cold sweat, pupils trembling, eyes full of shock and fear. It wasn't until the footsteps could no longer be heard that he dared to gasp for breath. If the Sunin were here, they would find that they knew this person. White hair reaching his shoulders, red eyes, handsome appearance like Kato Dan, wearing a white robe, this person was a classmate and friend of the Sunin, currently just a Takubutsu Jonin of Konoha Hirako. Hirako only felt his heart pounding thump-thump, as if it would drill out of his body in the next second. Just meeting Gojo Yoru's eyes for a second, his strength seemed to be instantly drained. Clearly feeling cold as if falling into an ice cave, yet his body broke out in a large amount of sweat, soaking his clothes. Just like Orochimaru scaring Team 7 into collapsing on the ground and vomiting with one look in the original work. Gojo Yoru's glance back made Hirako see his own death, a terrifying scene of instantly turning into countless fragments. If he weren't a Konoha ninja, perhaps that scene would have become reality. Didn't they say sensing is his weakness? Or is my hiding technique extension too weak? Hirako didn't think Gojo Yoru had grown at first, but felt he was too weak. It was this inferiority rooted in growing up with them that led him astray. If he were just one of the Sunin's classmates, having a simple classmate relationship with them, Hirako wouldn't be so inferior. But as it happened, he had a good relationship with the Sunin and was their friend, which led to Hirako's heart being filled with unwillingness and inferiority. Clearly, the four were friends, but the other three became the Hokage's disciples, fighting side by side in all missions, becoming commanders together in the war, their strength so powerful, while no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see their backs. The other three had been ace combatants for many years, while he wasn't even an all-rounder jonin. This gap made Hirako increasingly inferior, gradually daring not to associate with the Sunin. Secretly, he still hadn't given up the idea of catching up with the three. On countless nights, he dreamed of catching up with them, gaining their and the Hokage's approval, and fighting side by side with them. Every time he woke up from the dream, Hirako's unwillingness deepened. If he couldn't see hope, he would very likely suffer from depression or go astray. The Second Great Ninja War really made Hirako see hope. The Forbidden Jutsu Library, full name Konoha Forbidden Jutsu Data Library. This was one of Konoha's forbidden areas, guarded by Jonin and Anbu around the clock. Only the Hokage could enter and leave at will, even the Council of Elders needed the Hokage's permission to enter. Here, a large amount of forbidden technique data that was prohibited from viewing and violated ethics was sealed. These data included completed forbidden jutsu, semi-finished products and prototypes, and even just inspirations. Normally, Hirako would have been discovered by sensing ninjas before even approaching such a place. But after the war broke out, sensing ninjas suddenly became scarce, all sent to the battlefield. The ninjas guarding the Forbidden Jutsu Library were no longer all-rounder jonin but Takubutsu jonin. At this time, Hirako, who was friends with the Sunin, was valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and sent to guard the important place. Coincidentally, when Hirako and the ninja guarding the Forbidden Jutsu Library with him were cleaning the library, they accidentally knocked down a scroll recording an inspiration, which therefore wasn't sealed, and accidentally saw the contents inside. At that moment, Hirako saw hope of catching up with the Sunin, and a crazy idea grew in his heart. Thus, he looked for an opportunity to steal the unfinished Forbidden Jutsu. And that Forbidden Jutsu was, the Chimera Technique. The Chimera Technique was a fusion ninjutsu, similar to the Inyazuka clan's secret technique, capable of fusing with summoning beasts and obtaining their abilities. The reason it became forbidden jutsu data was that the ninja who had the inspiration for this technique proposed the possibility of fusing with ninjas to obtain their Kekkei Genkai. This involved human experiments, not only violating ethics but also losing many ninjas with Kekkei Genkai, likely causing panic and condemnation, so it was sealed in the Forbidden Jutsu Library, not even counting as a semi-finished product. It was also for this reason that Hirako discovered and stole it so easily. This fusion ninjutsu made Hirako see hope of catching up and surpassing the Sunin, and he decided to research it secretly. Coincidentally, not long ago, Gojo Yoru's Space-Time Kekkei Genkai became famous in the ninja world, known as the Incarnation of Miracle. Just exposing the Kekkei Genkai ended the Second Great Ninja War ahead of schedule, deeply shocking Hirako. He couldn't imagine how powerful a Kekkei Genkai must be to make two major powers see no hope of victory, unwilling to increase casualties in vain, and choose to withdraw troops. It wasn't until the post-war propaganda of various newspapers that Hirako initially understood the power of the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, feeling that even would release that pacified chaotic times and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan seemed nothing more than this. If he could obtain such a Kekkei Genkai, wouldn't he be able to replace Gojo Yoru and become the incarnation of miracle? And the Chimera Technique happened to allow him to realize this possibility. To encourage the world to assassinate and poison Gojo Yoru, various newspapers not only put the black market bounty on the bright side but also published Gojo Yoru's weaknesses. Thus, Hirako, mastering the puppet curse and hiding technique extension, still couldn't suppress the crazy idea and chose to peek at and follow Gojo Yoru on this day. As a result, before he could find an opportunity to put the puppet curse on Gojo Yoru, he was scared by Gojo Yoru's glance into collapsing on the ground, without even the strength to get up. That crazy idea also vanished instantly. Impossible, absolutely impossible to achieve. That was a monster completely not in the same dimension as him. It took Hirako a long time to recover. In the future, let alone having that crazy idea, even seeing Gojo Yoru on the street, his legs would tremble uncontrollably. Gojo Yoru didn't know the person following him was Hirako, one of the few written in his diary memo. He just sensed a faint chakra following him. The tracking method and distance were different from Anbu, so like Orochimaru scaring Team 7, he used genjutsu to materialize his killing intent and contacted through invisible yin release chakra to warn the guy following him. If not for the lack of killing intent from the other party, highly likely being one of their own, Gojo Yoru would have treated him as an enemy spy and killed him long ago. As one of the ace combatants, a Konoha foundation like the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Gojo Yoru already possessed some privileges. For example, if the village entered an emergency state, he could bypass the Hokage directly and issue missions below S rank to ninjas lower in rank than him. Encountering a ninja squad outside, he could also take over the captain's command, making them obey him. If he found something wrong, he could even act first and report later. Now it wasn't Gojo Yoru who couldn't leave Konoha, but Konoha couldn't leave him. Noeki, Asuma Sarutobi, and the future Konohamaru were all fake Konoha crown princes. Gojo Yoru was the real Konoha crown prince. The next day, the atmosphere in Konoha changed significantly. Before today, Konoha was still affected by the Second Great Ninja War. Although the war had ended for nearly a month, before the burial ceremony, Konoha was in an overcrowded stage. Countless tourists traveled thousands of miles to Konoha just to catch a glimpse of the incarnation of Miracle. It wasn't until the burial ceremony ended that the Second Great Ninja War truly turned a page. Those who had received news of the sacrifice of relatives and friends long ago, cried countless times, and walked out of the shadow also completed their final vent yesterday. Waking up today, their spirits were completely different, starting a new life. Including Tsunade. After the war ended, Tsunade returned to the Konoha hospital and took Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina with her, starting to teach them medical ninjutsu personally. Gojo Yoru had to improve his medical ability to ensure that if poisoned outside, he could detoxify himself or delay the poison onset time, teleporting back to Konoha for treatment. And Uzumaki Kushina was a distant blood relative of the Senju clan and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a natural genius in taijutsu, sealing, and medical. If she awakened Heel Bite, she could become a top medical ninja in the ninja world without even learning any medical ninjutsu. In the entire ninja world, no one was more suitable to be her disciple than Uzumaki Kushina. Orochimaru was Gojo Yoru's teacher, and Jiraiya also took a personal disciple in Team Jiraiya. Tsunade felt she couldn't lose to them, so she decided to cultivate Uzumaki Kushina to inherit her mantle. Although Uzumaki Kushina was a member of Team Orochimaru and called Orochimaru-sensei, she wasn't Orochimaru's personal disciple, but rather a relationship similar to Haruno Sakura and Hotaki Kakashi. Only if she learned Orochimaru's unique skills and signed a blood contract with Ryokai Cave would she be considered a personal disciple. Seeing Tsunade choose to cultivate Uzumaki Kushina, seeming to have the idea of taking a disciple, Gojo Yoru was happy to see it. Previously, having no choice and not wanting to owe such a big favor, Gojo Yoru decided to let Uzumaki Kushina sign a blood contract with Ryokai Cave and learn Ryokai Cave Sage Mode when she grew up. If there was a choice, Gojo Yoru actually preferred Uzumaki Kushina learning Shikotsu Forest Sage Mode. The Slug Sage of Shikotsu Forest was not only gentle and sensible, but its split bodies could also be used with Heel Bite and Mind's Eye of the Kagura to achieve remote treatment and shared vision effects. It was definitely the most suitable summoning beast for Uzumaki Kushina. She was more suitable to become Tsunade's disciple than Shizune and Haruno Sakura. If Uzumaki Kushina became Tsunade's disciple, when the Third Great Ninja War broke out, Gojo Yoru, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina would become the new Sunin. That scene was interesting just thinking about it. For the next 2 months, Gojo Yoru multitasked during the day. His main body and Uzumaki Kushina followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, while leaving a few shadow clones at home responsible for researching and learning the spirit transformation technique to compensate for the weakness of sensing. At night, he showed off his cooking skills, cooking with Uzumaki Kushina to repay Tsunade. Whether she wasn't drunk that day or listened to him, although Tsunade didn't quit drinking, she no longer drank heavily to get drunk, only sipping until tipsy. However, the gambling hobby remained, and the addiction grew even bigger. Every day after dinner, she liked to drag Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina to start a charity competition. Gojo Yoru seriously suspected that Tsunade let him stay not only to find a free handsome chef but also to find a good-looking card player. Someone wanting to send him money, Gojo Yoru naturally wouldn't refuse. If Tsunade won, it meant something big would happen, and he could prepare countermeasures in advance. If Tsunade lost, Gojo Yoru just needed to collect money. He even prepared to teach Tsunade a big lesson. If money ran out, use ninjutsu scrolls to pay. If ninjutsu scrolls ran out, use the house to pay. If the house was lost, use herself to pay. He wanted to become Tsunade's biggest creditor, making Tsunade work for him for a lifetime. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Spatial Sensing, the Watershed of the Third Evolution. There is no time in cultivation, and another year passed quickly. Unknowingly, Konoha Year 37 also came to an end. The ninja world had long returned to normal operation, and the national strength of the three major powers in the Land of Rain was slowly recovering. The Ninja World War that lasted for 2 years seemed to have passed a long time ago. In the new academic year in April, chapters on the Second Great Ninja War appeared in history books. Gojo Yoru once again created a new record in the ninja world. At a young age, he had already become the cover figure of history books in various countries, known to students everywhere, either admired or hated. This was a super treatment that even the second winner, Konoha's White Fang, didn't have. Just like the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Gojo Yoru, known as the incarnation of miracle, was so strong that people could smear his character and conduct but couldn't smear his strength. Ninja villages in various countries even had to write him into history books to warn future generations, letting them understand Gojo Yoru's strength and intelligence. If they encountered him in the ninja world in the future, they should decisively abandon the mission and flee, never losing their lives in vain because of bravado. In this year, Gojo Yoru hadn't left Konoha even half a step openly, causing some idiots blinded by the 100 million ryo bounty to risk infiltrating Konoha to assassinate or poison Gojo Yoru. Little did they know that Sarutobi Hiruzen had become unscrupulous to protect Gojo Yoru. The sensing barrier covering the central street of Konoha operated around the clock, with the sensing and barrier squads all being direct subordinates of the Hokage. Once unfamiliar chakra entered Konoha not from the village entrance, they would be immediately arrested by Anbu. Even people registering to enter from the village entrance, once sensed to have chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen would unscrupulously send members of the Kurama and Yamanaka clans to silently possess their bodies and read their minds. Afterward, even the person themselves wouldn't know they were hit by the yin release combo of the Kurama and Yamanaka clans. Once discovered to have bad intentions, they would be immediately thrown into Konoha prison to undergo various tortures. Without the guarantee of powerful figures and passing layers of interrogation and tests, outsiders couldn't open shops and do business in Konoha. Before Gojo Yoru compensated for his two major weaknesses, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't remove such a cordon, nor would he allow Gojo Yoru to go out on missions, even if he was already the most unsolvable existence in the ninja world. This level of protection was far superior to even the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If one didn't know better, they would think Gojo Yoru was his son and assume Sarutobi was adopted. Such treatment would make Uzumaki Naruto in the original work cry in the toilet. When Gojo Yoru heard these news, he felt slightly regretful. Unfortunately, the guys with such stupid ideas were all weak desperados. Other major powers didn't send spies to infiltrate Konoha for assassination, otherwise, he could use them to train himself and Uzumaki Kushina. It is well known that the growth speed of geniuses and super geniuses is unreasonable. Konan, who could develop the nearly omnipotent paper release hidden technique based on her hobby and become one of the best cage-level ninjas in the future, definitely deserved the title of genius. Yahiko, who trained with Jiraiya for 3 years in the original work and established the Akatsuki at less than 15 relying on strength and eloquence to convince a large number of opponents, was also a genius. Now, these two geniuses had changed their original destinies due to the butterfly effect caused by Gojo Yoru. Konan was no longer an appendage of Yahiko and Nagato, nor would she regard their dreams as her own. Her current dream was to become an outstanding ninja capable of helping Gojo Yoru. The motivation generated by this dream made Konan constantly strive to become stronger. Knowing that invisible creatures must be monitoring Nagato nearby, her acting skills became increasingly exquisite, becoming the Konan-sama Nagato admired and followed. Using his life as a bet, successfully transplanting the poison sac, Yahiko became Hanzo the Salamander's disciple. Whether due to exceptional talent, the influence of the poison sac, or the huge improvement in physical and spiritual energy caused by living towards death, Yahiko's chakra amount far exceeded his peers just stepping onto the path of a ninja. Perhaps such fools were all Chakratun types. Under Hanzo the Salamander's guidance, Yahiko, who was originally a water release genius in the original work, quickly had his potential stimulated, regarded by Hanzo the Salamander as the perfect successor. If he didn't die prematurely, inheriting Hanzo the Salamander's fire release and water release ninjutsu and signing a blood contract with the Salamander, Yahiko becoming a cage-level powerhouse was a certainty. Less than 10 years old, both Konan and Yahiko possessed chakra and strength that would allow them to graduate early even in the 5 great ninja villages. With such growth speed, when they entered the mid to late adolescence stage, their strength would definitely leave the original work several streets behind. Unfortunately, compared to super geniuses like Namikaze Minato, Nagato, and Uzumaki Kushina, these two geniuses were still far behind. Needless to say about Namikaze Minato, at this age in the original work, he already possessed the strength to easily defeat high-level ninjas. Now affected by the butterfly effect, he had long mastered the Raise Nan and started cultivating the Super S-rank secret technique Flying Thunder God technique. With his strength and comprehensive qualities, he already qualified to become a Takubitsu Jonin. Although both super geniuses, Namikaze Minato, with limited talent, only had the aptitude to become the pinnacle of the 5 Kage at most. While Nagato and Uzumaki Kushina possessed super Kage level aptitude. Although affected by the butterfly effect, Nagato couldn't become Jiraiya's disciple and couldn't master 6 nature transformations in 1 year or learn all mainstream 5 elements ninjutsu in the ninja world like in the original work. But Gojo Yoru knew very well that Uchiha Madara wouldn't sit idly by. So the ninja path he fabricated for Konan was the most classic finding treasure in a cave in novels. Wandering from the land of rain to the land of rivers, accidentally entering a secret base abandoned for many years, accidentally obtaining scrolls of hidden techniques developed by a ninja corpse, and several storage scrolls full of ninjutsu diaries. This trope was already cliched in Gojo Yoru's previous life. But in this world, it worked very well. Embarking on the path of a ninja because of looting corpses, the innocent Konan believed that ninjas would also have scrolls as burial objects when buried, taking Nagato everywhere to loot corpses and rob graves. Neither Black and White Zetsu nor Uchiha Madara would suspect a girl of a few years old lying to another boy of a few years old, and they really risked doing these immoral things. To make Nagato grow quickly, Uchiha Madara would definitely take advantage of the 2 children's innocence, letting White Zetsu and Tobi secretly cooperate with them, placing some ninjutsu scrolls in some tombs to guide their growth. Otherwise, letting them continue to wander and rob graves, who knew how long it would take for Nagato to grow up. During this period, they might encounter danger, causing Tobi and White Zetsu to be exposed. As for ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara, possessing the Uchiha clan's 1000-year inheritance, having read Konoha's Scroll of Seals, and knowing even some forbidden jutsu invented by Senju Tobirama, didn't lack any at all. 2 children robbing graves fit his intentions perfectly. Through Konan developing the paper release hidden technique and deliberately leaving special codes, Gojo Yoru also confirmed his calculation was very successful. Uchiha Madara was indeed investing in the 2 secretly. Nagato now looked more like Hanzo the Salamander's disciple than Yahiko because he obtained Uchiha Madara's fire release inheritance and Senju Tobirama's water release inheritance. Although he didn't have S-rank secret techniques, with those fire release and water release ninjutsu, plus Nagato's massive chakra from awakening both Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines, and the Rinnegan's boost to nature transformation, he was now a first-class water release and fire release ninja in the ninja world. When he grew a few years older and used fire release, great fire annihilation, it might be as outrageous as Uchiha Madara, requiring a squad of water release users to block. As for Uzumaki Kushina, in the original work, due to the village's rejection, Tsunade's long absence, and finally becoming Namikaze Minato's appendage, Uzumaki Kushina could be said to have severely wasted her talent. Now affected by the butterfly effect, under Gojo Yoru's cultivation for many years, her growth not only left geniuses like Konan and Yahiko far behind, unable to even see her back, but also surpassed super geniuses like Nagato and Namikaze Minato by a large margin. Except for not yet awakening the adamantine sealing chains and temporarily unable to borrow Nine Tails chakra, Uzumaki Kushina had awakened Heel Bite and the mind's eye of the Kagura, becoming the top medical ninja and sensing ninja in the ninja world. She also mastered Tsunade's cherry blossom impact early. Once able to maintain reason and use the tailed beast coat, she would be the most terrifying taijutsu ninja in the ninja world. In terms of ninjutsu, she also mastered wind and water nature transformations. With the boost of massive chakra and shadow clones, she could easily create super large-scale storms and lakes, and upgraded the Big Ball Raise Nan to the Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan. Except for comprehensive qualities still far behind, Uzumaki Kushina's current strength was stronger than many all-rounder jonin. Once she mastered an S-rank secret technique, she would be an ace combatant capable of threatening a cage. After awakening the adamantine sealing chains, her sealing jutsu would also receive a huge boost, able to PK with Kurama, snatch-tailed beast chakra, and become a cage-level powerhouse. When she thoroughly suppressed the Nine Tails, able to activate Nine Tails chakra mode, and fused Sage mode with Nine Tails chakra mode, Uzumaki Kushina would be a numerical monster second only to Senju Hashirama. Not counting Gojo Yoru, the only one who could be her opponent one-on-one was Nagato in a healthy state mastering the Six Paths technique. If the five major powers all entered the Third Great Ninja War, which would still break out in the future, involving these trendsetters who changed their destinies and grew up in advance, it would definitely be a huge campaign with rivers of blood. Clang clang clang! On the top of a snowy mountain in the land of iron, cold wind howled, mixed with a series of metal collision sounds. Two figures, one tall and one short, were engaged in the simplest close-quarters combat on the snow. The shorter one was Uzumaki Kushina, who had entered the mid to late adolescence stage and suddenly shot up to 1.62 meters. Entering the mid to late adolescence stage from the early childhood stage, Uzumaki Kushina didn't just grow a year older. Her face completely shed the round face stage, becoming an exquisite and beautiful oval face. Her attire also underwent significant changes, no longer the old-fashioned mesh inner shirt and yellow short coat. Her upper body wore a light golden short kimono with flame patterns, her lower body wore black shorts just covered by the kimono, faintly visible. Her legs were covered in over-the-knee black stockings, her waist-length red hair straightened, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Her dark blue eyes constantly turned, dynamic vision quickly capturing Gojo Yoru's flaws, the kunao in her hand slashing or stabbing, attacking Gojo Yoru mercilessly. Some of her attacks were blocked by Gojo Yoru, while others, due to being a beat slow, cut through his clothes and skin with the kunao, leaving deep or shallow wounds. Such cuts covered Gojo Yoru's clothes, only without the wounds of those new cuts. Looking closely, one would find Gojo Yoru's eyes bound with a black bandage, and his interception posture somewhat strange. Sometimes reverse gripping a kunao in one hand, maintaining a ram seal with the other. Whenever intercepting like this, no matter how fast Uzumaki Kushina's attack speed was, Gojo Yoru could completely block it, as if growing a third eye capable of seeing Uzumaki Kushina's attack trajectory. When he put down his hand and no longer maintained the single hand seal, his reaction instantly became incredibly sluggish, blocking Uzumaki Kushina's attacks only 2 or 3 times out of 10. His tattered clothes were stained with coagulated blood. Until the wounds were so many that Uzumaki Kushina felt heartache, the close quarters combat between the two finally ended. Absorbing Uzumaki Kushina's chakra to recover from injuries, the two continued such close quarters combat. After an unknown number of times, until Gojo Yoru could block 5 out of 10 attacks in a seal-less state, he finally made the next move. Yin seal release. Gojo Yoru whispered. The rhombus mark on his forehead flashed with faint light, then several black lines extended, forming a tattoo with black tear marks on his face. Like on his face, through the cuts, one could vaguely see his chest. Unsealing the double yin seals, not only did Gojo Yoru's 2 chakra capacities skyrocket, but he also reversed the passive situation just now, instantly turning the offensive around. Without forming a single hand seal, with a black cloth binding his eyes, he could not only capture Uzumaki Kushina's attack trajectory but even predict her next move. Relying on crushing level neural reaction speed, blocking with kunao, deflecting force, borrowing force, counterattacking it was fluid like flowing clouds and water. The kunao also left cuts and wounds on Uzumaki Kushina's clothes and body. Seeing the close quarters combat being crushed, Uzumaki Kushina immediately threw away the kunao and began to use the cherry blossom impact to blast Gojo Yoru. However, her attacks missed without surprise. Gojo Yoru didn't use the ghostly silent body flicker technique. Still relying only on neural reaction speed, he easily dodged Uzumaki Kushina's attacks and specifically targeted her elbows and knees, preventing her cherry blossom impact from hitting the ground and causing large-scale destruction. Moreover, Gojo Yoru's movements were fast, ruthless, and accurate, as if he could see Uzumaki Kushina. And indeed, it was so. Gojo Yoru's current feeling could probably only be understood by Hyuga clan members who activated the Byakugan. If they put themselves in Gojo Yoru's shoes, they would even feel envy, jealousy, and hate. Because Gojo Yoru's current gaze was a 360-degree dead-angle-free God's perspective. And the picture he saw was in color, not the black and white picture of the Byakugan. This 360-degree God's perspective was not only horizontal but also vertical. With just a thought, Gojo Yoru's perspective could switch to underground, the picture also in color. Centered on Gojo Yoru, everything within a certain range was within his gaze. Even more terrifying was that Gojo Yoru's God's perspective, besides seeing color pictures, also combined the energy sensing of the sensing technique, able to see the life fluctuations of animals and human chakra, possessing the ability to see through chakra like the three great dojutsu. The enemy only needed to mobilize chakra, and the knowledgeable Gojo Yoru could judge what type of ninjutsu they wanted to use. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Seeing that even taijutsu couldn't do anything to Gojo Yoru, Uzumaki Kushina, who fought extremely frustrated, didn't continue to change attack methods but chose to surrender. While using heel bite to treat herself, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Gojo Yoru forming seals to close the yin seal and sighed sincerely, "Yoru, your spatial sensing has become stronger again. I feel like every move of mine is seen through by you in advance. Your current state is simply a combination of Byakugan and Sharingan." Gojo Yoru, taking off the cloth strip, didn't show a smug smile but shook his head, "Still not enough. Too many flaws. This technique is at most a semi-finished product." Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened, "This is still just a semi-finished product. I overestimated my current talent and underestimated the high-dimensional power of the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. If not for the micro-adjustment assistance of the yin seal, with my level of chakra control, I must form seals, otherwise, I can't release spatial sensing without seals at all. Once I unseal the yin seal, I can't store chakra." Saying this, Gojo Yoru raised the corner of his mouth. "However, this bottleneck is also a good thing. At least it let me know, the next stage, I might be ridiculously strong." After a year of hard training, Gojo Yoru, with his talent improved for the second time, made rapid progress in medical ninjutsu and yin release. For the former, he had already mastered the chakra blade and could even merge space-time chakra, replacing the chakra blade with his hands to use the dimensional slash. In terms of yin release, he had already mastered the Super S-rank spirit transformation technique, able to perfectly separate spiritual energy from physical energy. Relying on a new realm of chakra control, after merging ordinary chakra with space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru finally managed to merge invisible yin release chakra with space-time chakra, successfully casting the most basic sensing technique. At that moment, Gojo Yoru's sensing was no longer a dark perspective, only able to determine the target's position by capturing energy light points. His sensing turned into a spatial sensing God's perspective. This was the sensing extension technique in Gojo Yoru's inspiration. Without learning the spirit transformation technique, Gojo Yoru's chakra control simply couldn't completely separate spiritual energy and physical energy. Merging space-time chakra with ordinary chakra was equivalent to merging with yang release chakra, yin release chakra, and even lightning release chakra. The proportion of yin release chakra was too small. Even with his talent improved for the second time, Gojo Yoru couldn't develop a sensing extension technique. So, he had a flash of inspiration and exchanged for the spirit transformation technique, using the principle of this Super S-rank secret technique to help him increase the proportion of yin release chakra. Facts proved Gojo Yoru was right. He successfully developed the sensing extension technique spatial sensing. Unfortunately, although his chakra control reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, it still hadn't broken through to another dimension. To cast the sensing technique, he still needed to form seals to release it fully, otherwise, he could only vaguely capture hazy images, and the sensing range would be greatly reduced. This wasn't a problem of chakra capacity but chakra control. Gojo Yoru had been trying to compensate for this flaw, trying various methods to no avail, until unsealing the double yin seals and using the full power micro-adjustment of the yin seal to compensate for this flaw. If the normal yin seal could also compensate for this flaw, then the only flaw of this extension technique would be insufficient range, but it was enough to find nearby white Zetsu clones and assassins. Unfortunately, Gojo Yoru needed to unseal the double yin seals to release spatial sensing without seals. This was a bottleneck that couldn't be broken no matter how hard he tried. It was also this bottleneck that made Gojo Yoru realize how much change the third evolution would bring him. At least one thing was certain. That is, Gojo Yoru's chakra control would officially enter the dimensional world of the Otsutsuki clan, able to cast ninjutsu without forming seals. Spatial sensing would become his normal state, and he could even release space-time chakra externally, completely achieving space-time teleportation without formulas. The third evolution would be a huge watershed. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, the second divine technique, space-time version of the spirit transformation technique. Kushina, I'll cast the spirit transformation technique later. Use the mind's eye of the Kagura to help me with an experiment. Okay. After the sensing training ended, Gojo Yoru didn't take Uzumaki Kushina back to Konoha but teleported to a cave. Inside the cave, it wasn't just the two of them, there was also an unconscious ninja lying on the ground. Gojo Yoru first formed seals with both hands, fully releasing his spatial sensing. After confirming there were no white Zetsu clones around, he said to Uzumaki Kushina, "Do you remember my chakra aura?" MHM. Uzumaki Kushina nodded repeatedly. In the entire Konoha, no one was more familiar with Gojo Yoru's chakra aura than her. This was why Uzumaki Kushina could intercept Gojo Yoru at the entrance of the Hokage building as soon as he returned to Konoha. Very good. Gojo Yoru pointed at the ninja on the ground and continued, "Then remember this guy's chakra aura. I'll possess his body later. Pay attention to see if there are any changes in his chakra aura." Okay. Uzumaki Kushina immediately used the mind's eye of the Kagura to sense the ninja's chakra aura. When Uzumaki Kushina opened her eyes and nodded, Gojo Yoru immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and formed a rabbit seal with both hands. In a perspective invisible to Uzumaki Kushina, a spirit body looking exactly like Gojo Yoru, even with clothes, emerged from the top of his head and floated in the air. Gojo Yoru felt his vision suddenly elevate, seeing himself sitting cross-legged, the unconscious ninja on the ground, and Uzumaki Kushina whose face suddenly turned pale. Not only that, Gojo Yoru could also see the chakra inside that ninja and Uzumaki Kushina, and sense their chakra aura. Without forming seals, Gojo Yoru could sense energy fluctuations in all directions, with a range more than 10 times larger than usual. This was one of the characteristics of the Super S-Rank Yin release secret technique. It was Gojo Yoru's first time casting the spirit transformation technique. A few days ago, after sensing that spiritual energy and physical energy could be perfectly separated, he knew he had mastered the spirit transformation technique. But worried that there might be white Zetsu clones in Konoha, or black Zetsu who hadn't yet become the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's while watching him, highly likely to discover his spirit body state, plus developing spatial sensing was more important, Gojo Yoru didn't cast the spirit transformation technique in Konoha. Entering the spirit body state for the first time, just this sensing enhancement characteristic made Gojo Yoru feel that the spirit transformation technique was worthy of being a Super S-Rank secret technique. Impure world reincarnation and the 8 gates could be quickly mastered as long as a genius with suitable talent was found. At most, they were S-rank difficulty. Only the Flying Thunder God technique and Spirit Transformation technique, these two Super S-rank secret techniques, were simply techniques choosing people. Needless to say about the Flying Thunder God technique, the cultivation conditions for the Spirit Transformation technique required not only suitable spiritual energy and Yin release chakra but also matching Yin release talent. It would take years of cultivation just to barely get started. To master it quickly like Gojo Yoru, one also needed chakra control at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The cultivation conditions were as harsh as the Flying Thunder God technique. If Gojo Yoru still only had veteran Chunin level chakra, even after completing the second evolution, he couldn't cultivate the spirit transformation technique. Because his spiritual energy and yin release chakra were not strong enough to condense a spirit body to leave the physical body. Just like Rock Lee could open the 5th gate of the 8 gates at 12 but could only open the 6th gate at 16. Unless one was a super genius, the spirit transformation technique had a bottleneck that required adulthood to break through. Only an adult body and spirit could support them in bearing the side effects brought by breaking this bottleneck. This was also why many ninjutsu were listed as forbidden jutsu. Casual cultivation could easily lead to life-threatening danger. Just as Gojo Yoru was preparing to feel the spirit body state and then possess the ninja, Uzumaki Kushina's panicked voice suddenly reached his ears. "Yoru, did you succeed? Why did all the chakra in your body disappear?" Chakra disappeared. Gojo Yoru raised an eyebrow and looked at his body doubtfully. The next second, a trace of surprise flashed in Gojo Yoru's eyes. What's going on? He hadn't noticed just now, but Gojo Yoru now realized that from the spirit body perspective, his body had no energy fluctuations at all. As if this wasn't Gojo Yoru's physical body, but a corpse. This was very unusual. Just as 5 elements ninjutsu users could convert chakra into 5 elements nature transformations, yin release and yang release, as hidden attributes, although special, also converted chakra into nature transformations. For example, genjutsu users converted chakra into invisible yin release chakra, but only converted the part of chakra used for the technique. The spirit transformation technique was no exception. Moreover, the spirit transformation technique must leave chakra in the body to facilitate positioning and return to the physical body. It was also for this reason that Kato Dan in the original work was found and killed by the enemy. If the body became a corpse, the spirit transformation technique would be an invincible existence, meaning the body could be sealed in a storage scroll. But now, neither Uzumaki Kushina nor Gojo Yoru's spirit body could sense a trace of energy fluctuation from his body. Most critically, Gojo Yoru was very certain that he left chakra in his body and didn't use space-time chakra when casting the spirit transformation technique. Ignoring the possession experiment, Gojo Yoru hurriedly returned to his main body. Just opening his eyes, Gojo Yoru saw Uzumaki Kushina leaning over, asking worriedly, "Yoru, are you okay? Did the technique fail just now?" "No, the technique was very successful." Gojo Yoru shook his head, then asked, "Kushina, you said my chakra disappeared completely just now. What did you mean?" Uzumaki Kushina replied truthfully, "I was using the mind's eye of the Kagura just now, and then I saw your chakra disappear instantly. Not just chakra, even life fluctuations were gone, just like you were dead." Although knowing it was inauspicious, Uzumaki Kushina still said the last sentence. Hearing this, Gojo Yoru fell into deep thought. He never knew that Uzumaki Mito could barely see his space-time chakra. Gojo Yoru wasn't surprised that Uzumaki Kushina couldn't sense space-time chakra, this was high-dimensional sensing shielding. But not sensing the remaining chakra and the body's energy fluctuations was a bit strange. Could it be that after his spirit left the body, space-time chakra automatically hid his aura? Only intangibility could hide all aura. Thus, Gojo Yoru said to Uzumaki Kushina, "Kushina, I'll cast the spirit transformation technique again. After you sense my chakra disappear, touch my body to see if it merged into space." "Okay." Knowing Gojo Yoru didn't fail, Uzumaki Kushina was no longer panicked. When Gojo Yoru formed seals again to cast the spirit transformation technique, sensing his chakra disappear, Uzumaki Kushina reached out and gently touched his body. The scene of her hand passing through his body didn't appear. Uzumaki Kushina's hand landed solidly on Gojo Yoru. As if sensing something, Uzumaki Kushina showed a curious expression. Clearly chakra and energy fluctuations disappeared, but the body still has temperature. Without temperature, that would be dead. Gojo Yoru opened his eyes, speechless. Yoru, what's going on? Could it be that this is the spirit transformation technique? Uzumaki Kushina stared at Gojo Yoru with bright eyes. Don't disturb me for now. Go check that guy's condition, don't let him wake up. Gojo Yoru waved his hand and fell into deep thought again. This uniqueness different from Kato Dan made Gojo Yoru, whose talent had improved for the second time and whose mental agility had also strengthened, have a vague flash of inspiration in his mind. This uniqueness might not be simple, or it might have huge room for manipulation. He might have severely underestimated the spirit transformation technique. This Super S-rank Yin release secret technique, for him possessing the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, might not only be used to develop spatial sensing. He could also use the characteristic of this technique perfectly separating spiritual energy and physical energy to do more things. As Gojo Yoru had such thoughts, the inspiration in his mind grew larger, seeming to approach him. Suddenly, Gojo Yoru remembered an experiment thrown into a corner due to countless failures. This experiment was Space-Time Release, Shadow Clone. After ordinary chakra could merge with space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru didn't develop the phantom body flicker technique first but used it to cast the shadow clone technique. The mixed chakra successfully created a physical body, but the shadow clone had no independent consciousness, and its body distorted and flickered from time to time, like a glitchy monitor screen. This problem remained unsolved even after Gojo Yoru completed the second evolution and his chakra control reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Gojo Yoru thought the space-time power in his body possessed a unique characteristic, usable only by his main body, not shareable with shadow clones, hence the lack of independent consciousness. Thinking carefully now, if there really was such a characteristic, the mixed chakra shouldn't be able to create a physical body. After all, Gojo Yoru's main body could only release space-time power externally by covering ninjutsu with it. Simply releasing space-time chakra, Gojo Yoru at stage 2 couldn't do it. Other external release ninjutsu succeeded, so why did the space-time shadow clone fail? Now it seemed it wasn't that space-time power had a unique characteristic, but that Gojo Yoru wasn't qualified enough. The space-time shadow clone lacked an important link, something Gojo Yoru at stage 2 couldn't compensate for. If he thoroughly understood the spirit transformation technique, Gojo Yoru might be able to fill this important link. Even if not now, stage 3 definitely could. At this moment, Gojo Yoru was even more determined. The third evolution was definitely a watershed in the ladder to godhood. Yin Seal Release. Temporarily dismissing the idea of restarting the space-time shadow clone experiment, Gojo Yoru suddenly unsealed the double Yin Seals again, using the full power micro-adjustment of the Yin Seal to raise his body functions to the optimal state. In this state, Gojo Yoru, like opening the first gate of the 8 gates, could achieve 100% control over both types of chakra. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Gojo Yoru suddenly formed a rabbit seal again. But this time, after converting the chakra in his body into Yin release chakra, he didn't immediately condense a spirit body to leave the flesh but waited for something. Soon, the space-time chakra independent of ordinary chakra, under Gojo Yoru's dual tasking control, flowed along the meridians to the brain, merging with the Yin release chakra. With external intervention, Gojo Yoru's spirit body delayed emerging from the body. Until the double Yin Seal micro-adjustment intervened, Gojo Yoru's spirit body saw a ray of white light in the darkness. The spirit body lost in darkness rushed towards that ray of white light without hesitation. As the white light grew larger, the darkness where Gojo Yoru closed his eyes was suddenly torn apart. Vision elevated again, and Gojo Yoru saw the familiar cave and the 3 figures. Gojo Yoru immediately examined his spirit body state, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Success! Ordinary spirit transformation technique spirit bodies were transparent white, with built-in sensing shielding. Even Edo Tensei Madara's Rinnegan couldn't see them, only vaguely sensing something nearby. At that time, Uchiha Madara was still at the Super Cage level stage, not yet a higher dimensional existence. Since even Uchiha Madara at this level could vaguely detect it, the spirit transformation technique certainly had no effect on Six Paths level sensing. Gojo Yoru was very certain that when Uchiha Madara revived and retrieved the Rinnegan, as the true owner of the Rinnegan, he would definitely be able to see the spirit transformation technique spirit body. Even Nagato, after mastering the Six Paths technique, might be able to see the spirit transformation technique spirit body. After all, the most basic human path of the Rinnegan was extracting the enemy's soul. However, just like the Rinnegan's exclusive dojutsu and summoning the Gedo statue, Edo Tensei Rinnegan were fake eyes, some abilities required real eyes to use. The human path was the absolute nemesis of the spirit transformation technique, something even Gojo Yoru dreaded extremely. But now, Gojo Yoru had no fear. Perhaps the real Rinnegan could still see the existence of his spirit body, but the power of the human path definitely couldn't counter him. Because Gojo Yoru's spirit body had mutated. Gojo Yoru's spirit body was no longer transparent white but transparent black. His spirit transformation technique had turned into space-time release, spirit transformation technique. As the eighth special attribute not belonging to Yin, Yang, and the five elements, space-time power was a universal existence. As long as your chakra control met the standard, it could cover any attribute ninjutsu. Non-elemental Raise Nan was like this, five elements ninjutsu were like this, and yin-yang attributes were the same. Although space-time power was consumed every second, before space-time chakra was exhausted, Gojo Yoru's space-time spirit body was in an absolutely invincible state like using intangibility. Even abilities targeting the soul couldn't hurt a hair. The already powerful sensing shielding was instantly raised to a higher curtain, perhaps only ultimate dojutsu could see him. Unfortunately, the spirit transformation technique assassination was a contest of spiritual energy and yin release chakra, otherwise, Gojo Yoru would be the most unsolvable assassin in the ninja world right now. He just didn't know if space-time chakra could work in the spiritual space. If so, it meant that before space-time chakra was exhausted, Gojo Yoru's spirit body could also use space-time abilities in the enemy's spiritual space. In that case, Gojo Yoru might be able to help Uzumaki Kushina tame the Nine Tails in advance. More critically, even if targeted by the Sage of Six Paths in soul form, Gojo Yoru wouldn't fear this true god of shinobi who could travel between the real world and the Pure Land. Even Gojo Yoru could travel from the real world to the Pure Land. These thoughts flashed by one, and Gojo Yoru's eyes were filled with shock. Feasible, very feasible, just that he wasn't qualified enough at this stage. Just like the Yin Seal was a Shinjutsu level for Gojo Yoru, or even a divine technique more powerful than Shinjutsu. At this moment, in Gojo Yoru's eyes, the spirit transformation technique was his second divine technique. Quickly calming his emotions, Gojo Yoru was about to examine his body to see if he could see the remaining energy fluctuations inside his body while in the space-time spirit body state. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gojo Yoru's gaze shifted to Uzumaki Kushina, an intense joy burst from his eyes. In Gojo Yoru's sensing, the energy inside Uzumaki Kushina was visible at a glance. The Uzumaki clan's powerful vitality and chakra, along with two unfamiliar chakras inside her body. One was the vast Nine Tails chakra like an ocean, and the other was a weak but very strong chakra seal like the thin film on the surface of a Raise Nan. On this chakra, Gojo Yoru also sensed an unfamiliar chakra aura. Although he didn't have this level of sensing back then, Gojo Yoru was very certain this was Uzumaki Mito's chakra. Can I even use spatial sensing? Gojo Yoru murmured to himself, but his gaze wasn't on Uzumaki Kushina's abdomen, but on her wrist. In Gojo Yoru's perspective, there were two chakras of different colors on Uzumaki Kushina's wrist, one blue and one black. The blue one was the Ouroboros pattern engraved on the wrist like a bracelet, which was the ordinary chakra version of the Flying Thunder God formula. The black one was the space-time release, Flying Thunder God formula attached to the clothes inside the kimono sleeve. The next second, Gojo Yoru's spirit body suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Kushina without warning. The transparent black spirit body instantly shed a little blackness, soon covered by other blackness, but the overall color was no longer so dense. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina in front of him, forming seals with both hands and maintaining the mind's eye of the Kagura state to monitor the unconscious ninja, if not for being unable to do so, Gojo Yoru really wanted to cup her face and kiss her hard to vent the joy in his heart. The spirit body in space-time state could even use the Flying Thunder God technique. What did this mean? This meant that Gojo Yoru's self-preservation ability would be greatly improved. As long as he retained enough space-time chakra, his spirit body could return to his physical body almost instantly. When going to find Konan, he didn't need to risk going to a location near her, increasing the chance of being discovered by black and white Zetsu, and spending a long time flying. Gojo Yoru only needed continuous teleportation to appear beside Konan instantly and possess her body at space-time speed. Plus high-dimensional shielding, no one could discover his possession. If not for being cautious and the experiment not yet completed, Gojo Yoru really wanted to try it out. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Isn't this just a form of NTR? Kushina, it's me. The ninja lying unconscious on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and immediately shouted at Uzumaki Kushina, who was about to cast a sealing jutsu. You are Yoru. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes were full of vigilance and suspicion. Through her reaction, Gojo Yoru instantly got the answer he wanted, a smile appearing on his face as he asked knowingly, "It seems this guy's chakra aura hasn't changed at all, right?" MHM. Hearing this tone, Uzumaki Kushina was finally convinced that the guy in front of her was Gojo Yoru who had successfully possessed the body. She nodded repeatedly, "In my mind's eye of the Kagura sensing, this person's chakra aura hasn't changed from beginning to end, and neither has his chakra capacity." Very good. Continue using the mind's eye of the Kagura, I'll try again. As soon as the words fell, Gojo Yoru fainted again, his spirit returning to his own body. Uzumaki Kushina closed her eyes and formed seals again, fully utilizing the mind's eye of the Kagura. When she sensed Gojo Yoru's chakra recover and then disappear, suddenly seeming to see something, she opened her eyes abruptly, staring at Gojo Yoru who sat up again, and said in astonishment, "There's a change this time." This person's brain suddenly secreted a stream of yin release chakra, and inside this yin release chakra, I sensed your chakra aura, Yoru. As expected. Gojo Yoru wasn't surprised. This was why he didn't immediately use the spirit transformation technique to find Konan. Every technique has a weakness, and Super S-rank secret techniques are no exception. The mind's eye of the Kagura could detect changes after possession, and black and white Zetsu's sensing definitely could too. Rashly going to find Konan would only harm her. Fortunately, Gojo Yoru developed the space-time version of the spirit transformation technique. The spirit body already had top-tier sensing shielding. After fusing with space-time power, the high-dimensional sensing shielding would definitely receive a huge boost. Without the ability to see souls and sense space, one couldn't discover Gojo Yoru's existence. This enhanced high-dimensional shielding wouldn't disappear even after possession. Going to see Konan in the space-time spirit body state, absolutely no one would discover him. Ending the experiment, Gojo Yoru returned to his physical body again, used Flying Thunder God transfer to teleport the unconscious ninja he casually grabbed away, and then smiled at Uzumaki Kushina. "Kushina, my spirit body needs to leave for a while. Please take care of my physical body. Leave it to me." Uzumaki Kushina patted her slightly bulging chest and didn't ask where Gojo Yoru was going. "I'll be back soon." Gojo Yoru didn't explain either. He couldn't say, "I'm going to have a private meeting with another girl, please guard the door for me." If Uzumaki Kushina knew, Kurama would probably instantly find an opportunity to break through Uzumaki Mito's chakra seal, making her enter a semi-tailed beast state with at least 6 tails. Asking the main wife to watch over him while he went to find the mistress, isn't this just a form of NTR? Forming seals again to condense the space-time spirit body, Gojo Yoru floated in the air, still not leaving immediately but examining his physical body. In the space-time spirit body perspective, Gojo Yoru's body was no longer a corpse without any energy fluctuations. Inside his body, energy mixed with black and blue flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Just like the space-time shadow clone without independent consciousness, this unconscious body was in a special state, touchable, but ordinary sensing couldn't capture a trace of energy fluctuation. For Gojo Yoru, the energy inside his physical body was a super-enlarged flying thunder god formula. No matter how far the spirit body was, he could find the physical body through this positioning. Sensing the space in all directions again and confirming there was no threat, Gojo Yoru's spirit body disappeared without warning. With a few teleports, Gojo Yoru appeared in a certain valley. The river flowed gently, birds sang, and flowers were fragrant, completely opposite to the heavy snow and cold wind of the land of iron. By the river, 2 simple wooden houses stood. Far from the wooden houses, a small red-haired figure was practicing water release in the middle of the river, with sounds like stormy waves exploding from time to time. Water columns soared into the sky. Before forming a pouring rain scene, extremely high-temperature flames turned the water into white steam, then formed a white fire dragon with flames surging inside and billowing white smoke outside, like boil-release nature transformation. The fire dragon soared into the air, suddenly scattered, forming volcanic bombs wrapped in white smoke, falling towards the river. On the way, the flames eroded the white smoke, turning into dragon head shapes. It was Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening explosions rang out, successfully attracting the attention of the purple-haired girl beside Gojo Yoru. Covered with black paper marks, surrounded by a large amount of floating white paper, Konan, who was multitasking to fold white paper into different shapes, slowly opened her amber eyes, glanced in Nagato's direction, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. In demeanor, she had some similarities to Gojo Yoru, and her temperament was as cold as the white tiger of Akatsuki in the original work. But her eyes had a spirituality absent in the original work. Looking at Konan, who was more vivid than when she followed him, Gojo Yoru's eyes were full of appreciation. This was one of the reasons he didn't raise Konan by his side. Raising Konan by his side could indeed cultivate her into his Haku and Kagaya Kimimaro, but compared to such obedient tools, Gojo Yoru preferred right-hand women who grew up freely, had their own thoughts, and lived out their own characteristics like Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade. Clearly, Konan didn't disappoint Gojo Yoru. Under the invisible pressure of white Zetsu, even though she hadn't experienced life and death battles, the experience of this year allowed her to complete a transformation like rebirth. Speaking of white Zetsu, Gojo Yoru looked at Nagato again, a trace of dread flashing in his eyes. Nagato didn't know that less than 100 meters away from him, 2 white creatures merged with the earth and vegetation, cutting off all aura, hiding in a giant rock, discussing his strength and growth. Gojo Yoru finally understood why Uchiha Madara wasn't worried about Nagato's safety at all in the war-torn land of Rain in the original work. He thought a backup was installed in the Rinnegan to automatically activate the Rinnegan's power once Nagato encountered danger, but unexpectedly, there was also Guru protecting Nagato. Guru, also known as Tobi, was the most special existence in the White Zetsu army. Gojo Yoru didn't know if he was a product of Kagaya's era or a product cultivated by Uchiha Madara using Hashirama cells. But what was certain was that Tobi was an existence like Senju Hashirama in the White Zetsu army. His chakra was a numerical monster in the White Zetsu army. Possessing others, he not only had defense at the level of genuine wood release but could also share his chakra with the host, a superpower bank like Jinchuriki and Samehada. In the original work, just by possessing Yamato, Toby raised Yamato's trash wood release to a level capable of casting the wood human technique and using the wood human Buddha statue to cast 5 elements composite ninjutsu. If not for low IQ and insufficient combat experience, his strength would be at the super cage level. Once Nagato encountered danger, Toby only needed to possess him to immediately become one of the strongest in the ninja world, possibly even able to use the 6 paths technique of the Rinnegan. With Toby as a super bodyguard, Uchiha Madara indeed didn't need to worry about Nagato's safety. Seeing that neither White Zetsu nor Toby could discover his existence, Gojo Yoru turned into a transparent black beam directly infiltrating Konan's body. Konan's eyes lost focus slightly, then she slowly closed her eyes as if refining chakra. Since the chakra and energy fluctuations in her body didn't change at all, Toby and White Zetsu, whose gazes were always on Nagato, didn't notice the situation here. In the beautiful spiritual space like a galaxy, as soon as Konan's consciousness entered, she saw a figure she dreamed of day and night, and shouted with joy, "Yoru-sama!" Gojo Yoru smiled and raised his hand to greet her, "Konan, long time no see." Whether it was the courage developed over the past year or extreme longing for Gojo Yoru, Konan ran towards him. Her 1.4-meter body was just tall enough to hug Gojo Yoru's waist, burying her head in his chest, emitting a voice full of dependence and longing, "Yoru-sama, you finally learned the spirit transformation technique. I missed you so much." Communication in the spiritual space wouldn't have any deception, any emotion would be maximized. In Konan, Gojo Yoru didn't sense a trace of grievance or dissatisfaction, only dependence and admiration like last year, just with the added longing from not seeing each other for a long time. Gojo Yoru raised his hand to stroke Konan's head, his gaze full of gentleness as he said softly, "Konan, thanks for your hard work." "Not hard at all." Konan immediately looked up, revealing a big smile to Gojo Yoru, showing off, "Yoru-sama, I have followed your instructions and trained Nagato into my right-hand man. Although his strength is greater than mine now, he listens to me very much. When the time is ripe, I will reveal the existence of Yoru-sama to him." Letting Nagato know that the person who changed his fate and cultivated him wasn't actually me, but you, Yoru-sama, I believe he will definitely be grateful and admire you like I do. That's not important. Gojo Yoru pinched Konan's chubby round face as usual and smiled, "Now I don't want to talk about other things, I just want to know your story this year, Konan." At this moment, Gojo Yoru's emotions full of affection and care, with a trace of guilt, were also maximized. Sensing Gojo Yoru's emotions, Konan felt the magic of the spiritual space and became even happier. Although she was willing to be Gojo Yoru's tool and die for Yoru-sama. Just like Haku and Kagaya Kimimaro, Konan also wanted to receive Gojo Yoru's love. This insignificant care was what these tools wanted most, satisfying Konan even more than Gojo Yoru's praise. "Yoru-sama, this year I..." Konan pulled Gojo Yoru to sit down. Her ember eyes didn't even glance at the beautiful galaxy but stared at Gojo Yoru's face, which was even more beautiful than the galaxy, telling him all her experiences this year. In more than a year, with the hidden technique scrolls and suggestions provided by Gojo Yoru, Konan, who was already passionate about origami, had developed paper release. Although she couldn't attack yet, she had turned basic ninjutsu into paper release extension techniques. Such as paper release, paper clone, paper release, paper transformation, paper release, paper replacement, paper release, paper body flicker, paper release, paper hiding. Just with this set of basic extension techniques without attack power, Konan possessed extremely strong self-preservation ability. To prevent nearby White Zetsu from seeing flaws, Konan also used paper release to cover her body, like Gaara's sand armor, able to hide and change her expressions. Her skin and clothes were also covered with a large amount of paper, including explosive tags. She could use these papers and explosive tags to cast paper replacement and paper body flicker at any time. While escaping, she could also detonate explosive tags to hurt the enemy. Unfortunately, her chakra amount was still far insufficient, and she hadn't cultivated sealing jutsu yet, unable to use paper release to cast sealing jutsu. The A-rank forbidden jutsu mutually multiplying explosive tags was even more clueless, and she didn't dare to cultivate it at all. Seeing Konan talking and showing expressions of self-blame and unwillingness, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but cup her small face with both hands, rubbing it vigorously, and smiled, "You are already very amazing. When I was your age, Konan, I wasn't as powerful as you." Not true." Konan frowned cutely. Although her voice was muffled, her eyes sparkled. "Yoru-sama is the most powerful person in the ninja world. Everyone calls you the incarnation of miracle. 100 Konans are not as good as one Yoru-sama." Looking at Konan defending him seriously, Gojo Yoru felt happy and full of accomplishment. Stopping the don't-eating action, Gojo Yoru scraped Konan's nose and smiled, "You are not allowed to belittle yourself like this. Konan is the subordinate I value most. You will definitely become one of the most powerful kunoichi in the ninja world in the future." After speaking, Gojo Yoru revealed good news to Konan, "I have learned the spirit transformation technique now. In the future, I can not only come to see you often but also connect with your chakra, Konan, teaching you how to develop ninjutsu." "Really? That's great." Konan's eyes lit up immediately. Her attention wasn't on the latter part but the former. She extended her pinky finger to Gojo Yoru, revealing a sly smile on her face. "You said it, Yoru-sama. Pinky promise, you must come to see Konan often in the future." Gojo Yoru rubbed her head, smiling dotingly, "No need for a pinky promise. If I don't come often in the future, Konan can beat me up. I grant you this privilege." "Hee. I wouldn't bear to beat Yoru-sama." Konan smiled and threw herself into Gojo Yoru's arms, then looked up with a pitiful expression, "If Yoru-sama doesn't keep the promise, I'll cry for you to see." "Okay, your acting skills are indeed amazing." Gojo Yoru gave a thumbs up, giving a full score evaluation. Hee. Monitored by invisible creatures for a year, accumulating immense pressure in her heart, Konan liberated her nature in the spiritual space, venting all negative emotions. Gojo Yoru didn't teach Konan any ninjutsu, just chatting with Konan in the spiritual space until the space-time chakra was almost exhausted before saying goodbye to Konan. Although reluctant, Konan waved goodbye to Gojo Yoru very obediently. The space-time spirit body came out of Konan's body, then teleported continuously. When returning to the cave, the transparent black body just shed the last bit of blackness, turning into a transparent white color, extremely close to the limit. "Yoru, you're awake." Returning to his physical body, just opening his eyes, Gojo Yoru saw Uzumaki Kushina's small face close to him, her eyes full of relief and joy. "Kushina, thanks for your hard work." Gojo Yoru revealed a gentle smile to Uzumaki Kushina. Konan didn't know that her acting skills were weak compared to Gojo Yoru. Gojo Yoru was the true god of acting, showing no guilt at all after just returning from another girl. "Yoru, where did you go just now?" Unaware that her head was green and she was guarding the door for the mistress, Uzumaki Kushina finally asked the doubt in her heart. "Nothing, just went to handle some business." Gojo Yoru remained gentle, changing the topic seamlessly. "When I came back just now, I passed by a hot spring district. Since we've stayed in the snowy mountains for so long, why don't we go for a hot spring bath before going back?" Okay. Uzumaki Kushina was instantly distracted, agreeing repeatedly. Thus, Gojo Yoru took the main wife to the hot spring district where the mistress had lived for a long time to enjoy themselves properly. Read advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Kaizo247. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Konoha Year 41, The Era of Gojo Yoru. The sun and moon rotated ceaselessly, and the peaceful time slipped away year by year while people were busy with their lives. Konoha Year 41. Unknowingly, the one country, one village system established by the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, who ended the Warring States period, together with the daimyo, had been implemented for 41 years. Such a system had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was unifying all ninja clans in the area, so commoners and nobles wouldn't be affected by the battles between ninja clans, and could hire ninjas to solve various trivial matters. Children from ordinary families also had a channel to become ninjas. Ninjutsu was no longer a superpower monopolized by ninja clans. The disadvantage was that war still existed, escalating from wars between clans to wars between nations, with casualties even greater than wars between ninja clans. In just over 30 years, 2 melees involving multiple countries broke out in the ninja world, killing an unknown number of ninjas. Nor was it known how many commoners were affected by the war, their families ruined, leading to a large number of war orphans in the ninja world. The first Great Ninja War lasted for many years. The 5 kage of that generation not only all participated but 4 of them died. Finally, even the second Kazekage of Tsunagakure died unexpectedly. None had a good end. Although the Second Great Ninja War was initiated by a small country, it quickly involved the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Logically, it should have lasted for many years before ending. If the watching Land of Lightning and Land of Water also joined, the scale of the war would be even larger than the First Great Ninja War. After all, during the First Great Ninja War, the first Hokage had just distributed the tailed beasts to various countries not long ago, and none of the ninja villages had produced a perfect Jinchuriki yet. But in the Second Great Ninja War, all countries already had perfect Jinchuriki. Once all the 5 kage and Jinchuriki participated, the ninja continent would definitely be devastated, with heavy casualties. Miraculously, the Second Great Ninja War didn't evolve into an upgraded version of the First Great Ninja War. It ended hastily after just 2 years. Because, a brand new Kekkei Genkai, comparable to a miracle, was born in the ninja world. It was a Kekkei Genkai that both ninjas and ordinary people would feel was unsolvable just by understanding partial information. In the textbooks of ninja villages in various countries, this Kekkei Genkai was called the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai. Ninjas possessing this Space-Time Kekkei Genkai were also called Space-Time Ninjas, and the ninjutsu they cast was also called Space-Time Release. As the first existence in the ninja world to possess the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, Gojo Yoru was not only called the incarnation of miracle but also revered as the pinnacle of the new era as their generation grew up in these 5 years. Newspapers in various countries also called this new era the era of Gojo Yoru. In the last era, every country had very outstanding young generations. Just Konoha, the strongest ninja village, produced Konoha's White Fang, the Sunin, and Kato Dan, whose strengths were comparable. Young elite jonin from other ninja villages were equally impressive, refusing to admit defeat. Even though Konoha's White Fang became famous in the ninja world by killing Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, the couple he killed weren't elite jonin, just a combination at the level of ace combatants. Similarly, in Sarutobi Hiruzan's generation, various countries also produced many outstanding young generations. Among the pinnacles of the 5 kage were the Third Raikage and Hanzo the Salamander, and Oniki who was a few years older than him. Needless to say about Senju Tobirama's generation in the Warring States period, even an existence like the god of shinobi had the Azura of the ninja world capable of contending with him. Only in this generation did a special existence like Gojo Yoru appear, marking an epoch. The birth of the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai not only represented the appearance of an unsolvable existence with amazing combat power capable of ignoring the mechanism of attribute countering but also meant that space-time power was no longer high above. Since this special attribute could be born into this world in the form of nature transformation, it meant that besides usages like storage scrolls, the summoning technique, the flying thunder god technique, and the heavenly transfer technique, other types could also be developed, such as Gojo Yoru's offensive space-time ninjutsu. In these 5 years, ninja villages in various countries established a new department called the Space-Time Research Department. They gathered ninjas with talent for making storage scrolls and skilled in the summoning technique and sealing jutsu to research how to use formulas to mobilize space-time power, applying the principle of the summoning technique to themselves like the second Hokage. Kumigakure even imitated Konoha's reform of the Ninja Academy in these 5 years, creating an elective course to screen seedlings suitable for cultivating the heavenly transfer technique. Even Konoha, possessing Gojo Yoru, the incarnation of miracle, was researching space-time. Gojo Yoru's teacher, Orochimaru, was one of the higher UPS of this department. No one could refuse the temptation of space-time, especially ninjas who each had a storage scroll and the summoning technique. They all hoped for new breakthroughs in space-time, making ninja life more convenient and greatly improving survival ability. Konoha Year 41, July 11. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, this is the summary report of this mission, and the client's evaluation. Thanks for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was exactly 50 this year and still in his prime, with hair not yet graying, still had that old pipe that had accompanied him for unknown years in his mouth. He examined the tall young man in front of him, dressed completely differently from other jonin, with eyes full of appreciation, praising generously, "Yoru, your mission experience is now similar to Orochimaru's when he took you as a disciple back then. Even among the ace combatants of the previous generation, only Sakumo and a few others can surpass you in mission experience, but they can't achieve a 100% completion rate like you. Your comprehensive qualities have reached the pinnacle of the jonin rank. Continuing to go out on missions won't bring you any improvement." Hearing this, Gojo Yoru raised an eyebrow. "Hokage-sama, you mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out smoke and finally stated the purpose of his foreshadowing. "Next year, a batch of very outstanding new generation ninjas will graduate early. Are you interested in being a jonin instructor for a few years? A qualified leader cannot only have experience commanding ninja squads and captains but also learn how to cultivate the village's future." Gojo Yoru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a faint smile. "Hokage-sama, this batch of early graduates wouldn't happen to include Asuma, right?" Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed repeatedly, his old face blushing as he admitted frankly, "This old man indeed has a bit of selfishness. Asuma's personality is like Nawaka's. If no one can suppress him, he might do some very reckless things due to his youthful nature. So this old man wants him to grow by your side and temper his temper properly." Gojo Yoru pondered and said slowly, "I'm not averse to becoming a jonin instructor, but I have to discuss it with Kushina and ask for her opinion." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately looked as if iron failed to become steel, putting on an elder's posture to lecture. "Yoru, you are the only space-time ninja in the ninja world currently, the incarnation of miracle. You must have your own opinions and a man's aura, you can't let a woman suppress you. Hokage-sama, say that in front of Biwako-sama and Kushina if you dare." Gojo Yoru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain. Cough, cough. Thinking of Sarutobi Biwako's eyes blazing with fire and Uzumaki Kushina's hair rising against gravity, wrapped in nine tails chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed again, changing the subject. "Team Orochimaru only has you and Kushina. Kushina must be accompanied by you on missions. Indeed, you need to discuss it with her. The matter of becoming a jonin instructor isn't urgent, there's still more than half a year. You go out first." "Yes." Gojo Yoru curled his lips in disdain, then walked out of the Hokage's office with his hands in his pockets. "Yoru-sama! Yoru-sama, you're back! Gojo-sama, long time no see." Coming down from the Hokage's office, Gojo Yoru encountered various people greeting him enthusiastically along the way. There were high-level ninjas wearing flak jackets, genin in ordinary uniforms, staff of the Hokage building, and ordinary people coming to the Hokage building to commission missions. Regardless of age, their eyes looking at Gojo Yoru were full of respect. Young women and boys looked at him with even more fervor, the former lusted after his looks, while the latter admired his strength. 5 years had passed since the Second Great Ninja War, but Gojo Yoru's popularity and prestige hadn't declined at all. Instead, he became known to more and more people. After all, the one country, one village system was only in its 41st year. There were still many people in the ninja world who had lived from the Warring States period to now, still spreading the mighty power of the god of shinobi. When this older generation passed away, the stories and Kekkei Genkai of the god of shinobi would gradually become legends, turning into past history in textbooks. Gojo Yoru was completely different. He represented the present, the incarnation of miracle who entered the history books while still alive. Every year, a batch of students graduated and enrolled in the Ninja Academy. The more people studied, the more people knew Gojo Yoru. To prevent these reckless youths from losing their lives encountering Gojo Yoru during missions, ninja villages in various countries not only wrote all of Gojo Yoru's space-time abilities in books in detail but also mixed in their own ideas, writing speculations on space-time usage into textbooks. This led to Gojo Yoru being increasingly deified, becoming the idol of batch after batch of new generations. Especially Gojo Yoru's generation was about to come of age. Already possessing unsolvable abilities, Gojo Yoru would enter his peak period in a few years. In this ninja world where the human body has 130 trillion cells, the peak period of powerhouses was very long, with 60 being the watershed. In the original work, Orochimaru defected after Uchiha Itachi graduated, which was already after Konoha year 50. Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time, exactly around 60, could still easily defeat Orochimaru. Hanzo the Salamander and Cho were the same, even at the age of being grandparents, they could suppress the Sunin and Hotaki Sakumo breathlessly. In many people's perception, unless an accident occurred, Gojo Yoru's peak period would last for decades. In these decades, unless another epoch-making monster like him appeared, the ninja world would always be the era of Gojo Yoru. Just as before the death of the god of shinobi, the ninja world was the Hashirama era. Hello, everyone. Facing these greetings, Gojo Yoru didn't ignore them coldly but kept one hand in his pocket and raised the other, smiling in response. However, when some girls thought Gojo Yoru had a gentle personality and was easy to get along with, trying to stick close to take advantage of him, they accidentally fell flat on their faces. Their bodies didn't touch Gojo Yoru but passed through his body, as if the Gojo Yoru in front of them was just a phantom. Beautiful ladies, be careful. Gojo Yoru didn't gentlemanly help them up but waved his hand and left without looking back. Looking at Gojo Yoru's back, neither the girls who fell nor the boys watching showed any hatred or jealousy in their eyes, instead, they were full of fervor. They all knew that wasn't a phantom clone, but Gojo Yoru's main body. It was just that this Yoru-sama wasn't in the real world at this moment but walking in the void. In these 5 years of mission career, Gojo Yoru's intangibility was no longer a secret. Besides Black Flash, #1 speed in the ninja world, incarnation of miracle, and space-time ninja, he gained another title, Void Walker. Yoru, you're too slow. I've already bought the groceries. As soon as Gojo Yoru came out of the Hokage building, he saw a red-haired girl walking towards him, holding several bags full of ingredients. It was Uzumaki Kushina. Because she had just returned from a mission, her long straight red hair was still in a high ponytail. She wore a Konoha forehead protector, a green flak jacket, and black ninja pants, looking as valiant as Tsunade during the Second War. 5 years passed, and the once short, round-faced Tomato Ane had long become a blossoming super beautiful girl. Shedding childishness and baby fat, her small face was now a standard oval face. Her snow-white skin full of collagen showed no pores or acne, a peerless beauty only found in the 2D world. With the help of Gojo Yoru, the master chef and master cultivator, Uzumaki Kushina, who never lacked nutrition since childhood, had her potential perfectly stimulated, and lived happily every day, broke through the height limit of the original work, becoming a 1.7-meter long-legged beauty. If she took off the green flak jacket, one would find her figure was also quite substantial. Although incomparable to Hyuga Hinata and Samui of the same age, she was a size bigger than Tsunade and Yamanaka Ino of the same age. With such big changes in figure and appearance, rank and strength went without saying. In these 5 years, Orochimaru, the teacher, only took Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina on missions a few times, almost hand-holding Gojo Yoru through the entire mission process. From then on, whether C-rank or S-rank missions, Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina executed them together. Knowing Gojo Yoru had compensated for the 2 major weaknesses of sensing and medical skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop him from taking the 9 Tails Jinchuriki on missions. In July of Konoha year 38, Uzumaki Kushina participated in the Chunin exams of that year alone, becoming the great demon king of that session, promoted to Chunin with absolute dominance. In May of Konoha year 39, Uzumaki Kushina participated in Konoha's internal talent assessment and was promoted to Takubutsu Jonin. In October of the same year, with the recommendation of Gojo Yoru, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina exposed the mind's eye of the Kagura and adamantine sealing chains, and displayed powerful sealing jutsu, sensing technique, medical ninjutsu, taijutsu, wind release, and water release nature transformations, officially passing the assessment of the Hokage and the Council of Elders, becoming one of Konoha's backbone forces, a true Jonin. Now all 3 members of Team Orochimaru were all-rounder Jonin. Except for Uzumaki Kushina, who hadn't become famous in the ninja world or made a name for herself yet, Orochimaru and Gojo Yoru were already Konoha's ace combatants. However, in the eyes of the higher UPS, Uzumaki Kushina was more ace than many ace combatants. Because she was the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and could activate the tailed beast coat while maintaining reason. If not for the fact that the enemies Uzumaki Kushina encountered were accidentally killed by her, she might have made a name for herself long ago. After so many years, the chakra seal left by Uzumaki Mito had long disappeared. Also in the year the seal disappeared, Uzumaki Kushina awakened the adamantine sealing chains. Just like Namikaze Minato leaving a chakra trace to meet Uzumaki Naruto in the Jinchuriki space in the original work, before Uzumaki Mito's chakra completely disappeared, she also came out to meet Uzumaki Kushina for the last time and used the characteristics of the spiritual space to help Uzumaki Kushina stimulate the power of the adamantine sealing chains. At the same time, she told Uzumaki Kushina all the methods to snatch tailed beast chakra, activate the tailed beast coat while maintaining reason, and combine the mind's eye of the Kagura with tailed beast chakra to develop negative emotion sensing. Now Uzumaki Kushina was one of the most low-key strongest in Konoha. Sorry, kept by Hokage-sama for a chat. Regarding Uzumaki Kushina's complaint, Gojo Yoru apologized insincerely. Uzumaki Kushina frowned and spoke ill of him on the street. Don't chat so much with that stinky old man, third Hokage. Tsunade-sama says he and Jiraiya-sama are both peeping toms and perverts. Be careful not to be led astray by them. Hearing this, Gojo Yoru couldn't help but lower his head close to her ear and whisper teasingly, "Only ugly guys peek and are lecherous. With you by my side, why would I need to peek? Go to hell." Seeming to think of some shameful scene, Uzumaki Kushina's small face flushed red instantly, and a roundhouse kick carrying a gust of wind passed through Gojo Yoru's body. Seeing Gojo Yoru ignore her kick, still wearing that punchable expression, Uzumaki Kushina glared at him fiercely, warning with shame and anger, "Not allowed to say these things outside, or I'll beat you to death." After speaking, Uzumaki Kushina walked away quickly holding the grocery bags. Gojo Yoru followed behind with his hands in his pockets. 5 years passed, and Gojo Yoru also underwent significant changes. His face just completely shed its childishness, becoming more handsome and dashing. In terms of height, he stopped at 1.88 meters last year, not reaching 1.9 meters. His attire was no longer limited to black coats and black trousers. Besides still not wearing the heavy Jonin flak jacket, his style changed almost every day. There were modern-style shirts and casual pants, as well as ancient-style robes. In terms of combat power, due to the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai, he remained the most ambiguous existence in the ninja world. If careless, he could be assassinated by a genin. If cautious, even Six Paths level powerhouses might not be able to kill him. In terms of chakra capacity, Space-Time chakra was still at the veteran Chunin level without unsealing the Yin seal due to capacity limits. Ordinary chakra capacity surpassed Orochimaru from a few years ago, absolutely at the level of an ace combatant. According to the number of times Hitaki Kakashi used Reikari in the original work, Gojo Yoru felt his ordinary chakra amount had surpassed one Kakashi unit. However, compared to the 5-cage-like Sarutobi Hiruzen who could cast 5-element composite ninjutsu, there was still a considerable gap. As for Chakraton ninjas like Jiraiya and Tsunade, there was even less comparability. Once Jiraiya entered Sage mode, he could use Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raise Nan, and still have extremely strong endurance to use various powerful ninjutsu afterward. While Gojo Yoru could now barely use a Big Ball Raise Nan in his normal state. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, with such strength, how can the Third Great Ninja War break out? You two are finally back. If you didn't come back, I would have starved to death. Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina didn't return to the Gojo house but to the Senju mansion. Just after changing their shoes at the entrance, they saw Tsunade walking over, complaining, "One of you has the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other has the Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Couldn't you leave a shadow clone to camp and watch the night, while the main bodies come home to eat, shower, and sleep? What's the point of suffering? Eat well when eating, train well when training, play well when playing, and do missions well when doing missions. How come your comprehensive qualities are regressing?" Gojo Yoru rolled his eyes at Tsunade, then corrected seriously, "Also, this is already my home. You still owe me 27,346,725 ryo, rent delayed for 2 years and 6 months. A mere debt-ridden tenant wants the owner to come back and cook for you during a mission? Have you no shame? No money, just my life." Tsunade rolled her eyes back at Gojo Yoru, reaching out her hand like a chimpanzee, "Lend me some more money. We'll fight until dawn tonight. I'll pay you back when I win." With a smack, Gojo Yoru slapped away Tsunade's small hand, pressed her head, which was 7 centimeters shorter than Uzumaki Kushina's, rubbed her light blonde hair messy, and mocked condescendingly, "If you have no money, pay with labor. And what kind of attitude is this for borrowing money? If you want to borrow money, get on your knees and beg. Okay, I want to borrow 10 million ryo." Instead of getting angry, Tsunade's eyes lit up, ready to seize the words and kneel to Gojo Yoru. "You women are hopeless." Gojo Yoru stopped Tsunade by strangling her neck, dragging this busted cow towards the living room. Tsunade let him strangle her, taking the opportunity to grope Gojo Yoru while close to him, seemingly taking advantage but actually stealing openly. Uzumaki Kushina was already used to this. After changing her shoes, she ignored the two and went to put away the ingredients. Just as Gojo Yoru thought, Tsunade, who learned the Yin seal 6 years in advance, maintained her appearance and figure at the stage of lingering youth and initial maturity in these 5 years, looking only 3 or 4 years older than Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina in their adolescence. The Senju clan's Yang release chakra and the Yin seal's micro-adjustment would make Tsunade an ageless goddess second only to Kagaya Otsutsuki. When she appeared in the original work, she already looked like she did during the Third Great Ninja War, but this appearance didn't change until Boruto. By then, she was already 70 years old. In the original work, Sarutobi Hiruzen was only 69 when he died. In contrast, Terumi Mei was already full of wrinkles at 46 in Boruto. For decades to come, Tsunade would dominate the position of the #1 beauty in the ninja world. After 5 years of getting along, there were no barriers between Gojo Yoru and Tsunade. The stronger a woman is, the more likely she has a hidden side of admiring the strong. In front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade was a bold and extremely strong woman. Jiraiya couldn't even imagine Tsunade being gentle. That was because he couldn't conquer Tsunade, and Tsunade didn't like his type. Tsunade's gentle side was only seen by Nawaka before he died, which was Nawaka's privilege. But that was a sister's gentleness. Now, Gojo Yoru was the second existence to see Tsunade's gentle side. In these 5 years, Gojo Yoru had Tsunade wrapped around his finger, using force and means to grind away her bad habits. In the original work, she indulged in gambling not only because she got addicted gambling with Senju Hashirama when she was young but mainly because her brother and lover died, and she developed hemophobia, unable to even fight, so she could only rot away. After becoming the 5th Hokage, her gambling addiction was quickly quit because she had to deal with so many documents every day and had no time to gamble. Between important things and gambling, Tsunade would choose the former without hesitation. So whenever she had nothing to do, Gojo Yoru would ask her to teach students at the Ninja Academy and observe if there were any systems that needed reform. To prevent the new generation from becoming a second Nawaki, Tsunade was full of enthusiasm in this regard, leading her to become the idol of countless girls even before making a name as one of the Sunin and the medical sage. Because the elective course system was introduced by Tsunade. This system, allowing commoner students to possess a specialized skill, won countless hearts. Every time she saw the worshipful eyes of those children and more new generations in Konoha mastering medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's heart would be healed, full of gratification and accomplishment. She was also deeply impressed by Gojo Yoru, who provided such forward-thinking ideas, which was the main reason Gojo Yoru could see Tsunade's gentle side. Of course, Gojo Yoru didn't make Tsunade quit gambling. Every once in a while, he would use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Tsunade to prosperous cities in various countries in the ninja world as a reward to satisfy her addiction in various casinos. After she experienced all gambling methods, Gojo Yoru brought over some gambling games from his previous life, successfully becoming Tsunade's biggest creditor. Except for the ancestral hall outside, the mansion left by Senju Hashirama to Tsunade, as well as the Senju clan's ninjutsu and hidden technique scrolls, were all lost to Gojo Yoru, and she owed a huge gambling debt. Tsunade had turned from the owner into a tenant. Part of her monthly salary at the Konoha hospital was taken away, and her pocket money and gambling funds were controlled by Gojo Yoru. Inferior in force and wisdom, even in her hobby of gambling, Gojo Yoru could introduce new ways to play, and Tsunade lost everything to him. Her strong personality was also suppressed by the even stronger Gojo Yoru. Just like taming a horse, this wild horse Tsunade had long been tamed by Gojo Yoru invisibly. In these 5 years, Tsunade had become Gojo Yoru's invisible appendage, now even less mature than Uzumaki Kushina. By the way, Kushina, I have something to tell you. After dinner, the three sat cross-legged on the tatami as usual, playing Fight the Landlord for small stakes. Suddenly, Gojo Yoru told Uzumaki Kushina about today's matter. Hokage-sama said our mission experience has reached the peak for Jonin. Continuing to execute missions like this won't bring any improvement except earning some money. He hopes I can transform next year and be a Jonin instructor for a few years. Before Uzumaki Kushina could speak, Tsunade couldn't help but tease, Sarutobi-sensei planned well. If I'm not mistaken, he wants you to be Asuma's Jonin instructor, right? Hokage-sama indeed thinks so. Gojo Yoru nodded. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up. Jonin instructor, can I join you? You're overthinking it. Tsunade pinched Uzumaki Kushina's small face like Gojo Yoru did and smiled. Before you become a perfect Jinchuriki, allowing you to go out on missions is already the greatest tolerance of the village's higher UPS. If not for Yoru, unless Orochimaru and I took you out on missions, you wouldn't even be allowed to go out. As for being a Jonin instructor, that's even more impossible. True. Uzumaki Kushina recalled the blurry scene of her first loss of control and suddenly became somewhat depressed. In these 5 years, Uzumaki Kushina certainly didn't have smooth sailing. Even though she had rewritten her original destiny and gained powerful strength early, it was difficult to suppress the strongest tailed beast, the complete 9 tails. As soon as Uzumaki Mito's chakra seal disappeared, Kurama took advantage of Uzumaki Kushina not yet awakening the adamantine sealing chains to break the seal, trying to make her enter semi-tailed beast transformation. Fortunately, Gojo Yoru discovered it in time, took her away from Konoha, and then used the Space-Time Kekkei Genkai and sealing jutsu to beat Uzumaki Kushina back to her original form. Learning that Uzumaki Mito's chakra had disappeared, Gojo Yoru finally used the space-time version of the spirit transformation technique to enter Uzumaki Kushina's Jinchuriki space. The two joined forces to beat up Kurama, finally locking him in a cage with the 8 trigram seal composed of 2 4-symbol seals. From beginning to end, Gojo Yoru didn't let Uzumaki Kushina build a good relationship with Kurama to resolve his hatred and unlock Kurama mode. Because Gojo Yoru didn't want Uzumaki Kushina to form a bond with the tailed beast. This world could never bypass the Otsutsuki, and chakra originated from the fruit of the divine tree. The divine tree was the 10 tails, and the 10 tails was the Gedo statue and the 9-tailed beasts. To achieve longevity and immortality, one must obtain the chakra fruit and then refine it into a chakra pill. Between the bond with the tailed beast and longevity/immortality, only one could be chosen. Gojo Yoru naturally chose the latter. It didn't matter if Uzumaki Kushina was weaker. 9 Tails Chakra mode and Sage mode was still a super cage level contender, only a few people in the ninja world could contend with her. Once obtaining the chakra pill, Gojo Yoru and her lifespans would not only skyrocket, but Uzumaki Kushina, an Otsutsuki hybrid, might also atavistically evolve. In the future, even without the 9 tails, she would definitely become a super cage level powerhouse. Naturally, Uzumaki Kushina didn't know Gojo Yoru's arrangement for her. After being depressed, she understood Gojo Yoru's meaning and smiled. "Yoru, you decide. It doesn't matter if I go on missions or not. I plan to agree to Hokage-sama." Gojo Yoru stated his thoughts. One should be grateful. Over the years, Hokage-sama's care and special treatment for us are obvious to all. Without his help, neither I nor Kushina could have such strength and status at this age. Besides, being a Jonin instructor is only for a few years, consider it repaying Hokage-sama's kindness. Gojo Yoru spoke from the heart. He was indeed a very selfish, scheming egoist who planned 3 steps ahead when weak. But as mentioned before, Gojo Yoru also had people he cared about and a grateful heart. He approached Uzumaki Kushina deliberately for the Yin seal, but it wasn't purely utilization. If he didn't have feelings for Uzumaki Kushina, his choice would actually have been to become Tsunade's disciple. Compared to Uzumaki Kushina, Gojo Yoru knew Tsunade better. After all, the difference in screen time was too great. Orochimaru guided Gojo Yoru's growth, and Gojo Yoru respected him from the bottom of his heart, always addressing him as you, polite form, and sensei. For people unfamiliar with him, even important characters in the original work, even if they died in front of him, he wouldn't have a shred of pity. Similarly, Gojo Yoru could feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's favoritism towards him. Regardless of the purpose of his favoritism, Gojo Yoru would remember this kindness, addressing him with you, polite form, and sama as well. If he needed help in the future, Gojo Yoru would also lend a hand. Shimura Danzo didn't target Gojo Yoru, so the latter wouldn't kill him for no reason. This was Gojo Yoru's worldview. As long as his interests weren't touched or his plans ruined, Gojo Yoru was a person who respected teachers, repaid kindness, and at most had a slightly bad personality. After years of getting along, Uzumaki Kushina also knew Gojo Yoru's character and nodded readily. "Sure, I'll take it as a break for a few years. I've traveled all over the ninja world anyway. A Jonin instructor doesn't need to go on missions every day. When the disciples and subordinates grow up, one can be a hands-off manager anytime. Isn't Orochimaru like that?" Tsunade complained, then said with interest, "If Asuma graduates early, the gold content of the new generation next year will be extraordinary. If I remember correctly, Sakumo Senpai's son is in the same year as Asuma, as well as Shinku Senpai's daughter and Dan's niece. They are all geniuses in that elite class. After the reform of the Ninja Academy, as long as one masters all basic ninjutsu and passes the final assessment of an elective course, one can apply for early graduation. Others might not master a specialized skill in 6 years, but these brats learn the basics of an elective course almost every year. Sakumo Senpai's son even possesses 5 attributes and mastered all basics of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu in the 2nd grade, long possessing the ability to graduate early. Gojo Yoru also revealed a meaningful smile. Not just the next new generation, the gold content of this era is also ridiculously high. From their conversation, it wasn't hard to see that Gojo Yoru caused another butterfly effect. Hitaki Sakumo didn't commit suicide, and Hitaki Kakashi didn't graduate from the Ninja Academy at 5. In previous years, Hitaki Sakumo did execute a large-scale mission, but he didn't face a dilemma of choosing one of 2. Because such a large-scale mission wasn't just for one ninja squad. Just like Team 7 saving Gaara with Team Guy supporting. Konoha, having ended the Second War early, had plenty of talents. Shimura Danzo also saw no hope of becoming Hokage due to the combination of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru and Gojo Yoru and Tsunade and Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With Gojo Yoru and Uzumaki Kushina as confidants, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't need to share power with Shimura Danzo to deal with the Uchiha clan. It was unknown what this pot shadow was doing. At the critical moment, Hitaki Sakumo met helpers. Not Gojo Yoru, but Team Jiraiya led by Namikaze Minato. 5 years passed, and Namikaze Minato had become another ace combatant of Konoha, making the name Yellow Flash famous in the ninja world. In this regard, Namikaze Minato benefited from Gojo Yoru's light. Because of Gojo Yoru, the popularity of space-time in the ninja world was unprecedented. Konoha suddenly producing another Flying Thunder God user made Namikaze Minato instantly the focus of attention for ninja villages in various countries. After confirming the opponent wasn't a space-time ninja, the high-level officials of various countries breathed a sigh of relief while remembering Namikaze Minato's name. With the combo of Flying Thunder God technique and Raise Nan and Wind Release Nature Transformation, and his relationship with Gojo Yoru and Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato was also Jiraiya's disciple in Team Hiruzen, known as the weakened version of Gojo Yoru. The current Konoha lineup was ridiculously strong. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his prime, mastering 5-element composite ninjutsu. Not counting the Konoha Council of Elders and the patriarchs and elites of major ninja clans, just his subordinate ace combatants included Team Hiruzen composed of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as well as the top assassin in the ninja world Hitaki Sakumo, Kato Dan, Namikaze Minato, the grown-up Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, and Gojo Yoru known as the incarnation of miracle. These people all possessed the strength to threaten the 5 Kage and become Hokage candidates. Moreover, Gojo Yoru knew that Konoha hid a super ace combatant. That was Might-Do, who could instantly kill multiple ace combatants after opening the 8 Gates formation. With such strength, Gojo Yoru couldn't imagine how the Third Great Ninja War could break out. Even if Sasori still killed the 3rd Kazekage, and the Land of Lightning seized the opportunity to declare war on the Land of Wind, if they dared to involve the Land of Fire afterward, they would definitely be beaten down quickly. The current Konoha absolutely possessed the strength to fight 1 against 4. Besides Konoha's strength reaching an unprecedented level, Gojo Yoru knew that the ninja world was also blossoming in many places. Like the combo of Kumagakuer, Raza, and Pakura of Tsunagakuer, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist and Ao the Byakugan killer of Kirigakuer, Kitsuki of Iwagakuer, etc. Among the new generation, besides Hitaki Kakashi and others in Konoha, there were Terumi Mei, Samui, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and others. If the Third Great Ninja War still broke out and involved all these people, Gojo Yoru couldn't imagine how intense and exciting the battles would be. 3 with 1. Joker Bomb, Plane. Are you kidding me? I finally got a hand of excellent cards and grabbed the landlord, and you took me away with one set. Don't you know your own luck? When you found no jokers, you should have known the result. Not playing anymore, shower and sleep. After business, the three started a charity competition. Tsunade looked at the hand where she threw out 3 with 1, and the rest were super bombs, suddenly breaking down and throwing away the cards, completing today's quitting gambling. But before she could get up and run, Gojo Yoru grabbed her shoulder, pulled her collar, and dragged her in front of him, smiling falsely. Shower and sleep is fine, but write the IOU first. Tsunade suddenly acted dramatically, raising an index finger, eyes teary, voice trembling and choked. I didn't win a single hand. Do you have the heart to let me owe more than 3 million ryo? Yes, debt doesn't weigh down the body anyway. What are you afraid of? No, what's the difference between this and robbery? Robbery isn't as fast as gambling with you. Yoru, you devil! Looking at Tsunade rolling on the ground trying to renege, and Gojo Yoru with no sympathy at all, riding on Tsunade to prevent her escape, smiling maliciously while preparing the IOU, Uzumaki Kushina didn't ignore it this time. Instead, she revealed a similarly malicious smile, took out a camera and selfie stick, set a 3-second delay, ran to the side of the rider Gojo Yoru, and made a V sign. With a click and a flash, the scene of the turtle dove occupying the magpie's nest and the guest usurping the host's role was instantly frozen forever. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Push the story forward with your power stones. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.